Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-1 to Aaron Judge. Here's the pitch. And there's a swing, and there's a high fly ball to deep left field. Bubba Thompson back. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Aaron Judge has broken the American League home run record. The Yankees are pouring out of the dugout to greet him at home plate. Globe Life Field is on its feet. The wait is over. 62 home runs for Aaron James Judge.
And there it is, RJ Choppy, Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball, where you heard that call live last night here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Peyton Russell is running things. And while we were sitting there at dinner in Dallas with the bosses, Aaron Judge hits number 62, and then all chaos ensues.
Oh, yeah. Not the chaos that there was, that we thought there was going to be for the baseball.
Yeah.
I guess they were very calm. It's like once he got it, he got it. Like, nobody bum rushed him. I thought for sure.
Well, somebody did take a dive.
Yeah, they did.
Somebody did bungee jump.
Yep.
That's an interesting side note.
So smart. Love that side note.
Explain what happened.
So this guy was like, he kind of made a predetermined plan that if the ball wasn't coming to him and it was going to go short like that, first row or whatever, that he was going to jump down and be the one to catch the ball or get the remnants of the baseball when it fell down.
Playing the ricochet. He was trying to play the bounce off the green monster.
Yep, he was.
And we were all laughing at him initially. We're like, ha, you idiot. You're 10 feet away, because it looks like a joke that he misjudges it.
Yeah.
No pun intended. And, man, you were just way off. Why are you going to sit there and risk breaking your legs? And you weren't even close. He was playing the carom, the deflection off of somebody. Pretty smart.
It'll cost him. It'll cost him a little bit, and maybe not jail time, but a fine of some kind. But I think it was a worthy risk.
So Brad Townsend, Dallas Morning News, tweeted, fans seem worried about the guy who jumped the rail. He's fine. I saw security escort him out of the stadium. This was his plan, but trust me, he's okay. He's in trouble, but he's okay. Security was not pleased.
I can't imagine they were. It's dangerous.
Yeah,
for one, and they didn't want to deal with that last night too. But it was that was an event. I mean, Micah and Dak and Gallup were there.
Yep.
And that just kind of shows what kind of event this was.
Here is Aaron Judge after he makes American League and maybe Major League Baseball history.
It's a big relief. I think everybody can finally sit down in their seats and watch the ball game. It's been a fun ride so far. Getting a chance to do this with the team we got, the guys surrounding me, the constant support.
So the man who caught the ball, Corey Yeomans, wearing a Rangers hat. He is the VP of Fisher Investments. Looks like a young guy, and he's the VP of this investment firm that manages $197 billion worldwide. His wife works for
Fisher Investments. Mike Fisher. Is that
how quickly? What did Mike's mind do in terms of calculating how he can get his mitts on some of this money?
Man,
first off, she's not going to be paid for 7 straight years if she continues to work under Mike Fisher.
Oh, no, she wouldn't be anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he treats them like interns.
Yeah, that's right. So she works for Fish through his Cowboys SI stuff. She immediately tweets, her name is Bree. She immediately tweets, "This is my husband." And then Joe Trahan from WFAA immediately gets to him after security whisks him away from the stands and the bleachers. And he was asked by Joe, "What are you going to do with the ball?"
What are you going to do with the ball, Corey?
Good question. I haven't thought about it.
You going to keep it or you going to give it back to Aaron?
Hey, get his phone number so we can go touch on.
Okay, so a little melee there that you can't quite make out at the. I haven't thought about it. If you get tickets in the first row to that game, you damn sure have thought about it. You better have thought about it. One auction house, Memory Lane, has already offered $2 million for the ball.
Oh, I would have done it last night.
Well, that's what I was asking all the guys at dinner. Do you sell it instantly? These are your options, right? You sell it last night, you sell it this morning. Do you wait to see if Judge plays? Because you brought up that he hasn't rested for 55 straight games, and they took him out of the game last night.
They did. And I think part of that was to get an ovation from the crowd or whatever, a tip of the cap. I don't know if he's going to play today because he still has like an outside chance at the Triple Crown. He has to go like 3 for 3, and Luis Arias has to go like 0 for 4, and he can win the Triple Crown.
So right now he's the current leader? What's the triple? Oh,
Arias leads in batting average by like 3 points. So he could win the Triple Crown still if he plays today, but he has to go like, 2 for 3 or 3 for 3, and Arias has got to go like 0 for 3, 0 for 4.
Oh.
So he has a chance.
If you're Judge, do you want to get pulled in that game with the Triple Crown lurking in the background?
I mean, I wouldn't have last night because I've been like,
again,
man,
we can't speak for him. I mean, imagine what he's been through.
Oh, I know.
Physically and emotionally.
Sure.
So it must have been a tremendous, like the entire weight and relief of the world off of his shoulders after he got pulled out. But the Triple Crown is a big deal.
Oh, it is. And it's like, you can argue it's a bigger deal than the home run record. I mean, you're doing everything on the field. Like you're hitting the ball for a high average, and you're driving in runs, and you're hitting home runs.
All right, so the decision game, right? If you know that Judge is playing, sell that bad boy quick. But this brought up another argument when we were getting our cars in the parking lot. I think instantly it's a no-brainer that 63 is worth more than 62. So whatever the final number is worth the most. That's the new record in the American League, and it's the new home run record in many people's eyes. But you were kind of countering differently that 62 could be worth more than if he hit another one today.
I think so, only because of the time the records that record stood for. And like I think Barry Bonds is 71st. I'm trying to think back. Mark, when McGwire hit 62, I think that was the ball that sold for the most, not 70.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I have to go back and look. But, to me, the record-breaking one is the one that hit last night, not the one that he hits tonight.
Okay.
I don't know how that works. I guess it's up to each buyer.
And I don't know how it works in the memorabilia market. Like, if this guy holds out, the longer he holds out, does the value of the ball keep going up, or do you strike right now while the iron is hot? $2 million on the table. What can that be in 3 months, 6 months? What could that be in 3 years if you hold on to it? I don't know. If I told you that the value goes up $1 million in 2 years, do you hang on to it and sell it then? You're gonna gamble it's not being done.
Yeah, if you were to tell me it's gonna go up in 2 years, then yes. But I would take the 2 right now. You have a guaranteed $2 million where, if you wait 2 or 3 years, it might go up. It might go up a little bit, but someone might break the record. And now what do you have? Now you just have a baseball.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Thanks to all the Tolos. They were sending me their own angles. I was just retweeting it nonstop last night at 1053SS. So there's a Tolo that should have caught the ball. He was sitting in the seat that this guy, Corey, moved over to. This guy moved over about 2 or 3 seats to his left. Mm-hmm. He kind of bodied this Tolo. He got in front of other fans that if everyone was staying seated, the ball would not have gone to this guy Yeoman's glove. He moved over, and it was a Tolo, and I was like, man, you should have Barkley'd his ass. You should have Croatia elbowed his ass right in the throat to keep him out of your area. But Corey Yeomans moves over by about 2 or 3 seats and catches it. It looked like it was heading directly for this Tolo that was sitting there in a Yankees jersey.
Dude, it was like that's kind of wild, you know. Like you were gonna have to move. You were gonna have to make some kind of body adjustment. I'm just still stunned that as soon as he caught it, like everyone just left him alone.
Right.
Like everybody left him alone.
Yeah, someone was like, "Let me see it," and he like barely opened the glove so you could see a tiny bit of white.
He ain't seeing anything.
He ain't opening that thing up.
But both my hands are on that glove. If I'm wearing, I would have wore jeans, tight jeans. I would have wore tight jeans, thrown in my pocket. No one would have gotten that.
So look at where this guy caught it. You see the guy in the Yankee jersey? Yeah. That's a Tolo. That's a Tolo who was hitting me up last night on Twitter, and he sent me the view of the ball coming at him.
See, that's his problem. He was filming.
I know. Well, look when you can hear the audio on my phone, but he quickly puts the phone down when he gets closer to him. But that's a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
This right here is a nightmare scenario where it was heading for you.
There's no way if I'm in that first row or in that left field, I'm filming.
Right.
Let somebody else film that thing. I'd give you the shot at the baseball.
Well, just get a GoPro. No one had a GoPro out there. Everyone had their phone.
Do people still use those? What year is this?
Oh, I would think that would be the smarter, though, in this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're behind home plate, then, yeah, use your phone. You're not going to catch a home run ball.
6:20 this morning, who is the home run king? 6:20 this morning after history was made last night in Arlington on this radio station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 here on Sean and RJ. We'll take you inside the Star at 6 o'clock. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to join us at 8:40. We got Mavs preseason action to get you ready for Mavs preseason basketball. The Lakers turned down this trade, and is anyone interested in these sports movies that are being made about some of the craziest characters of all time? It's the Hump Day edition. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the
Investments, the one that advertises on our station. This is the firm that this guy works for that caught Aaron Judge's baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. By the way, what are the Tolos saying on the truckwreck.com text line about what they would do with it? Sell it right now. Hold on to it. Give it back to Judge. Corey Majors and a couple of other people on my Facebook page were saying, no, you do the right thing and you give it back to Aaron. Judge afterwards said, yes, it would be great to get it back, but he has not received the baseball and he has not heard anything about it.
Yeah, he has not heard anything about it, but what they are saying is sell. Sell it now, you could die tomorrow. If you need the money, sell it now. If you don't need the money, maybe sit on it. Take the money now in this world of cancel culture. You never know what kind of scandal pops up tomorrow. Give it back for 5% of his next contract. Let's see. One ball's record setting, one ball's record breaking. That's what they were talking about. Why 62 would be maybe more, or why 63 maybe more. Let's see. You talk about who the home run king really is, whether it's Bonds or Judge or whoever. And then let's see, you got to box out. You got to box out is what they're saying. You got to box out when you have that ball coming to you.
Darren Ravel all over this. The first fan to emerge with an Aaron Judge signed number 62 home run game ticket. Judge signed one of the tickets last night. Micah Parsons.
Yep.
Micah Parsons. So here it is. Darren Ravel. He is all over this stuff. 12 hard tickets to the Ranger game already sold on eBay, bought for between $50 and $438 a piece. Were you hearing anything about the ticket market last night before this doubleheader?
No, there was obviously no tickets available in the outfield. But there was seats available throughout the rest of the stadium. I went online and I was looking at just seeing what the prices were. And I mean, it showed that you could get tickets in there for $40-50. Good seats, too. So if you wanted to go to these games.
Ravel says, with a $2 million guarantee on the market, only way this guy should give up the ball is for one, jersey and cleats with Judge writing, this is the jersey and cleats I was wearing to hit 62, or two, bat and cleats with the same inscription. So it sounds like $2 million is there and in the bank.
I mean, $2 million. If someone's already called me and offered me $2 million, I don't know how I say no to that. That is life-changing money. Now, maybe not for this guy, because he's an investment hedge fund broker crap thing, whatever. I don't know. But for me, that is I would have paid for my kids' college. I would have paid off my house. You know how much easier life gets in general?
Some people say it complicates it more. That's what my mother says. Mark Cuban goes, no. Life is much better with money. Yeah. Cuban gets rid of that idea and thought real quick.
Yeah.
But
now, Sean, real quick, are you maybe talking to RJ about, hey, you got like 15, 20,000 I could grab from you in that pot? Like, are you, because, when people win a lot of money, it's like, well, people like with me, like if
friends come out of the woodwork, man.
Yeah. So, I mean, how many calls and texts are you going to get about money and stuff?
At $2 million, no. But we always make a lottery pact. Do you do that?
Okay.
If you like, I think this guy went with one of his.
Play it.
I bought two. I bought 3 and 3 yesterday.
Yeah, buddy.
But have you bought yours?
Today I'm gonna buy them.
All right, I can't make the pact. We can't make the pact unless I know you have the tickets.
I'll buy them today.
All right. Once you get them, send me a screenshot, proof, authenticate it. Sign your name on it on the back, and then we can make the pact to go ahead and split some of that money. Anything else that you noticed or that we're missing from the Judge home run last night, Peyton?
Well, yeah. Well, RJ brought it up. I was surprised he just caught it with ease. I look back at the replay of Bonds hitting his home run. I mean, he just caught it and everyone was high-five him stuff. I mean, he walked out there with ease. I saw he was drinking a beer, with security guard walking out like with the ball in his glove. Just, I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah. I know, but didn't you instantly start hating him?
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Oh, of course it did.
We're all like, venture capitalist, investment firm, rich kid. The way he looks so cocky walking with Joe Trahan. He looks so arrogant. You're sitting there sipping on your beer, your champagne, whatever it is. You got your good-looking wife in the Cowboys locker room. You suck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was hoping he would get jumped while walking out by some Yankee, by some New Yorkers.
Look, it's amazing, though. Even the people Because look, though they didn't fly down from New York for this game. They have moved down here. All those Yankee fans, right? Even we're just different. Like you mentioned, San Francisco with Bonds' ball was a bum rush. When Judge hit 60 in New York, it was a bum rush.
But I think if this lands in the 7th or 8th row, it is a bum rush. I think
if it's on the ground rolling around.
Yeah, this was clean as it could be. First row caught right into the mid.
Yeah.
It's harder to have a brawl.
It is harder to have a brawl. It is harder to have a brawl. There's an element of when you move here, everything just becomes a little bit easier. Like you just relax more. You don't get as intense.
So you're calling us soft.
Yes,
that's what you're doing.
that was soft last night. Somebody needed to come at this guy with a flying Randy Savage elbow drop. Okay, you had to elbow drop this fool. You had to. There's no way that you just let him catch that baseball. You have to elbow drop him and body him and get him out of the way. But we love our lives, so it's like we're not going to do that.
It's basically like the guy caught $2 million.
Yeah,
in his glove.
Mavs Thunder tonight at 7:00. Shams reported that the Lakers were thinking about, but ultimately decided to hold off on a Russell Westbrook trade to Rick Carlisle's Pacers in exchange for Miles Turner and Buddy Hield. It would be Russell Westbrook and 2 first-round picks in exchange for Buddy Hield, Miles Turner, but the Lakers are going to see where this goes with their big 3.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. How do they say no to that? Russell Westbrook is the worst player in the NBA right now, or one of them, with a crazy contract. You're gonna say no to that?
The only way I could justify it, you wait a little bit longer and see if there's a better offer during the course of the season, because I think Westbrook has, the monster number that's an expiring contract, which will have more value. Can you get a better return than Miles Turner, who is going into a contract season, and Buddy Hield for that crazy, stupid number, that John Wall-esque number that Russell Westbrook is making? Because the Lakers are not making any run with that same team that is returning. And then how about the Dennis Rodman movie? Jonathan Majors was in talks to play Dennis Rodman. 48 Hours in Vegas, which is kind of following up on The Last Dance when Rodman said he needed a break from the team. Carmen Electra, MJ knocking on the door, dragging him out of the room, Carmen hiding in the closet. That'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, it would. Anything that has Carmen Electra or a lookalike sounds good to me.
She's just hot.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, just straight up. Some girls are cute. Some girls are beautiful. Carmen Electra was just hot.
Yeah, I'm going to go look her up again. See what she looks like now.
Okay.
Today. But, by the way, I can't imagine it's her real name.
Good observation.
Oh, look, it's not.
What is it? What is it, Betty?
No, it's
Martha?
Tara Patrick.
Tara Patrick. Okay.
That doesn't even sound like Carmen Electra.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. The Cowboys are making another quarterback move. They have a very important player out for the season. You may not think so. And the Dak Prescott update, plus the entire world reacting to what Jerry Jones told us yesterday right here on this show. Inside the Star, Hump Day edition with Sean and RJ next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, and shout out to the 6 a.m. club during the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, where we take you inside the star. This is your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Calvin Watkins with the Dak Prescott update with the doctor's appointment. Fracture still healing. The plate and screws give it a chance for quicker return. Strength is not good enough yet to play, according to a source. And yesterday, Jerry Jones getting us on TV yet again when he confirmed that Dak still cannot grip the football, and the internet and different websites were reacting to him also answering the question. You asked him, is there any streak that Cooper Rush could go on here to keep Dak sidelined, like Romo stayed sidelined during Dak's rookie year? And Jerry said no. There can be no streak. Cooper Rush can't do anything to win this job and keep Dak on the bench when healthy, but he will not be playing as we expected and said against the Rams on Sunday.
Yeah, and it was good to hear him come out and say, emphatically that no, there is nothing he could do.
Yep.
Because I don't want, and none of us I don't think really want, I shouldn't say none of us, a lot of people do. Yeah. I don't want a controversy.
Jerry got
one for the show.
Jerry got what he wanted. He got what he wanted out of this. He won in all the scenarios. He doesn't need to keep the controversy going. He started it to have us all go towards the Cowboy mousetrap. We all sought out the cheese. We took a little bite, and the Cowboys won along the way. You don't need to keep up this little QB fake charade, and just make sure everyone knows, including number 4, he is your guy.
Yeah, Dak wants to hear it. He wants to hear that he's the guy. And, if he's not, then he wants to hear that as well. He wants to know. You want to know where you stand. People more often than not want to know where they stand. And this was good for Jerry to come out and say that.
Cowboys signing Will Grier from the practice squad to the 53, according to Michael Gelkin. So he will be the number 2 quarterback behind Cooper Rush this weekend.
And great. Now we know exactly. Well, we know now that this means that we knew this was going to be that Dak wasn't going to play the moment he couldn't grip the football. And he wasn't also going to be the backup. He'll never be a healthy backup in this situation.
Other reactions yesterday to Dak and Jerry that you saw online?
There were quite a bit of people saying that, Jerry needs to, basically, he's making a mistake by bringing Dak back. And the fact that these Cowboy fans are coming out here and posting on social media, and I don't really believe these are Cowboy fans. Some of them had that star on their avatar, but, Jerry coming out and saying that he's not going to bring him back, and these fans saying, well, that's so stupid. First off, that's Jerry, because they're talking about the $40 million. One guy says, first off, that's Jerry's problem, not ours. Another guy said, you stick with the hot hand that's winning games for whatever reason. And then one guy said, are you telling me if you're playing blackjack and you're up big that you want to change dealers? BS. Well, it's not the same.
Why not? Why isn't it the same?
Because the one is a game of chance and luck. And the other is a game of, what was that? Talent and skill. Not that. Another guy, David. Maybe Dak could be a backup. Then you get some sensible ones. For the people in the back, you don't know football, if you think Dallas should stick with Cooper Rush over Dak Prescott.
And I agree.
I mean, Cooper's done his job. He's done a great job at it.
Yep.
But, it's time to go back.
Jake McQuaid is out for the season with a torn triceps. Who is that? That's the veteran deep snapper.
Uh-oh. Get LP a call.
Just keep that in mind. If there's any type of snap issue, they worked some out yesterday, possibly signing to the practice squad, but this is one of those things. I can't think of, an appliance in your home that you just take for granted. It just keeps on going. It never goes out. You never think about it, but when it does, it's a catastrophe and a problem when it comes to a field goal or an extra point attempt. So Jake McQuaid likely out for the season. And then bettors were rejoicing after taking down the sportsbooks for the first time this season, this past NFL weekend. It finally happened. And one of the games that people bet heavily on. Man, they looked at that Commanders line and went heavy on the Cowboys. Cowboys-Commanders was the second most bet game behind Bills-Ravens. Most bet teams, Cowboys -3. And they were just top 3 on all these boards. And people have some sharks bet heavy and cleaned up heavy after the win.
Yeah. I mean, look, the amount of people that are the betting market has blown up anyway. And then when you factor in the Cowboys are in the betting market, that blows up even more. Vegas took a bath on a couple of games in college football over the last couple of weeks. I think they've missed on a lot of lines this year, by the way, sidebar on that one. But then again, I lost them all, so what the hell do I know?
MGM saw more than 90% of the total money in the Cowboys game put on Dallas. Over 90% at MGM. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. People saw Vegas screw up this line. They're like, there's an opening here.
Yeah.
Washington is poorly coached.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz is awful. They can't protect him. Cowboys defense and defensive line. Cooper Rush playing well, and they hopped on Cowboys, favored by 3. And before last weekend, 64% of NFL games this year went under the total points.
64%.
Had gone under. We need to get into this. Where's the scoring gone? Average scoring per game through 3 weeks, the lowest since 2010. Why? What is happening? Where are the points going in the National Football League? Scoring through 3 weeks, lowest since 2010. And 64% of the money has hit on the under versus the over.
Well, the under is normally the bet. The under and the dog. That's who wins in football the most. For the reason is that the hype, teams get overhyped, that they will get over bet because of that. But that is a good question. Where are the points gone? Because they're down not just from this year, but basically from the previous 10 seasons. The points are down. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One of which, teams are passing with the same kind of frequency. However, defensive strategies have changed. And we saw this with Mahomes last year.
The old cover 2 shell.
More 2 deep safeties, and
you got to put together long drives, keep everything in front of you.
Right. So, cover 1 man has dropped to under 20%. Over the last 4 years, it was at about 27%. Multiple deep safeties have jumped up about 3%, and quarters coverages have skyrocketed, and they're up about 40% over the last 4 years. And that's part of the reason. They're blitzing at a much higher rate. They're blitzing on nearly 40% of all passing downs. A big jump from the previous 4 seasons of 27% on all passing downs. They're also playing no deep safeties at a slightly higher frequency. And then what they're doing with that is high risk, high reward, and the defenses have been rewarded so far. However, there is one major reason. Teams have lost, look at this, the highest rate of red zone fumbles over the first 4 weeks since 2011. And you want to find a way to score less? Chew up clock, get in the red zone, and then fumble it or turn it over. That's a major reason.
So there you go, Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back to Aaron Judge, 62 at 6:20 this morning in 10 minutes. Need you to answer the question, who is the true home run king after what happened in Arlington last night? But yesterday, the gossip stories came out. Divorce attorneys are being acquired by Giselle and Tom Brady. The attorneys, the lawyers, are now apparently getting involved.
Yeah, they are. Oh, boy, the bag of money that these divorce lawyers have just kind of fallen into.
Tom's going to take her?
I know, you might.
She got more money, right?
Could you imagine being a 7-time Super Bowl champ and your ex-wife has to pay you child support?
The greatest player of all time, whatever his Fox deal was, is it like
$375 million over 10 years?
And you're going to win out in the suit?
And you're going to get her to pay you child support? Like, I would seriously hope that, like, they're like, yeah, we don't need child support here. Now, I don't know what kind of rules there are. I think there are rules. But, like, it's this is going to be one of the most talked about and dissected breakups we've ever seen in terms of a divorce settlement.
105throughthefan.com has it all up. Brady's net worth, an estimated $250 million. They own at least 3 properties in the U.S. valued at $25.7. They would want to share joint custody of their 2 children. And I guess Tom has to answer the question, was it all worth it? Was it all worth it for you to go back and play this final season?
Yep.
And some people are pointing out, this means Brady is not going to play longer.
Yeah.
This will not be his final year.
Yep.
If they end up splitting and he doesn't have that weight, dragging him down every offseason of, don't go back and play football.
Yeah, and I wonder, did one of them, who said it first? Did she say, look, if you're playing again, I want to add one out? Or was he sick and tired of her saying, that she didn't want him to play anymore, that he was like, all right, look, I'm just done. I wonder that. I think this is obviously a juicy story. And for most normal people, this is a very stressful time. And I have a feeling that this is bad news for us.
How so?
I have a feeling that this is going to the last person that you want to be motivated and angry at the world is Tom Brady.
Oh, you thinking like a little Brady revenge tour?
Yeah, this is a Brady. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm officially color me petrified.
That he's going to go on a run.
Yep, color me petrified.
Because most people at their job and work, your performance would drop. You're depressed. You're upset. You're distracted.
Definitely distracted.
Some of these psycho competitors lock in.
You have to be. Look, there's. I have a unique ability to compartmentalize. I'm also a sociopath, so I have that, right? But like Tom is that to the nth degree, and he has this very, very, very unique ability to focus and laser focus on one thing. And that is, in this case, football.
So before this divorce attorney news came out, Drew Brees did an interview with the Dan Patrick Show, and Dan was asking him about the broadcasting schedule. And Brees was kind of warning Tom that, look, retiring to do broadcasting, right? Because we talk about this with Romo all the time and Aikman. They got the perfect life. What is their schedule during the course of the week? You have much more family time, right? Well, Drew Brees said, last year I went the media route. I felt like I learned a lot, but the reason I didn't do it this year, it was taking away all my weekends. If you're going to do it right, you got to spend the same amount of preparation in preparing to broadcast the game to do a 3-hour production as you would to play a game. It's definitely a commitment. It takes more time than you think. So he was kind of saying to Tom, it's not going to be ho-hum family life. Mm-hmm. If you want to do it right, you got to put in a ton of work for broadcasting as well.
Yeah,
so that was Drew Brees last week.
Yeah, you don't just walk into it and do it. And Tom, I don't think would either.
Right.
These guys, hyper-competitive football players, guys, they're not going to go out there and just mail it in. That's not their nature. Their nature isn't to mail thing in. They're going to do something. They're going to do it right. So he would be giving up time home anyway.
History made in our backyard last night and on this radio station. Who is your home run king after Aaron Judge hit 62? 877-881-1053. TruckWreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Who is the home run king in Major League Baseball after last night in Arlington? Next.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. That roof of your house, how old is it? Do you know how old it is?
Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Swung on. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 62 to set the new American League record. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd. Just think of it. 3 Yankee right fielders. The Babe hitting 60 and 27. The Jolly Roger hitting 61 and 61. And now Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run. This is Judgment Day. Case closed.
John Sterling with the call. We played Eric Nadell's to open up the show. This is Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball as number 62 was hit in the second game of the doubleheader last night. Went row one, excuse me, row one in left field by Corey Yeomans, who was wearing a Rangers hat. He is the VP of an investment firm that manages about $200 billion in money worldwide, says he doesn't know what he's going to do with the ball. And now we await history to see how people judge it.
Yes, very nice. I got to tell you, I don't want a guy managing my money who doesn't sell that ball immediately. It's a bad financial decision. It's a bad financial decision.
What if he's a diehard sports fan?
It's a bad financial decision. That's
Loyalty. He's showing loyalty to the Rangers or to the spirit of the game. You want that type of person in charge of your finances.
I don't want anybody in charge of my finances with any kind of integrity money-wise. I want them to be shrewd liars and businessmen and just take the cash, baby. That's what I would do.
All right.
Take that money.
So that breaks the American League record. Is that the new Major League record based upon all the steroid use and the accusations? So this is the 7th most in a season on paper. 7th most home runs in a season, but all the guys above him are Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa. So how are y'all looking at it? The new or the past? Who's the home run king? 877-881-1053. I'm going to go with Aaron Judge. I'm going to say Aaron Judge is
the new one,
the new home run king.
Look, I can't argue with a couple of things. I can't argue with the fact that 7 other times somebody has hit more home runs. I can't get that out of my head. I can't argue that the other 7 times they were likely aided by performance-enhancing drugs. And I've always been tired of this argument that baseball, it was not illegal when they did it. That's not really true. Steroids and PEDs were always illegal. They just weren't allowed to test for them because of the players' union. So I don't.
But then how are they? They were illegal from whose standpoint?
Baseball said you couldn't use them, but they also couldn't test you for them. It was like, imagine if there's a speed limit, but cops aren't allowed to use radar. There's still a speed limit.
Right.
You're still breaking the law. They just have no way of catching you. So I never cared for the argument that baseball allowed it because it was legal then, but it wasn't legal. They just didn't test. So it's like, is it legal to use drugs, like drugs in sports? Well, maybe in some sports it is now. But did they always test for it? Has baseball ever tested for marijuana? So I can't get that out of my head either. I can't get out of my head that 7 guys have done it, but they were also 7 guys who were aided by performance. And I'll say one more thing.
But you apply that to everything. So like back when I covered NASCAR,
wow,
like 12, 13 years ago, and they still do it today, crew chiefs cheat with engines.
Yeah.
And messing with the dimensions, however you cheat.
Restrictor plates and all that stuff.
All that stuff. But you would say, well, I saw Jeff Gordon or I saw Jimmy Johnson's car cross the finish line first. at some point you do have to take into account the cheating.
Yes, I think you do.
You know?
I think you do.
I know you always use the Fab Five argument. I agree to a certain extent. But at some point in time, I think you have to you have to punish and judge when you know that cheating is taking place, even though you saw the feat accomplished when somebody was doing something illegal.
So that plays into it. And another thing is, you know, if you...
It's like our ratings, right? Our radio rating system and TV is screwed up. It's the worst thing about my entire career and profession, the way that the radio ratings are monitored. If we found out that someone else had cheated the system, found out a way to cheat the system, and they were always like number one, does that mean that they were a better radio show than us? We wouldn't feel that way.
No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't feel that way.
So that's how I counter your argument too. Well, I saw Bonds and McGuire and Sosa do it.
Yeah, and I'll counter my own argument, which I like to do a lot. The Hall of Fame voters have already told us what the real record is. They told us it's Aaron Judge.
Right.
If the other guys had the record, they'd be in the Hall of Fame. Like, I assume, I don't know this, I assume Aaron Judge made the Hall of Fame last night. I don't know that it matters what he does the rest of his career. If they haven't put those other three guys in the Hall of Fame, Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa, because they cheated, then they view this as the home run record, and that would put him in the Hall.
Well, that shouldn't get you in the Hall of Fame that you own the record.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, if Cooper Rush sets the record this year for most touchdown passes thrown in a season, I don't believe that makes him a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that may not.
I mean, Aaron Judge is a stud.
Yeah, it's, you know, he's been one of the better players in the game.
Is Roger Maris in the Hall of Fame? That makes my entire point.
I don't know that he is.
I don't think he is. He's in the North Dakota American Legion Baseball Hall of Fame.
Well, there you go.
That's amazing.
But if Roger Maris is not in the Hall of Fame, then that makes my
he's not.
That makes my argument.
He's not.
There you go.
That's okay.
Case closed.
Case closed.
The judge is in.
Case closed.
But you are right. The Hall of Fame has not. But you don't have to go by the Hall of Fame's ruling if you think they're stupid and you disagree with it.
No, I don't have. But there's like 500 voters. Like that's 500 of the of pure.
But you may think they're the
voters.
Sanctimonious.
They are
holier
sanctimonious
than thou.
Yeah, but hey, look, they're helping my argument out now. So let me use them. Long story. I can't get 73 out of my head.
Okay.
It happened.
So for you, it's Bonds.
It's Bonds.
Peyton, Bonds, or Judge?
Look, until Major League Baseball takes away the Astros World Series title in 2017, then I'm going to stick with Bonds as my record holder.
Oh.
So that's my statement. Major
Okay.
League Baseball, do your thing, and then we'll make it, Judge.
So, well, they have done their thing in keeping Bonds out. They have said you're not. Well, they have and they haven't. The Hall of Fame has made their statement, but Major League Baseball technically still recognizes Barry Bonds as the guy.
Right, and that's, you know, baseball's done that.
So do you want to side with Major League Baseball's ruling or the Hall of Fame's ruling? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
And it's
Bonds or Judge.
Okay, here we go. I don't know how you can't judge Bonds, Judge, McGuire as cheaters. I don't know how you can't judge Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa as cheaters. The record stood for 30 years. Then we're supposed to believe they all broke it in a 3-year stretch.
And they didn't just break it.
They shattered it.
They shattered it. Like the number is so stupid, you know? Like if Judge, I always said this about Ken Griffey Jr., it's better that Griffey broke down and like his career kind of went away with age versus doing stupid things
at 38.
At 38 years old, because that, in my mind, says, okay, you weren't a juicer. You didn't cheat. Although I'm sure steroids can also break down your body versus, build up with the HGH and all that stuff. But this is great for Judge, in my opinion, that he breaks this, by 1 versus by 9 or 11. Like this, look at it, 72, 73,
I know.
68. I mean, it's just too odd. I mean, you know what I mean? It's too much of an anomaly.
You're right. It is a massive anomaly.
It's like the Pimple Popper show.
Mm-hmm.
When those damn ads come on TV, it's not just a little whitehead underneath your nose. It's a freaking. It's an
giant
asteroid
blackhead,
coming off of your dome, and it's like And that's how like 68 looks compared to, or 70 looks compared to 61 for 30 years.
Yep. People coming in. Brady cheated. Do we think he's the GOAT? Does he belong in the Hall of Fame? Why do you guys not think Judge is juicing?
Well, I'm just going to assume. I was listening to Bassick talk about the testing the other day and how much more difficult it would be that they're tested all the time. Tatis got popped. So I'm going to assume that people don't cheat and juice until they get found out.
Yeah. Peyton Manning did HGH, or his record's invalid. I'll counter.
Would you like to respond to that?
It was Ashley Manning that did the HGH. Okay. That's what the box said. Hank Aaron's the home run king. Let's see. You still have to make contact with a 95-mile-an-hour pitch, so the PEDs don't matter.
Okay.
Voters are pretentious writers that couldn't swing a bat or connect with a ball. They took away Lance Armstrong's victories. He still crossed the finish line first. Yeah, he did. He did, but I still saw it. Like, I can't.
Yeah, but what you saw was fake. What you saw was fiction.
In his case, they were all cheating. In cycling,
but you could say
more.
But you could say it for baseball too. How many guys that Bonds and Sosa, right? Barry said, well, he never really admitted to it, but there was a jealousy there that McGwire was getting all the attention. There's a lot of people who think that's what drove him to start using, because McGwire was being praised for all this power.
Yeah. I mean, look, a lot of guys were doing PEDs when Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire played, and Sammy Sosa and Jose Canseco. A lot of guys were. It helps. It helped everybody play better. So it did kind of, in a way, level the playing field. You know, I still kind of side with 73. I want this to be the record. I think this was a much more genuine chase than those, because we all knew the dirty underbelly, but
we did. I wasn't thinking about it during the chase.
Not during. Oh, I do remember the Andro. It was probably like August. The Andro, Steen, Dione, whatever, with McGwire. I don't remember much of Barry, but look, we were looking at oh my God, really? Look at the size of this cat.
Yeah.
Judge is big. He's just big. He's 6'7", 280.
Right.
He's a football player. Did you see him with Micah? The photo with Micah yesterday?
No.
I mean, he dwarfs Micah Parsons. It's like Micah's one of the most fierce football guys in the world, and Judge has got him by 4 inches and 40 pounds. Like, this is not like, he doesn't even have to make solid contact for it to go out. Like, I bet you last night he hit that ball at the end of the bat, and it barely carried over. And people are bringing up on the text line, the players are juiced, now the balls are juiced. What's the difference? And there's some fairness to that. I saw an article the other day that if Judge played if he used this year with his exit velocity and all that stuff, if he used the baseball from 2019, he would have almost 80 home runs this year. So this year they're using a dead ball compared to what they did in 2019.
So where do we stand with it?
It's I would say it's 80% Bonds on the
really?
80%.
877-881-1053. Jared Sandler was there. He was on the broadcast last night. He will join us at 7:20 to set the scene, and we'll get you the update on the guy who caught the ball in Arlington and what he plans to do with it. But all the experts, all the insiders in the NBA think Luka Doncic is winning the MVP. Mavs preseason basketball gets started tonight. Let's talk about the MVP love for Luka next. But first, let me get you on over to Trajan Wealth, and let me talk to you about my love. Anyone recognize this theme?
Yeah, it's obsolete.
Wiped out?
Wiped out.
The ESPN NBA theme has apparently been replaced. I like this. This is really good. Or are we just used to it?
I think we're used to it. I'll tell you that the original ESPN one sucked with the horn. It sounded like
I think that's the Vikings.
No, I know,
stadium.
but it sounded like a steam engine, like a train steam engine horn.
Okay.
It was awful.
All right, so this was the one they've been using. Very good. Yesterday, the internet reacted to the new one that they are going to unveil this season. I can see the conductor. I can see the stick.
Yeah.
The little baton.
You know what I see when I see that conductor? Somebody about to be unemployed. This is awful. This is awful. Sounds like you're about to watch a... What's that?
They want more beat with it. The NBA puts more beats in their songs and stuff. I think that's what they're going for here.
This sounds like I'm about to watch a divorce court or something like that.
I don't know if I don't think it's awful. You think it's horrible? Restart it, Peyton. Let's hear it. I can see the overhead shot. Double AC. Mavs, Thunder. What'd you say?
Mike Breen's voice.
Mike Breen's voice. Yep. That's right. It's not as good as the last one, the original.
No, the original. This one's way better. This one is, as Charles would say, terrible. It's terrible. I don't know. I don't get it.
They have new graphics as well. All right,
yeah.
So there's going to be different colors and different graphics and everything for the ESPN NBA presentation. Mavs Thunder tonight at 7 o'clock. I don't know whether it's on ESPN. I would doubt it.
So, remember when they came out with the vaccines?
Yes, I do. We going political here, Bassick?
Yes, we are. And they put the ESPN NBA theme as they were wheeling the vaccine in. They put it behind the vaccine.
No.
All right, here we go.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll play this for you.
Where did they wheel in the vaccine?
And they were wheeling the vaccine in. like they were walking through the tunnel. So
there's actually a doctor.
Yeah, the doctor's wheeling the
Is
vaccine in.
Is that a joke?
No, they somebody on Twitter did it when they were wheeling the vaccine in, right? And it was great.
Yeah.
And that theme song was that was pretty cool. They're not wheeling the vaccine ins on this song.
Man, this really sounds like, you can hear the horns. You can hear the horn section.
Yeah.
They really went strong with it. So that is the new ESPN NBA music.
Let's see. This is awful. This sounds like something a marching band would do. This does sound like a court show theme song. Sounds like adult fume music. It sounds like a Rocky workout montage. What a dog turd of a song.
Oh, man.
This sounds like some high school band teacher came up with it.
Okay.
Sounds a little bit like the Big Three basketball league.
Oh,
sounds like an old school cop show.
Dang.
It sounds like a halftime show for a high school.
All right.
I like the new one. Old people stop being nostalgic. This S is garbage. This is absolutely divorce court music. Got to stay fresh. I like the new one. Old people and choppy just like to hate because of nostalgia. Okay.
All right, let's get to the annual NBA General Manager Survey. Now, this has taken place for 21 years. It's from NBA.com. This is the first time in 21 years that the Milwaukee Bucks are the favorites to win the championship. Last year, the GMs, Vegas, all of us got it wrong. The favorite was the Nets. It was supposed to be Nets-Lakers in the finals.
Wow.
The third time in the last 13 years that no team has received at least 50% of the GM vote, though. Warriors, Clippers, Celtics got multiple votes. The Eastern Conference appears to be stronger than it's been in the last 20 years. GMs see more parity in the West, where 9 different teams got votes to finish in the top 4. So the Bucks got 72% of the GM vote to win the East. Warriors and Clippers tied atop the West. Man, the Clippers are getting a ton of love. Of love with those injury questions that I can hear Kevin Hagelin whining about. All right, let's get to the MVP. It's Luka. Luka and Giannis are the league's biggest cornerstones. They're the only two players to get votes for the player that GMs would start a franchise with. So Luka Doncic is getting all the love. Now, some of this is Jokic not winning this thing 3 years in a row, right? You got to bet the odds on that. So Luka got 48% of the vote from general managers that he will win the MVP. 48%. Giannis got 34% of the vote. And there's people who think that Luka is going to have to do even more with Jalen Brunson gone. And I thought that the Mavs would have addressed this by now. The point guard situation. Who is going to handle the ball? Who's going to give Luka a little bit of a break?
Luka. Luka's the ball handler, right?
Good Lord.
He's the guy. I think he's the guy.
Like, this had Bassick beside himself months ago, and I was like, relax. They're not going to go into this season with the current situation. They're going to add a replacement, someone to run the offense. It can't be Dinwiddie. And Dinwiddie's not a real point guard, but it looks like that's what they're going to go with.
Yeah.
So it's Luka, Giannis, and then it drops down to Joel Embiid for third to win the MVP. Last year's favorite was Kevin Durant. That did not happen. If you were going to start a franchise today and sign any player, who would it be? 55% of the GM vote went to Giannis. 45% went to Luka. Last year, 43% went to Luka. Which player forces other coaches to make the most adjustments? Number one, by a mile, was Steph Curry. Which player is likely to have a breakout season? Evan Mobley in Cleveland. Who's the best point guard in the NBA? Steph, 72%. Luka, second, 14%. Chris Paul, third. Who's the best shooting guard? Devin Booker, 40. Here we go with positional flex. Who's the best shooting guard in the NBA? Devin Booker, 1. Luka, 2. So Luka's 2 on the shooting guard list, and he's 2 on the point guard list.
2 on the shooting guard list, 2 on the point guard. There you go.
Oh, guess what?
That's positional flex right there.
Oh, guess what? He's number 3 on the small forward list.
Oh.
Who's the best small forward in the NBA? Kevin Durant. Tatum is 2. Luka is 3 ahead of LeBron.
So he's basically LeBron, is what you're saying.
Yes. Because LeBron is second on the power forward list. Giannis got 86% of the vote. LeBron is second. Who's the best center in the NBA? Jokic got 79%. Embiid 17. How about that big of a difference between the Joker and Joel?
That's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, it's not surprising to see Luka high on all those because that's what he is. He's all of those.
Yeah.
He is a point guard. Who's going to play point guard with the Mavs? Luka is.
Yeah.
Luka played point guard now. He's the primary ball handler. LeBron is a point guard. I don't care what he says. Who brings the ball to the floor on a lot of possessions? It's LeBron. By default, that's what makes you the points guard.
What team made the best overall moves this offseason? The Cleveland Cavaliers. 41% as they add Donovan Mitchell. Then the T-Wolves and the 76ers. Utah is also tied with those other two. Which one? Last year it was the Miami Heat leading the way. Which one player acquisition will have the biggest impact? Donovan Mitchell, 1. Rudy Gobert, 2. Jalen Brunson, 3. Most underrated player acquisition. Malcolm Brogdon to the Celtics, number 1. PJ Tucker and John Wall tied for second. What team will be most improved? Clippers, 41%. Most surprising move of the offseason? Rudy Gobert to Minnesota by a mile. Who will win Rookie of the Year? Paolo Banchero in Orlando. It's a shame that Chet Holmgren, again, is out. Could have watched him play tonight. Young OKC trying to build some momentum and become exciting and at least a fun team to watch. That's what the Cavs were last year. It's like, whoa, the Cavs are fun to watch. Okay. And then they try to go get a finishing type piece in Donovan Mitchell. And I was looking forward to that being OKC. And then Chet Holmgren gets hurt. Who's the best defensive player in the NBA? Giannis, 1, Draymond, 2. Best perimeter defender, Marcus Smart, Celtics. Best interior, Rudy Gobert. Most versatile, Giannis. Best offensive team in the league, Boston by a landslide, 70%. Who's the best head coach in the NBA?
Eric Spoelstra.
Eric Spoelstra wins at 52%. And then Steve Kerr, second. Which head coach is the best manager or motivator of people? Steve Kerr, 1. Where's little J Kid Love on here? Where's little Jason Kidd Love? Which head coach makes the best in-game adjustments? Ty Lue. Who runs the best offense? Steve Kerr. Which head coach has the best defensive schemes? Spoelstra. And then we go to assistant coaches and all that. Which active player will make the best head coach someday? Chris Paul, 1. Then Garrett Temple and CJ McCollum. So
Garrett Temple.
These are the general managers around the NBA voting. Most fun team to watch? Warriors 1, Grizzlies 2. Best home court? Toronto 1, Boston and Denver right there. Which team's level of success this year toughest to predict? Boston Celtics, number 1. Ime Udoka with the controversy. Most promising young core, Cleveland Cavaliers, and then Memphis. Most athletic player, Ja Morant. And then Giannis. Best pure shooter, Steph, 91%.
Who voted for anybody else?
Clay got 5% and Durant got 3%.
All right.
So there you go. The GM survey as we get ready for Mavs preseason action tonight.
I really don't understand how anybody but Steph could be the best pure shooter.
Let's get you caught up with Dak's medical update, the doctor's appointment to determine when he comes back, and Aaron Judge does it in Arlington. Headlines on a hump day with Sean and RJ next.
MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Judge hitting .310 after the one hit in game one. High fly ball, deep left. There it goes, soaring into history. He's done it. He has done it. 62. Aaron Judge is the American League single-season home run leader. The AL King. Case closed.
Michael K with the call on the Yes Network. So how are you ranking them so far? K, Sterling,
Nadell easy. And that's you don't usually give it to the road guy, but I thought he captured the moment very well. The Sterling one, he's just lost his fastball. Like, you could tell that he didn't know it was gone off the bat, and maybe that's because he didn't know the building very well. And then the K one, I know Michael.
Well,
I know, right? I feel really bad for him. Somebody messed up his sound. If you listen to that, the crowd drowned out his call. Whereas on Nadell's and Sterling's, it did not.
Hit it, Peyton.
Judge hitting .310 after the one hit in game one. High fly ball, deep left. There it goes, soaring into history. He's done it. He has done it. 62. Aaron Judge is the American League single-season home run leader. The AL King. Case closed.
So compare that to like the Nadell call, where the crowd noise was appropriately balanced underneath, and I feel bad for Michael. I mean, that's a call that you put on your tombstone.
Yeah,
and it kind of.
I don't know if
it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't that
bad.
But
it didn't sound nearly as crisp. This is nerdy kind of radio stuff. It didn't sound as crisp as like the Nadell or even the Sterling one.
So who caught it? A man by the name of Corey Yeomans. First row, left field. Looks like he kind of out-muscled a Tolo that I was interacting with last night. Moved over about 2 or 3 seats. Caught it with his glove, wearing a Texas Ranger hat. Joe Trahan, WFAA, was walking side by side with Yeomans as he was walking with security. And Joe asked, "What are you going to do with the ball?"
What are you going to do with the ball, Corey? Good question. I haven't thought about it. You going to keep it or you going to give it back to Aaron? Hey, get his phone number so we can
Apparently, phone numbers, addresses were being released on the internet. A young lady that Mike Fisher works with named Brady from Cowboys SI tweeted, "That's my husband." And this guy is the VP of Fisher Investments, which manages about $200 billion worth of money worldwide. So he says he doesn't know what he's going to do with the ball. A fan next to him makes the leap and jumps out of his seat over the wall.
Yeah.
I first thought he was drunk or he's, cross-eyed. His distance, his vision is just impaired or he's way off. No, it was strategic.
The strategy was, if somebody dropped the ball, and think about it. These baseballs are flying at you at, 100 miles an hour, or by the time they get there, the velocity drops, it's whatever. But still, these are not everybody out there is a baseball player that can make a catch. And the likelihood is that somebody was going to drop it. And if it was in the front row, it was going to drop down into that well. So this fan jumped off the railing and jumped down. Very, very smart. Now, the issue is that when he did that, 2 things. 1, he could get hurt. 2, he probably wouldn't have been the only one to jump down there if the ball dropped. Somebody would have jumped on top of him.
Right. Because he's going to get in trouble. This was Basic's point. That's trespassing.
Oh, yeah.
So if you trespass and get the ball, can they take it from you? I wonder how that works legally.
Well, RJ, you said, I think last week, you said, safest place is to get the ball, jump on the field. But, I mean, if they take it away from you,
I think if you had the ball beforehand, they wouldn't take it away from you. You could just say, "Hey, safety. I'm getting safety." But yeah, maybe that is true. Right.
If I trespass on your property, I don't know. Can I pick up something that flew over the fence? I go onto your property to get it, or do I have to wait for you? I don't know how that works. I have no clue. Roger Maris Jr. By the way, Micah Parsons got his tickets signed by Aaron Judge. That stub could end up being worth something. Micah, Dak, and Gallup all wearing sweet Rangers jackets in attendance.
So remember back in the 90s, they had these old school satin jackets. The satin jackets, waist length with the buttons. Well, the Rangers gave these three guys jackets that had the RAN and then was in the old school script. And then the GERS was in the classic sort of Western font that the Rangers are known for. That was a very cool looking jacket.
So Roger Maris Jr., he's been on this tirade and crusade to eliminate Bonds and McGuire and Sosa, saying that they're cheaters. Here's what Maris Jr. tweeted 6 hours ago. Aaron Judge is the new clean home run king. All the young kids who watch Judge set the single season record for home runs, you finally have someone to revere. No more trying to explain how someone could possibly hit 73. So he says Aaron Judge is the new home run king. I agree with that. Choppy and about 75% of the Tolos say no, it is still Barry Bonds. Did this resonate with your kids and their Little League teams at all following this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of them went to the game on Tuesday. On Monday. There's a couple that are going to go tonight. They look, they're baseball fans. They play the select baseball, so they watch a lot. They follow a lot. They don't watch games necessarily. They sit there and watch the quick pitch or the MLB app. But yeah, this definitely resonated with them, which I was happy to see. Baseball needs a player that others, and I thought this was huge last night. I don't remember other sports stars showing up for baseball players very often. And I think a lot of that has to do with Aaron is a larger than life size person. He's an athlete. I think he has the respect of other players in other sports. And I think that's big. Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott, they are not small fish. They are nationally, or at least Dak is globally known. Micah's nationally known. So for them to show up on their off day to this shows the how big the event was, but I think it also shows that Aaron Judge is I would say he's not a transcendent star, but he's kind of the best thing baseball has outside of Shohei, who globally clearly is the number one.
Let's hear from the big man himself after 62 in Arlington.
I never tried to focus on the number, never tried to focus on going out there and doing it. Just go out there and play my game, and if I'm good enough and God willing, it'll happen. So I think just having that type of faith, I think, kind of helped me out through this whole process.
He known to be a good dude?
I've not heard anything bad. He's known to be a really good dude. And I think that he's a really good guy for the sport. He doesn't have the other problem is his personality is not, he's not Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper's got, he's like that really outgoing, flashy guy. He's not Tatis. He's much more quiet, but I think he's a really good guy.
Is he going to play today? We'll ask Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, in 10 minutes. After Aaron Judge played in 55 straight games, he got pulled from the game last night, but we got a possible pursuit of the Triple Crown as well. So we'll talk to Sandman coming up at 7:20 this morning on your home for Rangers baseball. Your Cowboys update. Jerry Jones yesterday telling us that Dak Prescott still could not grip a football. Calvin Watkins has the medical update after Dak had his hand checked out. Here's what Calvin tweeted. Fracture still healing. The plate and screws give it a chance for quicker return. Strength is not good enough yet to play, according to a source. So the Cowboys signed Will Grier from the practice squad. So Michael Gelkin reports it'll be Cooper Rush 1, obviously, Will Grier 2 for the Rams on Sunday, and their veteran snapper Jake McQuaid likely out for the season with a torn triceps injury.
Yeah, that stinks, and then they got to bring LP back, man.
Ladisaur.
Let's see what he's doing. Truckrack.com text line. I hope this is a joke. You didn't see Cooper there. He was watching film and getting ready to beat the Rams. You guys are so cool and funny.
That was good.
You guys are so funny.
That was good. So there is your Cowboy update. We'll have the playmaker, Michael Irvin, on at 8:40 this morning. Tua meeting with the NFL?
Yeah. So he met with the NFL, and the NFL hopes to have this wrapped up by the end of the week, their investigation. He met with both the NFL and the NFLPA. The league, like I said, they're going to make the results. They do. Oh, by the way, they said they're going to make the results public, which fantastic move. I think they had to do that. They can't try to hide this. Be open about it.
There's going to be nothing to hide. Tua is going to be the best witness the NFL could have ever dreamed of.
That was fine. That's what I was going to say. That was fine.
Yeah, nothing wrong.
Yep.
He's going to protect Mike McDaniel. He's going to protect the Dolphins. And he was apparently irritated on the sidelines during the Bills game that they were trying to tell him, you may have another issue. This could be cake for the National Football League.
I agree.
In terms of Tua's testimony, he's going to be a perfect witness.
Yeah,
I mean, script what he's going to say better for the league.
Yep, I totally agree.
Kidding me?
Do you put any... All right, let me ask you this. What onus is it on Mike McDaniel in that game to say, I know you cleared him, but he was wobbly, I'm not going to put him back out there? Or do you just say, the doctor cleared him, what do you want me to say?
All right, you be the team doctor.
Okay.
All right, this is halftime of the Bills game. Hey, man, what's going on with Tua?
It's not a concussion. He's got a back, a little bit of a neck.
Okay.
But it's not a head injury.
Is he okay to go back in? Why did he fall to the ground and hold his head, though?
He said he stumbled, his back, kind of tightened up on him, and he stumbled down there.
But you're sure it's not a concussion?
Yes, we did all the tests. We did all the tests that we're required to do, and that's the key, right?
Right.
We did all the tests we're required to do, and he showed no signs of traumatic head injury.
You think he can play?
I think he can play.
Then I have a hard time killing Mike McDaniel. If he looked at Tua, talked to Tua, saw that Tua was fine at halftime, at some point in time, you have to rely on the doctors, right? That's why they're there for. That's like you sitting there in the hospital kind of overruling the physician or the physician's assistant.
Right, absolutely.
And I don't want to believe my guy Mike is capable of this.
I don't either.
I can't believe it.
No, I don't either. And I'll tell you this, though. I will say this. My kid, he plays middle school football.
Well,
if I saw him go to the ground, get up, put his hands on his head like Tua did, start walking, and then stumble and fall, and the coach put him back in the game, I would have a conversation.
Sue?
I'd be like, okay, man, Now he's not in the NFL.
Yeah.
So there's a difference. There's a difference in the NFL.
Right.
And you have adults.
Sure.
And you got to give personal. Tua should have. I don't want to say Tua should have some say, but you believe adults when they tell you what they're feeling. But yeah, if that was my kid, it was reversed. That he was in middle school and he stumbles off the field, and then you put him back in the game a handful of minutes later. You're
going to think that head coach is committing malpractice.
Yeah, whether or not a doctor said something to him or not, I'm going to be like, okay, well, wait a second. What did I just watch?
What was the environment like inside the Globe last night in Arlington? What was it like watching Nadell on the call? So Sandler set up a cell phone to record Nadell. I just think it was fascinating from a broadcasting perspective. RJ thinks it was the best call of all the ones of 62. How crazy was it? And is Aaron Judge going to play today? Rangers insider Jared Sandler joins us to discuss history next.
But let's get you
broken the American League home run record. The Yankees are pouring out of the dugout to greet him at home plate. Globe Life Field is on its feet. The wait is over. 62 home runs for Aaron James Judge.
That was the call from the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. This is Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball. Our insider Jared Sandler is joining us now on the Diamond Factory hotline. I'm going to start off with a nerdy baseball / broadcasting question. Really, it's a nerdy broadcasting question, but you filmed Nadel on the call. He is, of course, the voice for so many years, driving around in their cars or listening at home. What did you notice about him during that moment? What are you looking to pick up on, or something you can mimic or copy, or something that just can't be replicated when Eric Nadel is making a call like that?
Well, I didn't film him for that reason, but I guess he was so calm. You watch the video, for such a big moment, he was so composed. The one thing that might stand out is, Eric, because of how close the home run was to, the wall, wasn't a no-doubter. He went to the monitor to make sure that he had as clear of a view as possible as, to whether Bubba Thompson, would have, if he attempted to jump up and try and take it away, if he would have been successful or not. Because obviously from, any view behind home plate, looking out to the outfield, it's not as easy to see as, up close on the monitor. So that's the only thing. But, even in doing that, his call as he transitioned his eyes from the field to the monitor, you would have no idea. So it's almost like he's called a big moment before. But he nailed it. And there's so much going on. I actually haven't heard Michael Kay's call or John Sterling's call on the Yankees side, but I thought Dave, on the TV side, did a great job. And of course, as you'd expect, Eric on the radio side, I just thought he nailed it with the way he let it breathe, and the energy, and just some of the information he did provide after the fact. It was I thought an outstanding call.
Does he have rules for that moment? I know you want to let it breathe. The thing that threw me off in watching it is it looks like, I'm like, is he lost here? Is he searching for something? But then when he delivers his next line or two, it sounds smooth, and that's the way it should sound. But in watching him, I'm like, I'm looking to see how intense he is. Is he nervous? Is he composed? Is he calm? Just nerdy broadcasting stuff.
I thought his excitement of the moment, because he's a baseball guy, when he jerked his head to the monitor, I was like, oh man, he is into this. That is cool. And it's got to be really cool as a broadcaster, just to do anything that has any form of history.
Does he script anything?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think, one of Eric's got a lot of things that are kind of his, right? And one of the things is he loves to mention or identify a player by his full name. So, I don't have a middle name, but, Ralph James Choppy, right?
What's mine?
And, man, I actually did know at one point your middle name, but I can't. What is it? I don't know.
Thought we were boys, man. Thought we were friends.
Yeah,
SOS,
sorry.
baby. SOS.
So, I think he was obviously aware. I think it was Aaron Michael Judge. Is that what it was? Aaron Judge's middle name. But no, he doesn't script anything. And, he did drop that ball is history. And he doesn't do that for visiting home runs, or non-Rangers home runs, I should say. But
Peyton, what's his middle name?
James.
Yeah, give Jared that little correction right there.
It's James.
Aaron James. There you go. So, I think he had that prepared, and he did at some point in the call identify Aaron Judge's height and weight. I think certainly his height, because that's a big part of what stands out about Aaron Judge. So he was prepared with that, but I don't think he had anything scripted. And you asked about rules. I mean, I think as a broadcaster, at some point in a big moment like that, you gotta let the crowd help you tell the story, and that means you shut up and you let them let them do their thing. And when the crowd was as energetic and raucous as they were last night, that's a necessity, and he did a great job of doing just that.
So I was there on Monday. I'll be there today, and I thought it was a very weird game to go to because it was literally everybody got up for his at bat, and then when it wasn't, it was just another day, right? Not even that. It was a very odd thing to see. How was the crowd, and what was the atmosphere like in the ensuing innings even after he got taken out?
I think after he was taken out, it was what you'd expect from a really big crowd, a sellout crowd, in a game in which neither team was really playing for anything, right? The Yankees aren't playing for anything. The Rangers aren't playing for anything. The Yankees, will be playing for something here in the next few days, but I guess it was helped by the fact it was a close game, and so people who are there were like, "Oh, if we're going to be there, we might as well root for our team." And so when Leody Taveras hit the home run, even though there are a ton of Yankees fans there, the place got pretty loud. But the one thing that stood out to me about the crowd, RJ, and I don't know if you noticed it on Monday, in a typical game when a pitch is delivered, you have some people who are focused, but a lot of people, they're on their phone, they're talking, they're carrying on a conversation. The game is unfolding in the background of whatever they are doing.
Yeah.
But on Monday and yesterday, as the pitcher, whomever it was about to deliver the pitch, the place got as quiet as I've ever heard a baseball game get in the middle of a game because, a lot of people were filming. But everyone was paying attention, right? No one was missing a pitch when Aaron Judge was batting, and it was kind of disarming a little bit. You don't ever hear a crowd that quiet. I mean, I don't mean this as a shot, but you can go to a Tampa Bay Rays game, or heck, we had that doubleheader in Miami earlier this year, and in that first game there weren't 500 people in the ballpark, and it wasn't that quiet for a given pitch. It was just everyone was so locked in, and that's one of the things that stood out to all of us.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, in the house for number 62. Did you follow along or care about who caught it? Were you tracking this guy, getting updates on it, trying to figure out what he's going to do with the baseball? How much of that were you following within the game?
Well, I was curious. I actually had a couple friends who were out in that area, and so I was kind of curious if one of them got it. One of my buddies, a big Rangers fan, was basically that spot but one section over. So I wasn't sure, and he's kind of like a taller guy, so he would have a pretty good chance at swooping in and making a play. But no, I mean, I saw on Twitter that the guy's married to. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name right, but Bree Amaranthus or something. I did a show with Will Chambers once, and I don't know if he had a crush on her, but he had her on the show, and so I recognize him or her or whatever, but I'm not sure what Aaron Judge after the game I thought gave a great answer. He said, I'd love to get the ball back, but it's a souvenir for the fans, and the guy who caught it has every right to do, with it what he pleases. So, I don't know. The only thing I know, and I was texting some people who know, his name's Corey Yeomans, that, he was at the game on Monday and he'd kind of been planning this out for a week, just going and choosing the seats strategically in hopes that he can make the play. And sure enough, he did. So good for him.
Who is your Major League Baseball home run king?
I mean, Barry Bonds. I will, in my mind, Aaron Judge has had the best home run season in Major League history of anyone who, as best as we know, is clean. But if you're asking me objectively who is the record holder, it's Barry Bonds. Whether I like it or not, that's the reality. And that's.
But why is that the reality when you just said it wasn't legit?
Because if you look at, Sean, objectively speaking, if you go to the Major League Baseball record books and you look for single season and career home run, record holder, it's Barry Bonds. I mean, that's not a subjective thing. Now everyone.
Of course it's subjective. I don't have to look at a piece of paper and go and just go ahead and believe it. You can judge for yourself. If you know that someone cheated to do something, you can award it to the other person who didn't cheat. That's subjective.
You in your own mind can come on air and say, hey, I am personally going to recognize Aaron Judge as the single season home run king. But objectively speaking, if you ask the question, who has the Major League Baseball record for home runs
I agree with that.
season?
Sorry, let me rephrase the question. Who is Jared Sandler's home run king? You're going to base it off of what Major League Baseball does? I'm asking you for your own judgment.
It's still Barry Bonds. He in that era, I don't know how many people, how many pitchers were using steroids and whatnot. I mean, I wish that wasn't the case, but for me, and maybe I'm a robot for saying this, but he's got the record. Until Major League Baseball says that season has an asterisk or something, he has the record. Now, in my mind, if someone asks me, hey, did Barry Bonds cheat? Answer is yes. Okay. Who had the best home run season among players who did not cheat? My answer very quickly will be Aaron Judge. And for me personally, I had some friends texting. They're like, I don't understand why this is such a big deal. All it is a great season. Who cares if it's the American League record? We don't care who the Eastern Conference scoring champ is. And I agree with all that. But my response to that is it's such a big deal because for a lot of people, they recognize this as the best clean home run season. And I recognize it as well as that. I mean, it was a special moment for that reason, but I just can't. I'm not Roger Maris Jr., and I understand that, he's got his prerogative and whatnot, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I think that Aaron Judge is the single season home run king because he's not.
But you just did. You're like, you are. You're laying out all the evidence and everything, and you're presenting all the reasons why, and then you're giving a surprise verdict at the end. You just said you believe Barry Bonds cheated, so why would that not have you acknowledge Aaron Judge as the true home run leader?
Sean, if you were in school, all right, I met him through you, but our shared friend Brian Goldberg, if you guys at American University were competing for the valedictorian, and you knew that Brian stole tests but wasn't caught, and he ended up with a 4.0 and you had a 3.99, and he at graduation's the one that gets recognized as the valedictorian. Who's the valedictorian?
Well,
at the end of the day, he's the valedictorian. You weren't.
I would agree with that. I guess I would counter with, and we were talking about this earlier in the show. Do you go with Major League Baseball's recognition, or do you go with the Hall of Fame's recognition? Because the Hall of Fame would say that he is not the valedictorian, but Major League Baseball would say that he is. You know what I mean? So are you going to go with Major League Baseball's ruling or the Hall of Fame who has disqualified Bonds?
The real counter is that neither you nor Goldberg would have any chance of being the valedictorian.
That's the real counter. That's it. There you go.
Sorry, we didn't go to USC with a
there you go.
joke. The joke at USC.
I wasn't anywhere close to that either. But it's a great question. I guess the best way I can answer it is this, Sean. I would not in any way, shape, or form be upset if Major League Baseball came out today and said, based on all the information we have, we are going to put an asterisk next to these seasons. And thus we are going to officially recognize Aaron Judge as the single season home run king. I would not be upset if they decided to do that. But until they do, if someone on the street asks me, hey, who has the record for most home runs in a single season? My answer is going to be Barry Bonds, 73.
Hey, real quick, is he going to play tonight or today?
He was. Had I not heard him answer this question, I would have said no. But he said that he wants to play, and because they're going to have several days off, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a couple at bats, maybe DHs, maybe is out in right field. But I don't think he's going to I doubt he plays the full game, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't play at all. But the only reason I'm saying he might is because after the game he did say that he would be interested in playing today.
How are you feeling with this being the end of the Rangers season?
It's always bittersweet.
I texted him the other day, just behind the curtain. I'll show his love for all this, as we were, telling the bosses last night, commenting on our insiders, Jared Sandler and Bobby Belt. But my opinion will change after this argument, after the compliments I gave. But I'm like, man, how miserable has this been? Football and all the games. He's like, I know it's sick, but I still love it. I'm like, what misery to be ending the season this way at 67 and 94. So it's still bittersweet. You're not just ready to hop on a plane for vacation somewhere.
Yeah, listen, I can't wait for the day where we get to play beyond 162 again. It's been since 2016, obviously. The first few days afterwards, I'm going to enjoy a little bit of it, but then I'm going to miss it. And I'm going to, when I watch the playoffs, I'm going to think about, how I wish the Rangers were there. And I love it. Guys, there are people listening, and you know this, and I don't mean this as like the cliche. I don't feel obligated to say this, but we got some amazing listeners who they tell us on the text line that they have a job. It's a job. They don't love it. They'll say, hey, thanks for helping me get through my job, with the show. I see it when I check the text for, all the great work you guys do. And I never feel that way. Is there the 3 hour and 45-minute game that's in the middle of a 5-game losing streak that's not nearly as enjoyable as, say, last night? Absolutely. But I love this, and I love getting the chance to cover the team. I love getting to talk to you guys. I love connecting with the fans, and you just don't get to do that as much in the off season. But I'm really excited for what the Rangers are going to do this off season, because they know that they have work to do, and they addressed the lineup this past off season, and they are going to address the rotation this off season. And what's exciting about it is I thought it was pretty clear cut last year that they were going to address the lineup in free agency. There were just so many options that it seemed like it was going to be a pretty linear path forward. But I don't know that that's the case with the rotation. I think that you're going to see some exciting stuff in the trade market go down across Major League Baseball, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers were a part of that, in addition to being in the mix for some of the top pitching free agents who will be out there, like Jacob deGrom and Carlos Rodon. And yes, again, I think Clayton Kershaw will be someone who the Rangers will go after once more. So I think it's going to be an exciting offseason, and hopefully next year we're not in a position where we're limping across the finish line when we get to 162.
So how do you, Jared Sandler here on the Fan, how do you summarize this season overall, and then take it to the seasons of the big additions in Seager and Simeon?
Yeah, I think that it's disappointing in that I think there were some hopes and thoughts that this team could at least go past the trade deadline playing meaningful baseball, and that just wasn't the case. Now, at the end of the day, was this a playoffs or bust year? No. So does winning 67 games compared to 78 games really make a big difference? Not really. If you believe that, they needed to get to a certain win total to make a particular win total next year more realistic, maybe. But it wasn't all good, obviously. I do think to say this season was a total disappointment would be unfair. The growth of Nathaniel Lowe, Adolis Garcia in his second year doing what he's done, showing that last year wasn't a fluke. And at the end of the day, Corey Seager didn't have the best year of his career by any means. But gosh, take the shift away next year. There are a lot of metrics out there that suggest he was about as unlucky as can be among hitters with the way the shift impacted him. And it's a guy, I'll tell you, I'll make a 2023 prediction. He's going to hit 300, and he's going to have an OPS, if not over 900, pretty close to it. Marcus Semien ending up, in the top 8 in WAR for American League players. Again, he didn't even have what he would consider to be a good year offensively, but he still ends up making a difference. And there's such a track record of these guys switching organizations, big name guys in their first year just isn't up to standard. Manny Machado, Juan Soto getting traded to the Padres hasn't been as good. Francisco Lindor just to name a few. Bryce Harper, his first year with the Phillies. Again, good years for others, not for those guys. So I expect a big jump. Seeing Josh Young, but the pitching was obviously a disappointment, not just at the big league level, but the fact that you didn't get the type of year out of Cole Winn to get him up to the big leagues. That was disappointing. And the Rangers obviously have a lot of work to do on the mound. And the other thing I'd say, the last thing is, I do think some of this, there's luck involved, and I think next year, just like, one possession games in football, some of this stuff will even out. But I think that in 2021, it was understood that, hey, it just wasn't a team, a roster that was built to figure out how to win games. I think there was a little hope that this would be a team more equipped to figure out how to win close games. And, the one-run losses and losing the close games was obviously a big blemish on the season and a big reason why their record is what it is.
Thank you, brother. Have a good final call today, and we'll catch up with you.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on your home for Rangers baseball. Jesse Holly tweeted, Sharif asked Jared for his opinion, and then he attacked it. Because it's just one of two things. Are you going to be a slave to the record book, or are you going to judge it for yourself? You can do either one. It's just by the way he was going. Do I think that Barry Bonds cheated? Yes. Do I think that Aaron Judge has the cleanest home run season of all time? Yes. I think Bonds is, so you want to go by Major League Baseball's ruling. You can do that, but you can also, have a different opinion based upon what logic and common sense is telling you. But yes, it's subjective that way. That's where I was starting to argue when he's like, it's not subjective. It is subjective. Do you think that someone did it clean or not? The people that Lance Armstrong was competing against before he got busted could say, no, he's not the cycling king. Oh, why? Well, all the record books say it. Well, because I know he cheated. I don't know whether it's going to come out one day, but then when it does come out, all those people look right and correct. Tolo Thomas, is Bassick the happiest person in the Metroplex? For the time being, he's no longer the Rangers pitcher who has given up the biggest home run in our history. Well,
he was with the Nats.
Yeah, he did not give that up, Thomas, as a member. Who did Judge hit the home run off of?
Jesus Tinoco.
Okay, I had no idea. I had no clue.
Have
you seen his name plastered everywhere this morning? It's been about the fan.
It's been
about the guy who jumped.
Yep.
It's been about Judge. I haven't even seen the pitcher mentioned.
So I was listening to the radio yesterday, and it was on MLB Network, and they were talking about nobody really remembers the pitchers that gave up these home runs. You remember Al Downing gave up Aaron's 715.
And is giving up that home run bigger than giving up the single season?
715?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The all-time one versus the single season one.
But when it got to Bassick, they said, and Bonds hit it off, the Nationals reliever. That's all they said. He wasn't a reliever. He started that game, right? He was the starting pitcher that night. So it's not like, people just don't remember. You're just not going to remember that. And, you could tell, like, in the postgame, like, when they asked, Aaron about, what he knew about the pitcher, you could tell he had just found out his name the day before. Because you could tell he didn't really know anything about him. The Rangers don't play the Yankees that often. They only play them 6 times a year or whatever. And it's not like he's been in the league for a dozen years. He knew about Martin Perez. He had a history against Martin Perez. It wasn't a very good one. He knew about John Gray. But, there's some pitchers that you just don't know. Like, there's no way you can know everybody in the sport.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Is it still basically 70 or 80% Bonds over Judge as the home run king?
Yes, it is. It's significantly in the Barry Bonds favor. It's obviously a good feat for Aaron Judge to break it, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, they're saying that Bonds they cheated. Yes, they probably did cheat. Barry Bonds probably did cheat, but also a lot of people are coming in with baseball's the only sport that cares about this. Nobody else cares about it.
I just don't understand though how people like don't apply it more to their everyday lives. Like if you this fishing tournament, this is my favorite story we haven't talked about. Right? So this fishing tournament, my buddy Jake participates in the one in Ocean City, Maryland that Michael Jordan, like MJ, has a NASCAR team, racing team, obviously a basketball team. He's got a fishing team. Well, in this series, these guys were found to be cheating by stuffing weights in their fish. So during the weigh-ins, they have the heaviest fish. They win all the prize money. And there's some serious damn prize money in this.
Yeah.
So not only were they... Go watch the video. There's too much cursing. We couldn't play it. But they're stuffing weights, and then they cut open all their fish. They've stuffed fish fillets in there, too. They filleted raw fish, stuffed that into their whole fish to weigh them down. Are they the fishing champions? They cheated. They're having the cops called on them. They're getting the prize money revoked, or at least people want that to happen to them. They're getting dog cussed and threatened by people.
Yeah.
Why don't we apply the same thing? Why aren't 80% of the totals applying the same thing to Bonds, McGuire, and Sosa? We know that they have bodies and numbers that don't even look real.
I totally agree.
Like
there's two
cartoon
things.
characters.
I totally agree. There's two things that are different. One, this fishing organization disqualified these guys, right?
Yes. I'm assuming
I'm
so.
assuming they disqualified them. So that's part one.
I'll have to turn on Bass Pros on ESPN 7 to get the update.
Yeah, Major League Baseball has not disqualified Bonds, Sosa, and McGuire.
True.
And then the other thing, and I think this is more important, maybe I'm wrong. I could clearly say that stuffing the fish with whatever gave them a competitive advantage. I cannot, with 100% certainty, say that taking PEDs gave them a competitive advantage. I think it did.
Okay.
That's my guess. Because I do believe they got a competitive advantage from it.
What do you think it helped them with?
I think it helped them with recovery of the next day, of the previous day.
Okay.
I think it helped Barry Bonds and Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa lift more weights, get stronger, faster. Like there's no doubt. Like if you're struggling with, putting on muscle or losing fat, and you're getting up in your 30s, it's pretty easy. Just you're probably low testosterone. Just get a boost. You'll probably be okay. Like we all shed fat way easier at 20.
Right.
So I think it's clearly assists them in something. Whether it assisted them in hitting a baseball further, I don't know for sure.
Right.
But I know that they probably weren't as worn down.
Okay. All right. Those are two good counter arguments. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. We are your home for Rangers baseball. What did you take from Jared when it came to this year and then the offseason plan in terms of acquiring more talent?
Well,
he said Kershaw again. He brought up Kershaw's name again.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's a name, but I don't know if Clayton Kershaw is what you probably want a guy that's going to be around for 5 to 10 years. I would think.
Did you see his season? You know what his ERA is?
Stupid again.
Guess.
2.67.
2.30.
And he's washed.
What a legend.
And he's washed.
34 years old, a 2.30 ERA.
Yeah.
11-3.
I mean, like the guy's amazing. He really, really is. Their offseason plan, I mean, like they have to decide, do they want to do it again? Do they want to spend another $500 million? Like the guy that was there last night is a free agent. If they want him, they can make a play for him.
Who?
Judge. Like, do you want him? Like, if they're serious, I'll tell you this. Seaman.
Is that the second time you've done that with?
Come on, dude.
Oh, you know what? That's why we need to talk about the pizza slice.
We're going to change
We
the
may
name.
as well transition.
Simeon, Seager, and Judge is a hell of a 1-2-3. It really is.
You good?
I got to change their names. We can't have Simeon and Seager because you run them together.
Texas William, Get on
it.
that. Okay. That made me think of the pizza slice. So, Holy Crust Pizza brought in 2 humongous pies yesterday. Thank you to the chef, my boy Samir, for hooking up the delivery. My guy Samir cooked for the Yankees last night, too. How awesome is that? Oh, wow. Cooked for the Yankees at the stadium. But you decided to do the one bite, Choppy knows the rules, Dave Portnoy pizza sampling, and you took this thing down. How would you describe it? How would the internet describe it? What type of feedback did you get? And why is your girlfriend all worked up and upset and angry over this?
She hates the way I eat.
Didn't she learn from Oxnard not to question you over this? Didn't she learn not to talk about you and Italian food when we were in California? She didn't learn her lesson.
She did not learn her lesson. She doesn't care for it when I'm gross with how I eat.
But I assume you I've smelled you in the last 10 minutes because I can smell the dinner running through you. I'm sure you fart and everything in front of her. I'm sure you talk about your number 2s in front of her. Yeah. I'm sure I'm not understanding the disturbance. Does she care when you just lift your leg and fart?
Well, so she laughs.
Okay.
She laughs.
So she doesn't get upset.
She doesn't necessarily. She doesn't love it.
Eating thing's such a humongous deal.
I think it's just that
that you just eat like an animal.
I just eat like an animal. When we go eat, we go eat, and you've seen me. I do the thing where I lift my head up and I just devour the entire thing.
Yeah, it's like Animal Planet.
I'm not a classy eater.
Yeah.
And I know this. It's a flaw of mine, and she just gets annoyed with it. It's probably the thing that she dislikes the most about me.
And what's yours on hers? Since she's pointing out your flaws.
Well,
you can be up against the break. I'm giving you you can check out like Judge.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out.
Okay, that's a smart decision. I'm not gonna pressure you.
Not gonna pressure you. Check out on this one, but she was not. She was not too thrilled.
Go look at the pizza slice devouring from RJ Choppy on all our social media platforms. It is time for the Week 5 around the NFL power rankings. Are the Cowboys moving up the list of the national people? Who's in your top 5 this week around the NFL power rankings? Then the playmaker Michael Irvin next. But first, let me power rank the security systems to protect your home and family. Oh, there's
Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it is now time for this week's NFL Power Rankings here on Sean and RJ. This is your home of America's team. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to be joining us at 8:40 this morning. Who is your 1 through 5? And how high can you get the Dallas Cowboys? Let's go ahead and grade ourselves from last week first.
All right. We both had a number 5, the Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens losing that game against Buffalo after being up 20-3. So we take an L there.
We do. Number 4, you had Miami. I had Jacksonville.
Jacksonville gave up the 14-0 lead. Miami ended up losing with the Tua incident. 0 for 2.
Number 3, you had Philly. I had Miami.
Philadelphia wins. Miami loses. I finally get on the board. Choppy, 0 for 3.
All right, number 2, you had KC. I had Philly.
Both get W's.
And then we both had Buffalo at number 1.
Both get W's. So I end up 3 for 5. You end up 2 for 5.
Man, my list has completely and utterly changed.
Okay. Before we get to it, let's see where the Cowboys are ranked.
All right, sir.
By all the national media. Blogging the Boys compiles this. BTB has the Cowboys going from 11 to 9. NFL.com keeps them the same at 13. ESPN from 16 to 11. USA Today from 10 to 9. Yahoo from 12 to 8. CBS from 13 to 8. The Athletic from 17 to 12. And Sports Illustrated from 13 to 7. So the majority of the national media making the Cowboys a top 10 team in that 8 or 9 range, as Jerry is once again. Are we making a mistake by not talking about what Jerry says on our show more than the national media?
That's a great question.
They talk about it on ESPN more than we talk about it the next day after we do the daggone interview.
Yeah.
Are we making a mistake?
We maybe being in the moment of the interview, we don't hear things and see things the way others do. Maybe that's what it is?
No, that's not it. Because we would take the rest of the day to see what the storylines are from other people. It's just we've talked about it 500 million times. I think we get sick of it, and they don't get sick of it. That's the difference, right? What should the title on ESPN is what should the Cowboys do if they keep winning with Cooper Rush? Like, we've had this discussion 50,000 times.
Yeah, we have.
And I think we know. I think we treat it more realistically that Dak Prescott, as Jerry told us, is taking this job back when he's healthy. It's not going to be this week, and they just want to keep up the fake narrative and argument because it is best for business for them. So, all right, so that's where the Cowboys rank. Would you like to start 1 through 5 or 5 through 1?
Oh, man.
I'm really struggling with my 4 and 5. 1, 2, 3, very easy.
1, 2, 3. 2 of them are the same I had last week, but they're in different orders. Let's go 5 through 1. You said you're struggling with 4 and 5?
Yes.
Let's go 1. Let's start 1.
Okay.
Give me more time to think about it.
Okay, who's your number 1?
My number 1 is a team that had the statement I thought of the weekend. They've had one hiccup this year. Other than this, they have been what I believe to be a great team. I am going with Kansas City at number 1.
So am I.
Yeah, buddy.
So am I.
All right.
They destroyed.
All right.
Look, they destroyed Tampa Bay. I mean, that was a beatdown. The final score wasn't even indicative. Now, I do think Buffalo came away with an impressive win, but they were down 20-3. I'm going to ding them for that. So I'm going to have the Bills 2. I'll just play spoiler and move ahead. Kansas City 1, Buffalo 2 for me. Just answer yes or no. Do you have Buffalo at 2?
No.
Okay, intriguing. Peyton, who's your 1?
My 1 is Kansas City. I thought if you replay that Colts game, they win that game. I mean, they blew that game. They stole that game so many times.
They win that game 20 times out of
Chris Jones.
20.
Chris Jones, a Cowboy-like penalty. Stupid penalty.
So it was easy for the bounce-back win against Tampa Bay to put Kansas City at 1.
Yes or no, do you have Buffalo at 2?
I do not.
Woo! Okay, Ralph.
All right.
Get us to 2.
Philadelphia. I do not believe.
You said, though, yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
That San Francisco
don't
was better than Philly.
You don't have to listen to a word I say. Okay, don't listen.
You said San Francisco was the favorite in the conference, and you said it wasn't even close.
All right, look,
you said it was by a wide margin.
Again. All right. They are not as good as I do not believe they're as good as their record.
Who?
Philadelphia. And I truly don't believe they're the best team in the NFC. I also believe they have earned this spot. They have played very good football. Or well football, however the hell you're supposed to say it.
Not well football.
They do nothing great, in my opinion. Hurts is good, not great. He's 10th in QBR. The overall team is very, very good. But they do nothing, I don't believe, spectacular. But I'll have them here because I think they've earned it. They've done everything they've been asked to do. And what the defense has only basically gotten blown up by the team that has the most points scored in the NFL this year.
Okay. Philly number 2.
Yep.
After you jumped on the Jimmy G bandwagon. Who do you got number 2?
Yeah, I guess I wrote down RJ's list here because I got Philly at 2 as well. I mean, 4-0, they came back down 14-0.
So tomorrow on a neutral field, you're picking Philly to beat Buffalo.
No.
Who would you pick?
I'd pick Buffalo.
Then why isn't Buffalo 2?
Because Philly's played better right now.
Okay.
They deserved it.
Okay. Buffalo is my number 2. Philly is my number 3. That was an easy 1, 2, 3 for
Philly's
me.
your number 3?
Philly is my number 3. Easy for me.
Buffalo's my number 3.
Same.
2 mediocre games in a row, to me, is more of a hiccup than a concern. But we'll see if that changes, this week. But, they did not play great against Miami, and they should have lost to Baltimore. Maybe it just evened each other out. They should have beat Miami, and they lost them. They should have lost to Baltimore. They beat them. But they have not looked like the world beaters after 2 weeks, after these last 2 games, as they did the first 2 games. The first 2 games, they looked like they weren't going to lose a game all year.
Right. You have Buffalo 3?
Buffalo, yep.
Okay. Now it gets dicey. Where are y'all at? On the truckwreck.com text line with the power rankings, with the playmaker Michael Irvin, set to join us at 8:40 this morning. Skip Bayless. Fake, dramatic. Breath. I'm putting the Baltimore Ravens at 4.
Okay.
They're 2-2. I get it. That's not the most impressive record. But they should have beaten Miami and Buffalo. They should be undefeated. I know shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I still can't get out of my mind the way they played in those games. They gave up a crazy fourth quarter against the Dolphins. They responded by scoring 37 at New England, and they were up 17 on Buffalo. I don't even know how. This isn't even tough for me. The Baltimore Ravens are the 4th best team in football, according to Sean Omar Sharif. They're number 4, and they should be 4-0.
They should absolutely be 4-0. At number 4, I have San Francisco. That was a statement on Monday Night Football. They are, without question, the bad boys on the block of the NFL.
And unfortunately, I think Philly, maybe number 2.
Yeah, they might be.
I think they might be bad boys on the block on the other corner.
I think there's better teams. I think there's more talented teams out there than San Francisco. I think there are better teams out there. But I would suspect that if you were to poll NFL general managers or coaches or whatever, who is the team you least want to see in the postseason? I think San Francisco would get a boatload of votes. Obviously, Kansas City's going to get votes. Buffalo's going to get votes. But I think from an NFC standpoint, what NFC team do you least want to see? You're going to get your usual spot. I don't want to see Brady. I don't want to see Rodgers. But that's because of the quarterbacks. Every other player on the field has to deal with basically 52 men. And I don't know that you want to deal with
This was the argument last year when we were debating Arizona or San Fran.
Yeah.
Or San Fran. Was it with Arizona? I think it was with Kyler. May have thrown the Rams into it. And I was like, yep, give me San Fran. And other people were like, nope, they're too physical. And we ended up being wrong on that one. So San Fran for you is 4.
San Fran for me is 4.
Peyton?
I have Baltimore. I think they have the MVP on their team right now so far this season, Lamar Jackson. Sure, they should be 4-0, but I think they prove why they're the 4th best team this weekend against Cincinnati. I think they run through Cincinnati.
Let's see. Ravens text. Baltimore's only trailed for 14 seconds after 4 games. What? I guess that would make sense. After 4 games, they've only trailed for 14 seconds. Cincinnati was your 5?
No, I said Baltimore, I think, proves why they're the 4th best team on my list because they play Cincinnati this weekend, and I think they run through them.
Oh, run through them. Mm-hmm. All right, this next one for me, I feel hideous about. I don't like it whatsoever. I want to stick with my Chargers. They got to win over the Texans. I was thinking about San Francisco. I really don't want to put this team here, but they just shut down, the guy who's getting divorced soon. I'll go with the Green Bay Packers at 5.
I can't kill you.
A very reluctant number 5 for the Packers.
I thought about putting them there. I was very up in the air between Green Bay and Baltimore, and I went with Baltimore. Like Peyton said, they should be 4-0. Like you said, they should be 4-0. They collapsed, and they had a wild one against Buffalo. Has changed the scope of their season, but when push comes to shove, that's not a 2-2 football team. That is a football team that is a real threat to win the championship. So I've got Baltimore at 5.
I have the 49ers at 5.
Ooh.
San Fran at number 5. All right, so there it is. Where the Cowboys are, how we graded out last week, and who you have in your top 5 this week here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The call of Aaron Judge making history. We'll relive what happened yesterday in Arlington, and then the playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 8:40. That's all next on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean and RJ.
But let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green.
segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The flight of the ball. And that ball is crushed. Deep out to left, and history has landed in Arlington. Number 62 for Aaron Judge. An American League single-season home run record as he passes Roger Maris in the penultimate game of this 2022 season.
That was the call on Bally of Aaron Judge hitting 62 in Arlington. The playmaker Michael Irvin is going to join us at 8:40 this morning. Brought to you by Driveway.com. Driveway.com is the place to shop for more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Update the poll question.
All right.
On who the home run king is. I just put this out there at 1053SS. You, Jared Sandler, and you're saying about 75-80% of the Tolos are saying it's Bonds. And Twitter is responding with basically the same. 68% say it's Bonds. 32%,
okay,
myself included, say that it's Judge. This is from Big Rob. The pitchers were better in Bonds' era. There's only a few pitchers that batters face today that could strike him out. Barry feared no one.
Okay, all right. Now, no. This is the best era of pitching we've ever seen. It's really not even close. We have higher velocity. We have higher spin rates. We have more bat missing than ever before. There's not really an argument to be made that pitch. I know that some of the other pitchers of yesteryear will say that they don't go deep enough in games. Those are all true, but you are not facing tired guys. You are not facing guys third time through the order. We have never seen pitching as good as it is now. The training they have, the knowledge they have of spin rates and what pitches to throw, what pitches to not throw. You're just not going to get many people that are in the sport to say that the pitching is not the best. Now, it doesn't mean that, they're as smart of pitchers. Like, we don't have a Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine out there today. But the physical, raw ability and pitches that they throw, they're throwing sliders with spin on it that we've never seen before.
I also don't care how pitching or defenses change. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna knock today's quarterback if they set new records because the rules favor the offense and defenses aren't as tough. I'm just gonna go along with the rules of the era. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's
like more NBA basketball. They shoot more threes.
Yeah.
If someone breaks the 3-point record or scores the most points, I'm giving them that. I'm not gonna pick it apart that much, but to each their own.
Yeah. Joe Montana played in a different era than Tom Brady. Now there's good and bad. Joe Montana played on basically in the super team era of football. There was no salary cap. You could just stockpile a team. And he did. He didn't throw the ball as much. Is that Tom Brady's fault? No, it's not. It's, the games evolve and you can like things. I mean, look, Greg Maddux, I think is as good of a pitcher or better than anything we have, for the most part. There may be a couple guys, but he didn't have some of the stuff that they have now. He didn't need it. He was a smart pitcher. It's totally different. It's totally different game, totally different era. It's hard to compare them.
Other Tolos, Todd, it's Henry Aaron. Josh, pretty simple, it's Judge. Bonds cheated. Follow-up, how many Tour de France's did Lance Armstrong win? None. That's my answer. Who the hell is voting Judge? I responded with me. All right, so I'm gonna take a couple gambles here on guests this morning.
All right.
I think I'm gonna get the Tolo on that was standing next to the guy who caught it. Now, I don't know how these people are going to sound on air. I don't know whether it's a good idea or bad idea. I just kind of want as much perspective as possible because this is history that took place in our backyard. We'll see if we can get Michael Kay on, the Yankees announcer. I was thinking about Darren Ravel, the business insider who covers the marketplace. Mm-hmm. He could be an interesting guest. I don't know. These people could be disastrous, but I just want to get as many perspectives as possible, like the Tolos who sent all the videos last night of being in Arlington and the different angles of Judge hitting the home run. And maybe we'll just take some calls at 9 on what you would do with the baseball and who the home run king is. So all that is up in the air, but we know the playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40. We have the Tolo on. Peyton, all right, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Ashin Rangani? Ashin? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. You said it right. I go by Shane, if that means anything, but yeah, Ashin is perfect.
Oh, cool. Our parents were both screwed up then. You said you have an interview with Inside Edition at 10 o'clock. What? I guess they're having you on for being what? Are you known as the guy who should have caught the ball? Are you? We follow each other on Twitter, so are you a Tolo or a listener?
Yeah, I am. I live here in Dallas. Yes, absolutely. And I am the other guy. I was pulled for a couple of interviews last night. Didn't expect that. Of course, now I'm all over the place, right? So it was inevitable.
Okay, brother, take us through your night. Just take us through the planning, where you were sitting, and how the whole thing went. The floor is yours.
Absolutely. So we got these tickets a couple months ago with the anticipation that one of these could be a big night. We got all 4 tickets to all the Yankees-Rangers games with me and some of my work buddies. And for this night, we specifically got the front row right in Section 31 thinking, okay, if he kind of barely makes it over, we've got a shot with nobody in front of us. Not really, you never really think that's actually going to happen to you in your seat.
Right.
So my boss had the seat to the left of us. He was stuck at the top of the top where they wouldn't let him down because Aaron Judge was batting. So it was just me in that whole section, nobody to the left of me, a couple of my guys to the right. And I mean, I'm recording. I record every pitch at this point. I see it coming my way. I throw down my phone. I've got that recording as well. Throw down my phone saying, hey, it's on its way. It's coming right here. Put both my hands out to catch it. And I thought, man, I'm going to cradle this into my chest. At the very least, it'll fall down right in front of me.
I was thinking that too. I was like, if I was in that moment, I was going to I stick out my chest and just let the ball drill me in the chest.
Like Ronaldo?
And then, yes. And then just go ahead and catch. Did you bring your glove?
No, so my glove was with my boss, who was upstairs, coming down.
Okay.
So I didn't have a glove. I had to think quick. I mean, this is all happening in, a few seconds, right?
Yeah.
So I thought, get my hands out there, put my hands on it, and get it into my body. I don't care if it craves my chest in, right?
Yes. Break a rib.
I don't. Yeah, it's just a floating rib. Like, I don't care. I don't need those, right? So get it in. Get it down on the ground, or just, cradle it into my chest and hold on to it. I didn't think I had anybody really near me except for my buddy, because the whole section was almost empty. This guy from the right, more power to him, right? He is 7 seats away from me. I had no idea he was coming. I had 2 people on my right that did not box out correctly. We practiced this, right?
Did you practice boxing out?
We talked about this. And let me tell you, one of the guys, he's the owner of the company I work for. One of the guys, you can see him if you watch all of them. He couldn't be bothered. He was sitting down eating his hot dog the whole time, just looking around. So if you see the video, he's all the way to the left. Sitting down in the front row.
Yeah.
We gave him a lot of crap. We told him that must have been a business decision so that I wouldn't leave the company. But nobody boxed out. He jumped right in front of me, and I saw it going to my hands. He jumped right in front of me, fair and square, took it. I had 2 seconds of, oh, my gosh, that was my ball and a lot of money. But then I thought real quick, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, that was fair.
You could jump him.
Yeah. Oh. If this was New York, right? But we're in Texas. We're nicer here.
Choke him out. Rear naked choke, man. He would be down in seconds.
Was there any, did it feel like there could be a brawl or a melee type situation? Or as soon as he caught it, it was calm and pretty much done with?
It was more celebratory when he caught it. Everyone around him was celebrating, but he wasn't saying a word. He was very pale. He was shaking. That was visible. He did not want to show the ball to anybody. I finally got him, real fast, within a few seconds. I got him to take a real quick video with me and to show the ball, and then I posted that online, of course, right?
Right.
So then immediately security came. A couple seconds after that, security was there, and he he tried to say he didn't have the ball. He said, "Oh, the ball fell," and they were like, "Okay, so the ball fell. Then who touched it last?" I kind of said, "Hey, I touched it last," but I was joking, right? I knew he had the ball the whole time. And then they finally found out he had the ball. And he's like, "I don't want to go anywhere." They're like, "No, you're definitely coming with us. You don't have a choice." So they went and grabbed him, pulled him away. That was the last we saw him at that point. And I just sat in my sorrows for about 7 more innings. Then they took him out 2 innings later. I kept thinking, okay, I'll get 63. No, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
All right, so this is Shane. He is Atolo, was sitting next to the guy who caught number 62 last night in Arlington. What about the guy who jumped over the wall?
Oh, I saw that happen too. So he had planned that. You could tell he was ready to jump, and the way where it was coming, that made sense. It could have bounced off of any one of us and fell down. We were right there in the front row.
How far was that jump?
It was about, I would say, 15 feet. Ooh, it was a good jump, right? And I'm thinking of a basketball hoop. It's about that plus half, right? Dang. So he jumped down there. There was a security guard already waiting, and I talked to him ahead of time, like, "What are you doing there?" before the game. And he said, "I'm here just in case the ball falls or anybody else falls, so don't jump down here or we're going to kick you out." And he was joking. But no, they really checked on him real quick. They brought the medics. He was fine. I mean, he was up and walking, and then they kicked him out of the stadium for trespassing.
Well, dude, you sound, first off, tremendous guess. It couldn't have been better. But you sound like you're not miserable.
I'm not, I could look at it a different way and be miserable today, but it was fair, right? It was fair and square. I keep thinking if I were him, I definitely would have done the same thing. Like I would have gone over as many rows as it takes to go get that ball, and I've tried things like that before. Never caught a ball in my life. So how can I blame him, right? It is what it is at this point.
Are you catching heat? Like, are you just getting destroyed? What's your cell phone look like from last night to this morning, real quick?
Yeah, I've got the same friends from junior high. They're all sports nuts. They're all probably listening to your station right now, and they've given me so much crap. I'm basically the biggest loser they've ever seen in their life. And I mean, I'm looking at myself right now on SportsCenter. They've all seen it a million times. People I don't even remember reached out to me to tell me I'm a loser, and I can't help but to agree. Well,
look, you have an amazing attitude about it. You are a perfect radio guest. Thank you for communicating with me last night, and thank you for being a Tolo, man. Your good karma's coming your way, Shane. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. You guys have a good one.
Wow. How good was he?
That's very cool.
So there is Shane Rangani on the Diamond Factory hotline. He's in the Yankees shirt next to the guy who caught 62. We'll get back to this at 9 o'clock. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, next on The Fan. But first, let's get you set up with your new ride. Man, I never really got into leasing. I never really thought about it until I got hooked up with AutoFlex, who has been with us.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
It is now time for Odyssey NFL Insider, the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified by a car and get it delivered. Michael, were you ever a humongous? Are you a big baseball fan? And how much did you play growing up?
Well, we didn't play much baseball. We didn't have a baseball field really in the neighborhood. And nobody saw baseball as a way out of the ghetto. You know, we saw football and basketball basically as a way out of the ghetto. And baseball, I never really played much baseball. It was a boring game to me to watch. Now, of course, you know, you watch Aaron Judge right now because every no matter what sport you're watching, they cut in every time he's at bat, as they should, to give you that piece of history.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But so you get to watch it. Or I would watch the College World Series. I watched the whole College World Series. Of course, Miami's been in that a few times. But you still like watching that or watch the World Series. Outside of that, I don't watch much baseball. It's like, for me, guys, a little paint dry.
What about golf and soccer?
If it's something special going on, it's something special out to Tiger. You know, that's something special. Serena in tennis.
Yeah.
Anytime I watch all of that tennis stuff, man. That was great this year because it was, you know, after Serena got out and Nadal got out. Now you start seeing some people that I never even knew existed. And, man, dude, them dudes can play. You know what? We get so caught up on Serena and Nadal and all them. Them other jokers can play, too. I played these other jokers. So you got a chance to see them other people, which is great. Which is great this year.
Michael, we're all having the debate now, right? Like, who's the true home run king because of the steroid accusations?
Yeah, I heard it. I've heard it. You know, and I vacillate back and forth on that too. You know. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you about football. Like, could you tell if someone? I'm not asking you to out anyone. I'm just asking you for the physical difference. Like, could you go to a camp or play in a game and be like, "There's something off about this dude"? Like, do you think it made that big of a difference? Did you view that individual as cheating?
Dude, I was going there. This is exactly where I was going.
My bad.
I mean, I'm glad we are so in tune that we go to the same places. Because I'd be around some dudes. I work around, see them all the time. He's over 350 and 60 pounds. How are these jokers? 205 is smaller than me. I'm like, dude, I can't even get down to 205. How the hell did you get down to 205? It is impossible for me to believe that now that you're down to 205, that you were 360 naturally. It's impossible for me to believe that you were 360 naturally. That's the reality. We know something was going on. And I don't know how they get away with it. I don't know how they get away with it. I never touched anything like that. But I don't want to make myself sound like somebody great. I don't know if somebody gave me a surefire 100% way you won't get caught if I won't indulge when I'm coming out of the ghetto and ain't never had nothing my whole life. I would do anything to get out of that hellhole I was in. So I ain't blaming nobody. I'm trying to explain me. That's all I'm saying.
Michael Irvin, the playmaker on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Cowboys bandwagon is looking like what right now?
Say that again, Sean.
What is the Cowboys bandwagon looking like right now?
Oh,
what has it been like you walking into First Take the past 3 weeks? His laugh could go on forever.
It does.
Hey,
it never ends.
Listen, I've been literally out of hand. They've been saying to me after the show, "Hey, you out of hand." I've been like, yeah, I know. It's been fun. I told y'all, and I got to ride this thing out. Because, you know what I mean? You got to ride it out. When you up, you up.
Oh, yeah.
Because Stephen A. is waiting on that one turn, and he's going to bring up all of this. I told you it was going to happen. You know, that's the difficult part about it. We can't. I don't want us to have that one turn. But that bandwagon is getting heavy. It's getting real heavy. But it's getting fun. Now these next 2 weeks are going to determine something. And I'm going to tell you this, though, guys. Listen, I don't know what Coach McCarthy is saying over there. But I hope no one over there is allowing anyone to bring up a 2-2 record. Every time they talk about the Los Angeles Rams, they are supposed to be saying, boy, we're getting ready to play the world champs. Yeah. We're getting ready to play the world champs. We're getting ready to play the world champs. Boy, I would have, we're getting ready to play the world champs. The world champs everywhere in that locker room, because I want their mind focused on the champion side of the Rams, not the 2-2 Rams. I was worried last week. I was really worried last week because we should beat the Commanders. And I felt that if the pressure is let off of us because we should beat the Commanders, then that's going to be an issue. Somehow we pulled that thing out and we won like we should have won on a 25-10 game instead of a 25-22 game. So I felt good about that. This week we should be talking we're playing the world champ. Don't let nobody tell you about them being 2-2. I don't care what they are. They have the ring in their pocket, somewhere in their house, somewhere. I want that. That's all we should be thinking about.
What is wrong with the world champs?
Boy, that offensive line, boy. That thing is, woo-wee. Did you see? And listen, I'm glad you brought it. Did you see San Francisco stealing Dallas? Did y'all see this? San Francisco stealing Dallas. You know, now they only give 11 points a game. But the way they got Bosa coming in the middle of the middle of the field, they're not leaving them in one spot. They tackle T.E. Stutz. You know, I think they try to use Bosa. That's their Michael Parsons. That's their Michael Parsons. You know, of course, he's from St. Thomas, my high school also. All the bad boys come out of there. You know what I'm saying? All the bad boys, him and his brother, all of us come out of there. But, yeah, man, I saw San Fran use some of Dallas, which is good and bad, because now we can't surprise them with it, but we will get them with it, because that offensive line is hurting. This is like I told Stephen A. You need one to get to a Super Bowl. You need one special unit. Last year we had a special unit. Our offense was the number one unit in the league. That was a special unit, and we had some opportunities. Of course, we all know that fell short. But this special unit we got right now, that pass rush, hey boy, I'm telling you, for real, that there right there is for real, and it gives us a shot no matter who you play.
You think this defense is flirting with greatness or can be put in an elite category? You think this defense is better than the offense was last year?
Boy, that's a hard call right there, because this offense was great. And we had don't say it again, Michael. Just don't say it again. It's gone. It's over. But if we had Amari Cooper right now, we'll be number one again.
Now, wait. I hold you partially responsible for Amari being out of here. You're to blame for that. You're to blame for that on this show.
Why? Because Amari missed because of COVID? Hey, man, after I told you, and went public and got took all of that, I risk losing all my brotherhood and black. I told y'all, if you didn't get vaccinated, you ain't serious about a championship. And I meant that. I meant that. So you know, I don't know if I did it, but yeah, something like that.
Has Diggs, as being a receiver, has Trayvon changed anything up that you've noticed technique-wise this year? Off to a fantastic start after all the RJ Choppy noise in the offseason?
Well, and that's what trips me out. People got to understand that there's a process to developing at this level. There's just a process to it, and people get away from that process. This is a real process. You got to go through learning, and if you can do something special through that process like he did last year with those interceptions. Everybody talked about the number of yards he gave up once he got. What about the yards he's giving? What about the yards he's giving up? I'm taking this. Turnovers. Every team give up yards. Those turnovers are the most important part of playing defense. It's getting to the quarterback and committing turnovers. Yes, I'm expecting him to even get better than he is right now because he'll continue to grow. He'll continue to get confidence. He'll continue to learn the receivers that he's playing in the NFL. You know what I mean? It's not college. You're not turning over brand new receivers every 3 to 4 years. You know what I mean? You get time with these receivers. So yeah, I'm expecting him to get even better. And yeah, what budget? We're right there. We're right there on becoming a great defense. Now, either we get the Darce Armstrongs to continue to develop, or we go in this draft one more time and get us one more steal of a dude like a Michael Parsons, and then we can get to that 2000 Raven team, some defense like that just say, you know, when you come on the football field, you just say, if we could get 10, 12 points here, that's all we get. Because every game, I would go to the defensive leader and say, how many you need? What are you giving up? You know what I'm saying? If I got a defensive dude come back and say, dude, we only giving up 10. Oh, 12. Oh, we good then. We can get that. You know what I'm saying?
Michael Irvin here on The Fan. What are you saying to the fans and your friends who want Cooper Rush to take Dak's job?
Stop. Yep. Okay, let's stop. And I'm glad Dak ain't trying to rush you back this week. This week here, I want Cooper Rush to start. I don't care how healthy Dak is because that's the best place we can go. If Cooper Rush wins, it helps us because then we come back and say, man, we ain't even at full strength, and we beat the world champ. If Cooper Rush lose, then we still good because we say we ain't even at full strength. When we get to full strength, we can beat them. You know what I'm saying? But if Dak's in that game and things go wrong and we don't come up, then, oh, my God, Armageddon around here will start. So it's the right situation, the right thing, and absolutely when Dak gets real healthy, he gets back on the football field.
But what's the number of wins in a row that you change your mind?
If he completes this season and don't lose, and we win them all, yeah.
Well, no, let's say he wins against the Rams, then beats Philly.
Slow down. Just slow down.
I'm just trying to get you to make a headline, Mike.
I've done all I could. To keep us going to Philly. We're going to have some when we get to Philly. Let's just focus on the Rams right now. The Rams going to be what we need for. We shouldn't even put Philly in the mix right now. There's a whole different thing over there right there. We'll cross that monster when we get it. And even if he wins against the Rams and goes and loses, then all that I just said moves to Philly. You know, if he loses against Philly, oh man, as long as it's a good game, we can get it when Dak gets back. So we're in a good position. Everybody thought we'd be in the worst position, but we're in a good position right now.
Absolute gold as always. Thank you, Playmaker. Enjoy your day. We'll catch up.
Listen, one last thing, because I heard you also talking about how much responsibility Mike McDaniel have in that situation.
Oh, yeah.
And I know y'all heard me going off on people the other day about that because I thought we were totally out of line with this. Totally out of line going at that coach about that situation. And I heard you guys talking about, well, at what point does Mike McDaniel step in and just say, no, I saw you stumble, you're not playing. It's so damn easy for all of us that sit in these seats to say those things. That's not dealing with those egos and all those guys in the locker room who's making $40 and $50 and $60 million themselves, who you really can't cut, who you have to partner with. You don't have dominion over. You can't post these guys because they're not getting going. Tyreek Hill ain't going nowhere. You can't get rid of them no matter what. You know, gave him too much money. So Mike McDaniel's job is now to be partners with these guys, to get the most out of these guys, to sit back in a seat and act as if that call he made when he got that information from the doctors was an easy call, that he could have just said, no, he's not playing no matter what. It ain't that easy. It's not that easy. It's too much at stake. The man has to rely on the professionals in the field, and he relied on the professionals in that field. When guys go get surgeries, we come out, the doctor say he needs surgery. I didn't know my right knee needed surgery until the doctor told me I needed surgery. Am I to say, Doc, forget you and go try to play football on a bum-ass knee? No, I got to take what the doctor say and go get surgery and go get my knee repaired. That's all I'm saying. We were wrong for doing that, man. I don't care, and I thought it came from some jealousy. I used to be there 40 years. 12 years ago, when somebody got hit, knocked out, they went to the bench and put smelling salts under their nose, and we watched them go back in the game. I did it myself. They caught another touchdown after wobbling off the field. So stop saying you never saw it before just to make that man look bad. That's all I want to say.
Wow.
Oh, baby.
Michael, a rare national voice defending Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins. You just created the highlight clip of the day, and it was 15 minutes ago. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, man. All right, guys.
Wow. That was Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Did you get a text back?
I have not.
Okay, let's take some calls. Who's the home run king, and who would give the baseball back to Aaron Judge next?
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics and let us get rid of that.
MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Swung on. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 62 to set the new American League record. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd. Just think of it. 3 Yankee right fielders. The Babe hitting 60 and 27. The Jolly Roger hitting 61 and 61. And now Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run. This is Judgment Day. Case closed.
John Sterling with the call of what happened last night in Arlington. This is Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20. How about the playmaker, Michael Irvin? Just exploding right there over the Miami Dolphins situation, defending Mike McDaniel, and a lot of what he said did make sense. We'll get into it tomorrow. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. I want to take your Aaron Judge baseball calls at 877-881-1053. Who is the all-time home run king? Right now I'm losing my own poll question 70-30. 70%, including RJ Choppy and Barry Bonds, along with Peyton Russell, say that RJ Choppy, Jared Sandler, and Peyton Russell saying it's Bonds. I, along with 30% of the Tolos, say that it's Aaron Judge. Who's the home run king after last night? And is anybody actually giving that baseball back? It was caught by someone right there in the first row with a Ranger hat, and he is a VP of Fisher Investments, which is handling about $200 billion worth of people's money. He has said he has not decided what to do with the ball. James in Dallas, start us off. You're live on the home of the Rangers.
RJ Choppy, whatever you have in your coffee mug this morning, that's what we all need to be drinking, because everyone knows 73 is greater than 62. Oh, my goodness.
This guy's got to be a WWE character.
I think he has to be. I really do.
Yeah, got to be.
I ran out of steam last time. I got to redeem myself, okay? All right? Jerry Jones said it best. Deadlines make deals. Now, who's in charge of the deadline? Aaron Judge. And I'm sure that guy who was a Ranger danger in the front row last night is waiting to make the deal. And if it was me, I'd sit on that baby, wait for the deal to come in, call into the fan Tolo and make a deal with RJ and Choppy and tell them what to do with it. Good morning, everybody. Ranger danger.
Ranger danger. Thank you for the call, James, a Hall of Fame Tolo. But that's the questions that we started asking at dinner last night. Do you sell the ball last night? Do you sell it immediately? Do you sell it this morning before risking that Judge plays in another game to try to wrap up the Triple Crown? Because that's still available for him.
It's still available. So apparently he already got an offer for $2 million for the ball.
Yes.
By an auction house. I would call it was not. So there's Heritage Auctions. There's one of them here. I'd call them up and say, "You want to beat this offer? They were offering me $2 million. You want to give me 2.25, 2.5? You want to beat that?"
And how do you judge?
I just sold it last night.
I need to come up with another word because it sounds like I'm trying to make all these Judge references. How do you guess?
How do you weigh?
How do you weigh if Judge hits 63 today? By the way, 2:30 pregame, 3 o'clock first pitch, another opportunity to get a lesser crowd, even though last night, largest crowd in the 3-year history of the new place, 38,832. That make you feel a little bit better about us as a baseball town? You were down the past 48 hours.
I was down on Monday night. Because I would have thought that would have been the game that was the most sold out, because that was the scheduled home opener for the season before the lockout hit. And I would have suspected that would have been the one that is most attended, but it appears last night's was. The crowd in the 1 o'clock game looked fantastic as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we're going to do today. I'll be there. I love what baseball's doing. Every game's at 3 o'clock today.
Why?
Last day of the sport. Every day, every game's at 3 o'clock. I think the NFL should do this on their final day. Every game should be at the same time. So that way nobody knows if this team won, I don't have to play my guys. So they want everybody, everybody's playing at the same time. So I love that.
Where are you sitting?
Like the 200 level, like 220 or 221, something like that.
Of what area? I don't know what that means.
It's on the first base side.
Okay.
But it's just to the right. It's just to the right of like home plate on the first base side. A couple levels up.
Bennett, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
So I definitely think that what we need to do is have Aaron Judge take steroids next season and see how many home runs he hits so we can see how he stacks up against Barry Bonds. But until then, you guys sit with a standing record. And if I catch that ball, I will take the meeting with Aaron Judge just so I can go to him and say, this is my price. I would like to give you the opportunity to pay me before I go to someone else.
And what's your price that you would sell it for?
If it's to Judge directly, I'd give him a discount, like $2 million, but anywhere else, 2.5 or 3.
Okay,
for sure.
$500,000 discount right there from Bennett, but he's going with Bonds as the record holder.
I would. That's interesting. I would probably, if I were to sell it back to him, I'd probably give him a little bit of a discount.
Yeah.
It's his ball. I mean, it's not his ball, and he even said it's the fans' ball.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: that baseball clearly means more to him than it does to any buyer.
Yes.
So, he probably would be willing to pay more for it than a buyer would. But that's something sounds and feels dirty about that.
Has any record breaker bought their own ball?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
I don't think so. Michael in Arlington. Michael, you are live on Sean and RJ.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I don't know if I have a different take or kind of a spin on the whole they cheated thing, but I get tired of the arguments like, yeah, they took PIDs, but that doesn't give them the ability to hit that little spinning object coming at them at 99 miles an hour or hand-to-eye contact. And I understand all that, but I watched Elvis Andrew for years, almost every home game. And how many times, I couldn't count the amount of times he took the people to the warning track. A little bit of an extra shove, he might have had 30, 35 home runs a year every year. So my argument would be with these Bonds people is that, okay, yeah, he was an outstanding hitter, but how many of those cleared the fence that might not have would have, because he chipped it.
Right.
So I still hold to he cheated. There some of those home runs might not have made it over.
Yeah.
I don't care about how good he was at hitting that object. He had an advantage that Judge did it with pure raw beast-like unhuman strength. So thank you, guys.
I agree. Good call. It's illegal for a reason. For everyone like, it doesn't, this, why is it illegal then? Well, why aren't they allowed to do it? And if it's illegal, I'm going to hold it personally against you. Now, Barry Bonds is still the best hitter I've ever seen. I think Bonds is, I think Judge is the new home run king, but I've never had more fun in my life tuning in to watching Barry Bonds hit. Does that make sense? I enjoy watching him hit more than any other player in history.
Easily.
I just know that when he looked like a damn blimp up there, that it wasn't legit. I got to hold that against him and give Aaron Judge his props. Buddy.
Yeah, I agree. There's similarities. Bonds was... Both these guys are larger than life. Like they're huge humans. Like Bonds was huge wide, Aaron's huge tall. Not like Bonds is short, but they were. Mike Trout doesn't capture the attention like this.
Right.
He's boring. Like he's boring. Bonds wasn't boring. Judge isn't boring.
Buddy in Bedford. Buddy, you're live on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, boss.
What's up, fellas? 2 points. Number one. Hank Aaron is the home run king. One season is ridiculously goofy way to measure anything because Brady Anderson had 50 home runs in a year. Brett Gardner had 30 home runs in a year when he had like 12 at the most any other time.
Okay.
And then the last part is we're missing the real topic here. You can't diminish Mike Bassick's contribution to Major League Baseball.
No, you can't.
How so?
Hey, he's the one that gave it up to Bonds. If we diminish Bonds, then, what does Mike Bassett do?
You're right.
That's
right.
That's
100%.
I wonder how Mike is feeling today. That's interesting. Does he feel any relief? Or was he not ever looking for relief?
I don't know that he was looking for relief. I mean,
it's so freaking cool. We work with the guy who gave up Barry Bonds' home run.
It's you forget about it.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it really is. You do forget about it. I don't think he's looking for relief.
I don't either.
I don't think he looks at it like, hey, look, I challenged Barry Bonds. I didn't try to walk Barry Bonds. I challenged him, and arguably the greatest home run hitter of all time hit a home run against me. Whoop-de-doo.
Right.
Like, it's not a...
Yeah, you can actually walk around now being like, what would you have more shame over? Like he's crying in the hallway, boo-hoo. You challenge him or you dodged him? Your friends would give you more props for challenging him.
Challenging him. I mean, like, it's not a... Giving up a home run to Barry Bonds is not like, oh my God, how dare you give up a home run to Barry Bonds? This is like, he's not Ozzie Smith.
Good morning, Mikey.
Hey, I feel a lot worse that I gave up a home run to David Eckstein in Double-A. I can't believe that little fart who's 5'7" and 140 pounds just hit a home run down the line off of me.
Have people been hitting you up or texting or any memories with this week and Judge's pursuit?
1080 KRLD AM did on Sunday as Judge was coming into town, but I think because I gave up an overall record, not a seasonal record, if that makes sense, because this is a 62. So I think if somebody gave up number 763 would set the new mark of all time.
That's bigger than single season.
Right. So I think then people would start asking me questions because now it's going after the record that I gave up, where giving up 62 is the single season American League record / however you feel about it record. And so if I would have given up number, let's say 71 to Barry Bonds, because that broke Mark McGwire's record, I think then I would be more connected to this record.
So do we remember who gave it?
I was just about to ask that. I have no idea.
I know
Traxel gave up the McGwire one, right?
Right. And the reason I know that is because he was my teammate with the Mets later in his career. But I don't know who gave up 71. I want to say it was a Dodger. I want to say he hit it off the Dodgers.
And who gave up 61 to Maris? I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, who's the all-time home run king?
I lean towards Barry Bonds, but it's not like for sure. It just stinks. It stinks in the history books that we do have a Bonds, a McGwire, and a Sosa in the single season stuff. And you just wish that it was at the end of Bonds' career. But after 03, if I have my years right, in 04, we were getting tested. Mm-hmm. So if let's say he would have had another 63 or 64 home run year, which he never even hit 50 in another season in his career. But then you would say, oh man, yeah, he did do it while there was no testing. And then he hit 63 when there was testing. So that gives you a better idea of like what he was capable of without the cream in the clear and Victor Conte.
Mikey Bassett popping in. Thank you, Michael. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Thank you all for the Tolo phone calls and the text. Been awesome throughout the entire morning. Let's check in with the Dallas Cowboys. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, starting to get us ready for the Rams. Next.
Let's get your carpet clean. The Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Resway, the RJ Choppy Fan Special. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $99. Great value locally owned.
for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, we're going to crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 this morning. Thanks for checking us out. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Nick Eatman every hump day.
Hump day.
Brought to you by DallasCowboys.com. Sponsored by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. Are you a big baseball fan?
Yeah, decent. I mean, not a big fan. You know, I lived in Dallas for 30 years, so I can't say I'm a huge fan. I go to the game every now and again, but Rangers are my team, but I don't always they don't always have the success, but I follow them pretty good.
All right, what do we need to know out at the Star? Yesterday was some minor QB updates. Jerry told us Dak couldn't grip the football. They're signing Will Greer, assumed to be.
Where are you going with the baseball stuff? What was that? Just a softball, and then we're just moving on?
Yeah, that was just like a Judge follow-up from yesterday.
Oh yeah. I've been listening to you guys. I'm pro RJ. So
you sound like a big RJ fan.
Yeah, you do. I appreciate that.
Why?
I've always thought this about the steroids. Always. I
thought you were like pro RJ choppy. You're pro RJ's point.
Yeah, but I mean,
nobody's really pro me in general.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of any other. So I mean, this is what it stands right now. You know what I mean? You're only as good as your last point. So that's the no. I just agree. I agree. You can't go back. You can't go back. It's like a highway patrolman sitting at the end of the highway going, "Man, you look like you were speeding." Well, yeah, but there was no speed limit. Well, you were going 100. Yeah, but there was no limit. So it's 70 now. Okay, I'll go 70. You don't go back now. It's your fault for not having the rules in place. And so, they were the best at it, at cheating. I guarantee the pitchers were juicing too. So those curveballs were probably a lot, dipping a lot more than others. To me, those are the home run, that's the record to me is Bonds and McGuire, and I think all of them should be in the Hall of Fame. That's my opinion on that. Okay, Cowboys.
No, real quick. In all your years, because we kind of asked Michael Irvin this, I'm not asking you for names, but in all your years, could you look at certain guys and everybody would know, whoa, what's going on with this guy's physique, and did it translate over to play and their game in terms of the advantage? Because that's the baseball argument that a lot of people have. Well, what did it really do for you in your hand-eye coordination? What did it really do for you with extra warning track power? How does that apply to you in your football coverage?
Maybe I'm not understanding what you were saying. Because once you said that names, I named about 10 in my head. So I was always just thinking about names. Just look at, a guy has 10 home runs, 12 home runs, 8 home runs, 9 home runs, 42 home runs. One of my favorite players that ever played for the Texas Rangers. I'm not going to mention his name, but I love his pizza up at Texas Live. Come on. Look at some of those guys. See, that's my problem with the whole thing. No one ever says, well, Biff Roberts was doing it, or Melky Cabrera. The best of the best were doing that, and I think that they were still the best of their era. That's what I always consider to be a Hall of Famer. Were you the best of your era? So the era was a little bit dirty, or a lot dirty. That was the era, and I think everyone was doing it. That's kind of the way I look at it. I don't know about translating it over to football. It's been different. I don't really have a lot of experiences of guys doing that, and the ones that did have gotten in trouble for it. They weren't. It didn't seem to be a huge difference maker. It's not. Right. This isn't the movie like The Program where Latimer goes out and all of a sudden starts making plays.
Latimer.
So I hope you get that reference.
That's a good one.
How much did Monday night change your outlook on this Cowboy Rams game for Sunday?
Yeah, it was worse. No, just because. Carson Wentz gets sacked 9 times by the Eagles. You're like, oh my God, the Cowboys are going to get him 100. And it's like 2 sacks. The Rams give up 7 sacks. This is really good defense too. San Francisco, obviously very aggressive and very smart in the way that they do their rushes. But you just look at it and you're like, okay, they're going to get it fixed. You always do. They always kind of figure out a way to fix it. So, I think The problem that I have with what the Rams did, and of course, and McVay's won a lot more Super Bowls than me, but
there's one more.
Just one more. You're right. He's won a lot more games.
Yeah,
coached a lot more football. I think I'm taller, but that's about it. But he thinks, I got nothing on the guy. To me, it's just like, we get Cooper Kupp the ball. Like, watch this. Like, we don't have that problem they do in Dallas where OC doesn't get their guy the ball. Like, we get our guy the ball. Yes, but at what cost? I mean, it's just he's getting beat up every catch. He's catching the ball. And he's basically like a little running back with screens. I mean, fantasy lovers are going to absolutely love the fact, point per catch, that Cooper Kupp's doing all this. But, like, they don't throw it to anyone else, and it's just kind of him. And so I think that they've got to expand their offense a little bit more to spread it out. Get Allen Robinson involved and, get the tight end even more involved and find a running game. I think this is going to be – I think Washington posed more threat than the Rams because of their ability to run the ball, and you have to shut down the run. So I think the Rams have got some issues going into this game.
Where do you stand on Stafford? Was he a guy who escaped Detroit, and now this is the greatness he was always destined for, or a little bit overrated last year, even though they won the ring?
Yeah, I wish David Hellman was listening to this, because he's Hollywood Hellman out there. He's 7:30 in the morning. He's not listening, but he used to always make fun of me because I just didn't like Stafford at all. Like, I just thought and the more of it, what it was that, like, here's a guy that's the number one pick in the draft, and he's not very good, and yet it's okay. Romo is not Aaron Rodgers, but yet, he gets criticized as the most overrated player in the history of the world. So I'd always like look at guys like that and Ryan and Rivers and be like, all right, but that's, hey, as Garrett would say, it comes with the dinner, right, of being with the Cowboys quarterback. But Stafford, I've just never really been a big fan. And I understand that Detroit will probably, limit you as for being great, but like, I just never was a huge fan of his. Now they caught lightning in a bottle last year, and it was a great run. But I don't consider him, like, he's won one Super Bowl. All it took was Rodgers and Breeze to win one, and they were considered like the best of all time. No, Stafford's not in that group for me. Man, I don't look at it that way.
Man, I feel you. It does seem like Romo and Rivers and Ryan got more kind of, I don't want to call it unfair criticism, but I feel like they were more harshly under a microscope than, some of the other quarterbacks that were in their same talent level and class.
Right. So, but the Lions have had issues before. I mean, they've drafted a ton of receivers to try to help over the years. And, it just for whatever the reason, it didn't work. I always think of the Lions when I think of, the Cowboy fans going like, God, 27 years, they haven't won. 27 next year, it'll be 28. And you just think about other franchises like, and I'm not trying to compare them. Hey, it could be worse. But I just look at their pain like, God, if you're a diehard Lions fan, which would be a problem anyways, but a diehard Browns fan or Falcons fan, and you're just like, man, like, because these Cowboys fans are hurting, and they should. Like, I'm not saying that they shouldn't. You just look at some of these other teams, and you're like, how are you a Sacramento Kings fan? Like, for real. Like, like, you just look at other franchises and go, and it's tough. And I'm not saying it could be a lot worse, because this is, you have high expectations as a Cowboy fan, and you should, I think.
All right. Your tweet yesterday did catch my attention. When things are going well, right, you worry about little stupid minor things. Is the injury to the long snapper a minor stupid little thing? Jake McQuaid, you tweeted, likely gone for the season.
Yeah. Well, I would love to say, no, it'll be fine. But when you've covered the team as long as I have, you have little things to go back and remember. And I remember 20 years ago when they just thought, nah, they don't need this snapper anymore. I don't need Dale Hellstray. We'll just go and get some young guys. And it was like the NFL films probably created their folly, NFL folly on that season. Like, it was all kinds of like ridiculous snaps and all that. So, but you look around the league, you look at college football, you look, even high school, like the snaps are pretty good. You know what I mean? Like most people can snap. So I would imagine they're going to get a guy in here. I think they're going to have a couple of guys that they've signed to the practice squad, and they'll just kind of use the roster to elevate. I think it'll be fine. But you say that, and then what didn't Cincinnati lose the game? Didn't the Bengals lose the game because they had backup snapper? So, but the backup snapper in a game is way different than getting a snapper off the street, because there's probably 100 snappers that can go and do this job, probably more than that. But your backup snapper is probably like your third tight end, like a Jake Ferguson, who's doing it at practice, in training camp, and like that's your backup snapper in a game. So I think that as long as the guy stays healthy, I think it'd be fine.
All right, brother. We'll pick this one on Friday. Thank you for the baseball insight.
That's just my 2 cents. That's it.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. I heard you and Bassick with KMC.
Yes, sir.
In the commercial break. Talking about collectibles.
Yes, sir.
Cashing in on number 62. What about number 63? Let's talk about Aaron Judge in Arlington as part of Crosstalk with KMC after this.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, located between I-20 and Highway 80.
That was the call on the Yes Network with Michael K. Did he finally text you back?
He did. He was asleep.
Oh,
he was sleeping in.
9:15.
He had a late night, I think.
Like going out after?
I bet you he did.
Oh yeah.
I bet you.
Why do
It's party time. Everybody knows him. Go party.
Michael K's a partier?
I don't know, but
well, you sound like you know.
He could. Why would you not go party?
You acted like he was
that?
Dennis. He's the announcer. You think Brad Sham went and partied after Emmett broke the record?
Yes, I do.
I don't think you know
Yes,
anything.
I do.
I don't think you know jack squat.
I think when you're traveling with a team like that on a night, like last night, that they probably did something afterwards. I don't know where they stayed. I don't want to out where they usually stay.
Why don't you tell us where they stayed? You know everything else. Where did Brad stay? Where did he party that night when Emmett broke the record?
Studio 54.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
I want to know more about the Studio 54 and Brad Sham. Yeah, I want to see if that's actually going down. So, yeah, we'll talk about Aaron Judge coming up with Mike Bassick, who's an expert on giving up home runs.
Oh,
don't say it like that.
Mike, how many home runs do you think you gave up in your entire career?
I can look and find out, unfortunately.
You don't know?
You don't know?
I have no clue. I know that I know in 2007 that I gave up a lot, like for my innings pitched.
Don't you ever want to respond, though, back and go, how many did you give up?
Hold on. I wanted to add this. He's also an expert at striking people out and throwing very good pitches as well.
Not
and
in the
giving
major
up
leagues.
hits.
But are you a better baseball analyst than you were a player?
Oh.
Because you did say you were a genius the other day.
You did.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
You know what? I think that's hard for you to say that you're a better analyst, not because you're a better analyst, but you made the major leagues.
Right. And that's the tough part about it.
Yeah.
But I will say this, and nothing against, I'm going to take shots here, nothing against Frank Thomas or David Ortiz or Pedro Martinez or Alex Rodriguez that do kind of the TBS playoffs, which I'm super excited about on Friday. It starts about noon. Our time is we get 4 playoff games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Kevin just learned that recently.
I already knew that.
They don't have to work very hard because of their baseball resume, and you can tell at times that they're not working very hard because of their great baseball resume.
Yeah, I like listening to Pete when he was on. Did you?
Pete Rose?
Frank Thomas is nothing.
Yes, but let me ask you this. When you were listening to Pete Rose, it was because, and I'm just catching up now on Ted Lasso. Season 2.
Overrated.
That's a lot.
Pete was just taking a lot of shots at the game today. I don't think he was actually studying right now.
Explain technique a little bit.
Yeah.
Teaching.
I hear you, but
I love that.
Let's just say I have coming up the Padres and the Mets series on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I have the pre and post game. I would be working my butt off right now to really know the ins and outs of that lineup, what they do, what they don't do, strengths and weaknesses, talking to a lot of people. Pete was kind of like, I can't believe this or that, but it's like, dude, do you know, like Nate Lowe? Like I know him well because I have to do 60 post-game shows on him, so I know his strengths and weaknesses. I kind of know Leody Taveras' strengths and weaknesses and why he had a better year this year than he's ever had in the major leagues because of his upright stance type deal. And I know he struggled tremendously in the second half, which worries me if Leody Taveras is a major league player or not.
I also want to add a couple of, some guys show up, hit ball, throw ball, right? And other people,
Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah. Other people like Mike have, like, they are learned about baseball from some great guys in the past. They've grown up in a different era, and they have another era in the future that they get to analyze. As a fan, because I've been a fan of the station for a very long time.
Thank you.
And when we were working nights, I listened all day long because I had to drop kids off in the morning, all that crap.
Nights.
Listening to Mike, I was like,
could have liked your show too.
I was up in the morning too. Yeah, definitely. Love this show. But I was listening to Mike and I was like, holy crap, I love listening to this guy talk about baseball. And now having worked with him, it's still the same thing the conversations, and then after we're done, then he's given choppy lessons. He's given me lessons like on things to teach my kids. So yeah, man, there's no better person in DFW to talk baseball or to listen to baseball from than I think Mike Bassick.
You're right about the guys on TV. Like, you give me the guys on MLB Network like DeRosa.
Right.
Smoltz is really good. I know I think Jim Bowden's really good as an analyst.
Right. Dear.
Steve Phillips. Like, they know the game and they know the players.
Both former general managers.
Yeah. But like I think they know the individual players more than, say, Frank
What's
Thomas
with
and
you
A-Rod.
today?
What, that I'm making you laugh?
Yeah, no, you're just like
on.
Man, yeah, you feel like you're fiery
Talented.
today.
I did like y'all's discussion on Aaron Judge versus Barry Bonds and today's pitcher because I think guys do throw harder. Obviously, that's a very easy thing to see, even though the guns are better, so they're picking them up a little bit closer because now it's a drop 7 in when they get the ball from hand to glove.
What does that mean? Drop
So
7.
if I'm throwing 97 miles an hour in today's game, the ball will then cross home plate or hit the catcher's mitt at 90 miles an hour. So back when I played, if I threw a pitch 86, that was about my average fastball is 86 miles an hour. By the time it got to the catcher's glove, it was 82.
Okay.
So that means that now the guns are so much better. So when it picked the ball up out of my hand, it didn't get it until, I don't know, distance. Let's just say
later.
5 to 10 feet out of my hand. So it means on today's radar gun, I would be throwing 89. Still not that good, right? But now, I don't want to take shots at specific people. But
you already did.
I'm going to use this as a specific person. I don't know if Dennis Santana would pitch 20 years ago in Major League Baseball. Now, he throws super hard, but in 20 years ago or 15 years ago, you didn't promote Dennis Santana until he learned somewhat how to pitch.
Yeah.
So I would never get promoted to the major leagues. I mean, literally, I could not play in today's game because research and development teams, analytic teams, would say, never call him up. He can't pitch at this level at that speed. And then maybe somebody like Bob Boone, who really liked me, would say, yeah, but he's getting people out. But the research and development team would say, I don't care, this is the weird thing. So it's kind of like there's a dude I played with named Rob Stratton, first round pick. He was also a linebacker that was going to the University of Miami, but chose baseball over football. He never made it to the major leagues. He would hit about 215, 220 in AAA and hit about 25 to 35 home runs. Never made it to the major leagues in my time. Now he would be considered a premium player because he was really fast, athletic, 240, 6'3", and he never made it to the majors. If he was playing today, he'd be getting paid $5 to $10 million to bat 185 and hit 30 home runs. It's just the game has changed. So some people never made it to the majors that now would be considered premium players. And Michael Young, I've even heard say he's not sure if he would even be a major league player today because of the way that research and development sees it. Now, one other thing I want to put into this. What's interesting to me about the analytic people, the smart people that went to Cornell, Yale, Harvard, that they don't even care about baseball, don't know anything about baseball, but they are smart with numbers. They're mathematicians. They are some of the smartest math people that you can hire, so they hire these people. So the smartest people in the world have now broken down all these numbers, and then they get people, they say, we want hit hard, throw hard. And you're like, wait a second, did we really, to me, this is my opinion, did we really need to hire the smartest mathematicians in the world to just say, we want hit hard, throw hard?
I mean, you want to hit hard, throw hard for a long time.
Right. But you wanted also to develop a lineup, right? You wanted a Mickey Rivers. I know I'm going way back or you wanted an Omar Vizquel on your team.
Yeah.
Now, that guy who's a premium shortstop but bats 260 with no power, I'm not sure how much I want on my team. Now, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is kind of that guy. So it's just interesting that you pay a whole bunch of money for very smart people. They went to premium Ivy League schools, got a premium degree, and then it boils down to, we want hit far, throw hard.
Who's the home run king, Kevin?
Aaron Judge and Henry Aaron.
Corey?
Barry Bonds. I don't give a crap what anybody else says.
Oh, hurtful.
Bonds, Judge.
And also, I'm tired of watching people break records in our stadium or make history in our stadium.
Man, that's the other thing.
Sucks.
We had a World Series here. We had the first sellout. We had the first full crowd post COVID here of any sport.
All because of other teams.
We had 2 no-hitters here last year. Almost a third one 2 nights ago. And then 62. Like, what else have we had at this ballpark that's in 3 years?
Knock it down and build a new one.
That doesn't involve us.
That doesn't involve the Rangers and none of it.
Pujols didn't do anything to us.
No, that's true.
He tried to, in the World Series, I think he tried to knock down the stadium with one of his home runs.
Yeah.
All right, it's the KMC Masterpiece. Next, we'll have Babe Laufenberg on tomorrow to start previewing the Rams. KMC next on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan.
1-1 to Aaron Judge. Here's the pitch. And there's a swing, and there's a high fly ball to deep left field. Bubba Thompson back. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Aaron Judge has broken the American League home run record. The Yankees are pouring out of the dugout to greet him at home plate. Globe Life Field is on its feet. The wait is over. 62 home runs for Aaron James Judge.
Whoa. Got the middle name, and not for being in trouble. Eric Nadel on the call right there. History made, as Corey made reference to, at the ballpark yet again, that the Rangers were only spectators to. My question for y'all,
we won
to start this off. That's a great point. Do you take any solace in that, Corey? We won the game.
Did you see the picture that I retweeted? Somebody that said, "Man, look at this is the Rangers." Whenever it's like Lieutenant Dan when everybody's celebrating on New Year's Eve and he's just sitting there and the ticker tape is falling around him. That's how I feel. I feel just like Lieutenant Dan in that situation. And it's not. There's reason for cause for celebration, but it's not for me.
Well, good news.
So if he would have hit it off of the Astros, it would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. Man, how cool would that have been? If he'd hit it off the Yankees, it'd be even cooler because I hate the Yankees that much.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
They're going to have to play like inter-squad for like 4 days to get ready for the playoffs.
All right, so since you guys brought it up, I am just kind of curious where everybody falls on this, especially with the Tolos and the Twolos at 877-881-1053. Single season. Do you think it's Judge? Do you think it's Bonds? Do you maybe for some reason think it's McGuire or Sosa? Like, I really want to know about that. But also, did you go to the game yesterday? And if you did, where were you in proximity to this? Like, I know we heard from the Tolo who's like right there and the ball got snagged. He was
a great interview too.
Yeah.
Man.
But
Good
like,
interview, yeah.
Were you 4 rows back? Were you in the adjacent section in the first row?
The guy that caught it, Corey, mind you.
Did he spell his name right?
Yeah, I think he spells it wrong. But I haven't
spell
looked.
it in a different way than you.
Yeah, that's wrong. He catches it. He crossed 6 chairs. He went through a guy's legs.
He wanted
and
it.
got all the way over there and boxed out. That's a great job by him.
Yeah, congratulations is my thing.
Yeah, really good job on his part to go that far. Because we were talking about, hey, let's just buy a whole section out. You know, we'd buy the whole section and then it wouldn't have worked out. So good job on his part, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also I want to know if people are going out there today, because while there was already a guaranteed bid from an auction house if they choose to sell it for $2 million, if he hits another home run and if he plays, which he said he wanted to, that home run ball will be worth money for sure. So are you still going out tonight,
Mike,
this afternoon?
I want to clarify something because a lot of people get confused on this. And I know we bring it up. It's part of your life. It is. Somebody said my boy Mikey B gave up the real record. That is not the record you gave up.
I gave up the all-time record, not single season.
The cumulative all-time career home runs record, not the single season. I just want to make sure we get that clear. Mike did not give up this one. He gave up a different one that the guy had to hit 700,000 home runs just to get to where Mike was that day.
That's
all right?
true.
Let me pull up my son's text to me as he was at, I think, volleyball practice.
We had 2 immaculate innings in one game. Huh. That's awesome, too. Congratulations to us.
You're not alone anymore. That makes 2 Texas pitchers to give up record-breaking home runs. That's my 14-year-old.
Is he on punishment?
Yeah, did that feel...
He's about to be punished for what he's doing at school.
Okay.
So,
just tell him it's for this.
But not directly for that text.
I just got an email I was reading in the break from a teacher where he's being a distraction in class.
Oh, all right. So
I was just like, but I was like, Tinoco's not from Texas. He's just pitching for the Rangers.
Yeah.
But he's like, yeah, still.
So people are, I guess not surprisingly, kind of split on this from the 817 Bonds, from the 903 Cheaters Should Never Prosper.
We live in a reality.
Yeah, for the 817, Judge is the king. And then from the 214, I was in the front row behind the Rangers bullpen. But at least that is far enough away. Like if I was on that front row or even in the section next to it on the front row, I'd be like, dang it. Could I have knocked someone down or could I have politely slid by them or whatever to try to get that baseball?
Corey, real quick. This is only going to take 30 seconds, and we get right back on topic. When he says front row, doesn't it sound like Scooby-Doo saying, uh-oh?
Yes, front row.
I never thought of that until you said it. It's like Scooby-Doo.
Front row. Yeah.
All right.
What? Are you an impersonation
I can do
guy?
that. I can do that.
Do your Kermit the Frog real quick. Do it.
I don't think that's a good idea right now.
Dude, he's just super
All right.
talented.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Thank you.
I'm with Bonds, Kevin.
Okay.
On multiple fronts.
And
here.
I'm not like heated against.
No,
that
I am
opinion.
definitely heated against y'all. So it's history that happened.
Sure.
And we can't just act like it didn't happen.
Sure.
Because it happened and we let it play out right in front of us. During that time, you could have looked and been like, that dude's head got bigger. How'd that happen? Like, there are lots of things.
Right.
And we went through the motions in that time period, so we can't just act like it didn't happen. Now, if you want to put an asterisk by it, that's fine, but it still exists in the history book of Major League Baseball. And that's why
true.
I'm going to continue to recognize it as it is, because the game let it happen in that time period.
So there's that perspective, and there's also, let me ask you the question.
Okay.
Who was the 2005 Heisman winner?
Reggie
Bush.
Y'all answer that real quick. Like, technically, that does not exist, a 2005 Heisman winner, except we all saw it happen.
We saw it happen.
Yeah.
But people want to be like, oh, no, it didn't happen because we want to rewrite history on the way that things are. And I'm just not okay with that.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of depends sometimes on, and this is where it gets into like an even muddier situation, is like, what rules do you think are valid and what rules do you think are not?
Exactly.
Because I see how it's a bad look where I'm like, oh, it's Reggie Bush because I thought that rule was stupid.
Right.
Whereas it's not Barry Bonds because I don't think you should use steroids. Even though like they both broke rules, I just think one rule is probably more legit than the rest, which is a very problematic stance. I realize. I know everyone probably has, like, whenever I see a no U-turn rule, I'm like, that's stupid. That's not a real rule.
You don't have to like it.
Yet it is.
Mhm.
Like, it's a real law.
The fact of the matter is, the entity in charge of the rules, the MLB, has not deemed it necessary enough to like do something to change it. And look, there's a lot of things that like you don't actually have to like. Karl Malone was really good at basketball. Like he holds records and stuff. I don't care about them, but they exist.
Yeah. But as a human, he is kind of a scumbag.
Whoa,
oh, wow.
My
Okay.
gosh. Reginald with
There you
his
go.
venom this morning.
Google Karl Malone and then come back and tell me if you disagree.
Yeah. From the 214, Kevin was a smartass in school as well. Here's the thing. My mom will be quick to tell you, though, I was also honest, because she likes to tell the story how I'd come home from elementary school and like you'd get a star if you were good every day. And immediately I would come home and go, well, no 5 stars for me this week.
Mm-hmm.
And so she said she appreciated that level of honesty, even if sometimes, yes, I definitely was a smartass. So, Rangers fans.
I also don't want a Yankee to have the record. If that's cool.
But the Giants beat us in the World Series.
It's fine. We weren't ready for that. We weren't even.
I mean, they
supposed
can
to
never
be
win a
there.
World Series when Bonds played for them, but whatever.
We weren't even supposed to be in that World Series. We were just happy to be there at that point.
Man, you're right.
I am
but that's
right.
because we were going to win in 11,
Yeah.
and since we didn't,
Oh,
I think
okay.
I have
Retro-
I think I've retroactively changed my opinion about the 2010 World Series, because when we lost, I was like, look, those pitchers are phenomenal. Everybody knows next year was our year. And then for the whole year, it looked like it was our year. And then it wasn't. Then I was like, you know what? You can go to hell,
Like
Giants.
20 minutes. It just went bad.
Yeah. And so I think I've retroactively changed my opinion about that World Series.
It's kind of like, okay, so I hate the Yankees and I always will. All right. And but I guess there was kind of this relief of, Neftali Feliz and Benji Molina are hugging because we just got past the Yankees to get to the World Series, right? So there's that moment. So maybe people forget about hating the Yankees that much. Kind of like the Red Sox hated Bill Buckner forever until they finally won the World Series, and they're like, now you're forgiven, buddy. Sorry about that. All the hate we sent your way all that time.
As long as we're throwing out hot takes, what happened with Bill Buckner is so vastly overrated in the history of baseball, because what happened with the Rangers and the Cardinals is a way bigger deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, if he makes that play, that World Series is not over.
Or they go to extra innings.
Exactly. So that World Series is not over.
Bob Stanley throwing wild pitches to Rich Gedman.
I'd see. Who knows
now,
those
by the
names?
Way, I had both of those coaches with the Mets. So Bob Stanley is a pitching coach in the Mets organization as a minor leaguer. At the time, Mookie Betts is our first base coach. And I listened to their discussion because they have fun with it, in that Mookie Betts is like, it doesn't matter if Bill Buckner would have caught it or not. I was beating you to first base.
Yeah.
And Stanley's like, no, you're not. And I never thought about that. But if you ever go back, if you want to YouTube Bill Buckner's error, Mookie Betts could fly back then, and Bob Stanley doesn't look like he could.
Yeah.
And so if you look at it, it was going to be interesting if Buckner caught it. And a lot of the pressure on Buckner was because Mookie could run well, that he was a little bit like, gosh, I got to hurry. And his knees were done. But if Mookie Betts beats that out, then the Bill Buckner thing doesn't matter. And probably you don't usually blame pitchers for getting beat to first base by really fast runners. So, interesting part of that.
You mean Mookie Wilson? Because you said Mookie Betts a couple
Mookie
times.
Wilson.
Okay, just make sure.
I extrapolated that and you were on a roll. But
yeah, Mookie Wilson.
Since you mentioned Pete Rose earlier in our crosstalk, did you know they had a WrestleMania in Boston and Pete Rose went on there and he goes, I dropped some tickets off for Bill Buckner, but he couldn't bend down to pick them up.
Oh.
And everyone was like super duper mad. But yeah, I'm always surprised why. I know it's because it's the Red Sox, but I'm surprised like there's not a 30 for 30 about the 2011 World Series. I think that is a far more historically relevant play than Bill Buckner not getting a play that would have sent the ball to extra innings.
I love what you just said. Question, and I think I know the answer from both of you. Would you watch that because it's going to be an hour-and-a-half documentary on the Rangers losing the World Series?
There were,
that is fair. Because as much as I want it,
I don't go back to 06 for Mavs at all. I do not.
Bitter. That was even more bitter because it felt like you were getting jobbed.
Oh, David Stern fixed it. Yes, it happened.
I think I would, Mike, because I've told everybody you can't just ignore the moments that happen in your life. You have to face them head on. That's why we talk about that moment with Nelson Cruz.
I want to just ignore it.
Do you remember how much fun it was to get there?
Yeah.
Like,
actually,
it was so much fun to get to the World Series.
And the real World Series is the friends we made along the way.
Stop that. Stop that right there. You know what? I'm not actually sure I do remember the fun as much as I should. Like, I'm not actually sure I do go back to Mike's point about 06 and that amazing series against the Spurs in the Western Conference semifinals. Like, I know people are like, oh, then you beat the Suns. But, like, that Spurs series might have been the greatest playoff series I've ever seen that I was, like, actually invested in. But then I lose track of how cool that was. I lost track of the Nelson Cruz show along the way.
Yeah,
like,
awesome.
in the positive way.
Which Watts reminded us of.
Because of the way it ended. So I totally get your point. I wish I remembered that more. But the things that stand out more to me are Jimmy saying, you can put it in 3-inch headlines, we're going to win this game. Because they did, and then they won the Super Bowl. I lose sight of some of those other positives because you didn't win it all.
Yeah, no, I go back to, it was so much fun watching Wash manage that club. They were all excited with the horns and antlers, or the antlers and arm thing, whatever. Yeah, claw and antler. And they were pumped about that. And it was the most exciting baseball we've ever seen.
Sure.
Ever as Rangers fans.
I agree.
So, like, I try to remember that. So, Mike, I don't think it would just be an hour. There would have to be set up to it.
Right.
So I think I'm going to get at least 40 minutes of this is their path to get to this moment.
And then 45 minutes to an hour of this is the moment. And then then they go over it. Probably game 7 is a 5-minute part of the documentary because it's like, the Cardinals win it
and then
all
you
the
have to
next night.
watch like 10 minutes of post interview is like, oh, yeah. And then once we finally got it, I couldn't believe it. And I knew they were broken going into game 7.
David Freese goes into depression.
You might be right.
And then he doesn't even really want the car, and he doesn't even want the MVP trophy because he's depressed. And
then Derek Holland gave us lots of really good insight and information when we had him on while he was filling in for Kevin. Did he talk about that?
Golf yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. He's really good at golf sometimes.
I flubbed the last 4 holes.
From the 817, I was 10. Cried myself to sleep after Freeze walk off.
Yeah.
10 years old, dude. Just imagine, like, we were adults that had never seen a World Series baseball. This kid was 10 thinking it's going to live forever like this.
Maybe I don't want to see that 30 for 30 now that you bring it up.
I don't want to see a 30 for 30 on 06
unless
it exposes David Stern as
a
horrible person who everybody gives credit for making the NBA good. Well, it was really tough. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. All you had to do is say, hey, let's promote these 2 guys.
Yeah.
Man, he did it all.
I'm with you. Maybe I don't want to watch it. Now, my question for Rangers fans is, because I know we gave away tickets to this game, are you going out today? And we're going to lead all the way into Rangers game, pregame at 2:30, first pitch at 3:05 right here on the Fan. So you get 30 extra minutes of K&C today. You could hear more history because the American League record now is 62. That could change.
I've had My buddy Jeremy texted me. My dad had said, hey, I bet that guy who caught 62 is really hoping 63 doesn't get hit. I think people need to understand this because I think 95% of the people don't because they don't collect things.
Yeah.
And they're not in the world of collecting stuff. 63 does not affect 62. 62 is going to be the ball worth the most. 63 will not be worth the most.
Can I just say the one way I think it does affect it is I think it could drive 62 even higher if it doesn't get hit. Okay. Like I'm with you. Like
but people think that if 63 is hit,
sure.
62 is not worth much.
No. There's already a standing offer from an auction house for $2 million for 62. But I just think if 63 doesn't get hit or 64 or whatever, that could drive the price even higher.
Right, because it
62.
is the record breaker and the most. But if you do, he said he's playing today.
Yes.
The lineups haven't come out, but Aaron Judge does want to play today. If he does hit 63, you are looking at probably $100,000 to $500,000 baseball.
Yes.
I know that's a big amount difference, but I don't know the exact number. It could even get up to $1 million. All it takes is McFarland to be like, I want it.
Yeah,
and
he spiked that McGuire home run so much.
And I think that ball's worth more than $2 million if an auction house is already willing to give $2 million. If it's like your first offer and there's a lot of people that want that, I can imagine that'll be worth
for sure.
Worth more.
From the 972, yeah, I'm definitely going to the game, and congratulations to all the people who won tickets from KNC.
You're
I'm
welcome.
hoping he homers out to right field.
I fought for those tickets to be given away, Kevin.
Yes,
I just
you
want
did.
to let a lot of people know.
Thank you very much.
And Mike and Reggie, we all went into the boss's office and said, hey, the
like I
Tolos need
supported this
tickets.
too.
Kevin was out in the hall still, but he did show up. But we said, the Tolos need tickets. Let's get them to them. And boss said, we're going to take credit for it. And I was like, well, I'll show you.
Huh, what a weird agenda. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what do you expect fantasy football and regular football-wise from Michael Gallup going forward? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, let's talk about DFW Security. Gosh, it's hard to believe, but Halloween's just around the corner, weeks away, and DFW Security has a spooky good deal for you. It's their
Somebody come help him. Throw it in the end zone for Gallup. Caught it. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you know you have plenty of time to throw on a play, even if you're rushed out of the pocket when the announcer has time to make a suggestion in the midst of it. And that was outstanding. So I have a combo real and fantasy football segment for you right here.
Are there ogres?
Not like fantasy football is. You know what fantasy football is. Not like House of the Dragon, Lord of the Rings kind of football or anything like that. All right. So my question is, what do you expect fantasy football-wise and regular football-wise from Michael Gallup going forward? And one of the reasons fantasy jumped into my head is that Michael Gallup is currently available in 53% of ESPN fantasy football leagues. So, so like if you're interested and you think they're going to take advantage of him going forward, he's available to go pick up.
Do you know what his points were on Sunday, Kevin?
I know he scored a touchdown.
All right, do you know his stats?
2 for 24?
2 for 24. That's 4 points plus 6 points for the touchdown. That is 10 points.
All right.
Which is very poor.
Right.
In today's
you don't want to rely on touchdowns in fantasy football. If that you need them to win. But if you're going, well, he's only going to catch 2 to 3 passes, but I need a touchdown, and I'm going to bet on a touchdown. That's a tough one.
Do you factor in that we knew he was going to be on a more limited snap count going forward?
Michael Gallup is not my choice in fantasy football.
Okay. That was my first question.
A lot of times you're going to go with CeeDee Lamb. You're going to go with Amari Cooper. You're going with Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. Michael Gallup is not in that category for me. While he might produce, the other thing, too, is you're currently working with a backup quarterback.
Sure.
So your backup quarterback, you're anticipating he's going to miss a couple throws, or they're not going to trust him to make as many throws, so they're going to run the ball a little bit more.
I know it's a different position.
Can I ask you a quick, this is about receiving in fantasy football before we move anywhere else. Do you get sad as fantasy football players when you watch what would have been a big play that you get credit for pass interference, but that doesn't help your fantasy score at all? You're like, oh my God, that would have been like 50-yard catch or whatever.
For sure, yeah.
That's 6 points right there.
Yeah. Same with your quarterback.
Yeah.
You're like, dang it, that would have been a 60-yard touchdown.
And you're like, but I don't
get it. It's pass interference, and that's why I think in college football it's very smart to pass interfere if at any point you feel like you're beat down the field for 25 or more yards, because it's only a 15-yard penalty. So when people are like, it's too big of a penalty, that's a 52-yard penalty. Like, no, it's not, because that dude should intentionally pass interfere at any time he feels like he's beat, and this could be a game-changing play.
From the 817, Gallup might be available in a lot of leagues, but not the ones around here. That's interesting. Do you find more local bias in your fantasy football
100%.
league?
Zero.
What?
Hold on. What? Go ahead. I'll let Mike answer first.
Do you find local bias in your fantasy football leagues where he might be available in 53% of the league, but in DFW he's available in 5%?
100%. So if you're in Detroit, Corey, like, I know that they have the best offense right now, fantasy-wise and stat-wise, but you're going to find if you're playing with 6 Detroit Lion fans, you're like, dude, who are you guys taking it in like the 8th or 9th round? You're like, all of a sudden the 3rd wide receiver for Detroit's being taken because they know a lot about their own team. When I play fantasy baseball with a lot of guys that are from Cincinnati, you'll find that, God, Cincinnati players are coming kind of off the board here late in later rounds that I'm not even sure who they are.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. I am probably very different than that. My friends will probably draft because they're like, I do not draft Cowboys players.
Because you don't like that conflict of interest?
Well, yeah, because being in radio, there's a huge conflict.
I meant watching. No, I meant watching.
He couldn't rightfully do his job and feel good if he had Cowboys.
If I had him on my fantasy team, then I'd be cussing him every week for not getting me my points.
I meant conflict of interest as a fan, not as a radio
absolutely.
host.
I don't want to sit there and be watching and rooting for them to do something that maybe even like, or if they fail, for me to hate them even more for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to hate them as a fan anyway. Like if they
score a touchdown and you're like, why the hell didn't that go to Gallup?
Yeah, exactly.
Instead?
So I don't like drafting. And plus I did what Mike did the same year that he drafted Tony Romo and Des Bryant. Both of them got hurt. I did the same thing that one time. And I said, never again. So that's a hard and fast rule. Don't draft Cowboys unless I have to. Like if Brett Maher was the only kicker I had available, and it's a matchup that I love, then sure, I'll try it. And every once in a while, there might be, like Tony Pollard, if something was to happen to Zeke and Tony Pollard was out there, which he shouldn't be, That would be a first,
Right.
like, go get that guy now.
But like, I was going to make this point. J.K. Dobbins coming back from injury.
Yeah.
He's a guy that you should strongly consider really picking up because you know that he's going to be a feature guy when 100%. The thing about Michael Gallup, which is tough, is when he comes back 100% and plays all the snaps you want him to play, he's still not going to be the feature guy.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's an interesting point. And this might kind of feed into it. I know leagues are different because somebody just said there's some 6 and 8 team leagues on Yahoo, and that might skew the numbers. So it's actually lower than you think in terms of how much he's really available. And from the 2-1-4, he's going to help us, no doubt. I don't know if it's the stats more than the presence. I think he fits as a flex too. My league has 2 flex spots and no kicker, which is fascinating.
No kicker, huh?
Yeah, but 2 flex spots. And then from the 4-0-6, Gallup will lead the Cowboys in touchdowns. And so fantasy-wise, he'll give you 10 to 12 points a game, which you just told me is not necessarily desirable.
When the Devontae Adams, like it's not the elite guys. Like the Devontae Adams is going to get you maybe 25, 30 points. And because they're going to get the most targets, I think Michael Gallup, he is a very big, Jerry Jones said it on our air the other day. Jerry Jones was talking about Michael Gallup being and I think McCarthy had said it to him, he is the definition of a deep threat. But he can also do these other things. But because he is a deep threat, you do get the pass interference. Did he get 2 of them?
He got 2 of them.
So that's what even the Cowboys think of him in this manner. And the deep threat on the team doesn't always get the volume targets that you're going to get.
But you're glad,
which stack up points.
Okay, but you're glad he's on the team.
Absolutely.
From the regular football perspective.
For sure.
So let's segue into that then, because I think you just kind of hit the nail on the head. And I know you said Jerry talked about it yesterday with Sean and RJ, is how much do you like having that more vertical threat, which is it fair to say we did not feel like was on the team before he came back?
Because CeeDee Lamb's touchdown was a vertical threat, but
you don't feel like you consistently get it the same as Gallup. I guess I don't.
Yeah, and I think you go watch that play, and Cooper Rush does such a great job to get CeeDee Lamb open, like with his eyes, by keeping Dalton Schultz locked in, and the safeties kind of, oh crap, and then it opens up for CeeDee. I think that there's plenty of guys on this team that can be that vertical threat, but I'm not looking at Noah Brown going, hey, you're going to go get the big touchdown and go high point a lot of footballs deep.
Right.
I'm looking at Noah Brown going, you're doing a lot of dirty work, buddy, and that's going to be how it is. And CeeDee Lamb, you're making him an addition to your running game, so you're throwing screens to him. Like that's how I'm looking at CeeDee Lamb. So yeah,
sure,
I would say that having him now, I know that I can open up other things for my other receivers and for him in scheme design. Whenever I'm laying out my plan, these are the things that should happen based on how I have these routes set up.
Now, when I'm looking at the text, it's reminding me that we should bring back this segment on Tuesday, our very popular Nobody Cares About Your Fantasy Football Team, but today
are people
we
texting
do.
in about their fantasy teams?
Because one of the texts I just saw is, you know what really hurts? I'm 3rd in my league in points, and I still lost this week. And so, I feel like nobody wants to hear, it's like poker, nobody wants to hear about your bad beats. But on Tuesdays, we would listen to everyone talking about, oh, my God, let me tell you, then when they changed the scoring and the butt punt, that totally screwed me over and everything like that.
And then on the flop, everything went chaos.
You can mix all that together from the 5-6-1. Gallup is our most talented receiver, in my opinion. So I have something about that for tomorrow about how the Cowboys have changed their general philosophy about CeeDee Lamb that might make people excited about that. I don't think I would say our most talented receiver, but I would say he's a talent that I'm glad is back on the team.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, because you were relying on Noah Brown and him, and who was your next option?
Right.
Turpentine.
Right.
That's the only way I know him now, Mike, is Turpentine. I can't even say Turpin.
And I will say this, when he does get on the field, like when he lined up on the goal line situation, I think 5-yard line, and he was to the left, I was like, oh, he's in. Are we going to use him this time? So far he's been a decoy for the most part when he's lined up as a wide receiver, but at some point I have a feeling they're going to use him in a triple reverse that gets probably negative 12 yards. And we're like, what the crap, man? We were running the ball fine for 4 to 5 yards. Why did we have to do a triple reverse to the little guy who ended up getting negative 12?
I swear on that play that I feel like you're emulating right there, I thought they were going to reverse it one more time. And I was going to be like, how far back are we going before we get something moving?
I don't know if penalties count as targets. I would presume that they do. But
I don't think they do because you can't get credit for the reception.
Okay.
If it's an accepted penalty, then I don't think it counts.
Michael Gallup's catch percentage, 48, 58, 56, 56. That's a Chris Chambers number right there.
Right.
Where you have all this talent, but man, go look at Devontae Adams'
Sure,
percentage catches, and even look at CeeDee Lamb's right now. That's where I'm looking at it going, okay, that's the difference. Michael Gallup, I still struggle sometimes. Devontae Adams, Kevin.
And I don't think he'll ever be even close to that
62,
category.
63, 65, 65, 77, 72. Like that's where I'm talking about the difference between that elite guy and this other guy that you have.
And I'm not here to argue that Michael Gallup will ever be in that spot, but I like that he brings another option to the table, even though people were acting like when he came back, it would be 1988 Jerry Rice. But that's just inherent with a fan base freaking out. Like, remember when James Washington got hurt? I was kind of like, I feel bad for him, but who cares otherwise? Like, he's a guy. And they were like, well, what are they going to possibly do without James Washington? I'm like, they'll be fine without James Washington because he's always been a guy in the league. And now Michael Gallup's coming back. Some people were like, that will fix everything. And so I kind of
It'll fix a lot of things for sure.
And I'm excited about that, especially when we're on a 3-game winning streak. And then just for you, Mike, somebody brought up he might be a good play. Michael Gallup might be a good play in daily fantasy because he's
cheap
not
enough.
Yeah, because he's not expensive.
What worries me right now is the connection with the Noah Brown. Because if I'm doing this, they're going to be both cheap. Would you rather play this week Noah Brown or Michael Gallup? I'm going to play neither because on the road with a backup quarterback doesn't look like you're going to move the ball for 250 passing yards or more. So I'll look in other directions. But I understand what they're saying. The value. You're looking for value. You're looking for a cheap contributor so you can pick up a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson to pay that much money. But I'm probably not going to play any Cowboys this week in daily fantasy just because I don't see the Cowboys just racking up a lot of yards on the road in L.A.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some baseball nuggets with Mike Basher?
Well, not only a little more Aaron Judge talk, but Kumar Rocker made his debut in the Arizona Fall League next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It'll be a Thursday show our next time in, and Krusty's Corner will take a good look at the Rams on tape at 2:40.
Provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where James Washington apparently will not have his 21-day window activated just yet. So it'll be at least 1 week, and you would think that means perhaps they don't think he'll be ready to go in the next 3 weeks. And now, do you want to go to the audio first?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
Swung on. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 62 to set the new American League record. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd. Just think of it. 3 Yankee right fielders. The Babe hitting 60 and 27. The Jolly Roger hitting 61 and 61. And now Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run. This is Judgment Day. Case closed.
You forgot to say what year.
Yeah.
60 and 27, 61 and 61, and 62 in 22.
Whoa.
He didn't say 22. He forgot what year it was. He's really given us a history of the Yankees right fielders, which is kind of amazing, isn't it? That it was a right fielder, and a right fielder all for the same team that are the only people in the history of the American League to have 60 home runs in a season or more.
That is wild.
Huge coincidence that it's the Yankees, huh, Mike?
Well, one of the reasons...
You know how much you hate the Lakers? That's how I feel about the Yankees.
One of the reasons that Babe and Roger did it is because they were left-handed hitters in a stadium where you can hit pop-ups to right field for a home run.
Yeah.
And still, the new Yankee Stadium is similar that way, where it's a very favorable park for left-handed hitters. That's where Teixeira became more of a pull hitter because he's like, yeah, it makes sense for me when I go up left-handed to just try to yank the ball over here, because if I can hit a pop-up 330 feet for a good, 60 to 70 feet past the line, like you go from line to the gap, if you hit it 330 feet, it's a home run.
Yeah.
Where most places you have to hit it 330 feet right down the line, and then very quickly it starts going towards about a 365 to 380 gap. But for there, right-handed hitters, the reason there's not a lot of right-handed hitters who have a lot of home runs in Yankees history, if you look at their best right-handed hitters, they don't have usually a lot of home runs, is because the gap there is like 390-ish when you get into the left center gap. So it's very favorable to be a left-handed hitter as a Yankee rather than Aaron Judge, which makes it very impressive that as a right-handed hitter, he was able to hit 62, possibly 63. By the way, I don't see the lineups out yet.
Okay.
Obviously, the game is at 3 o'clock. We should be getting lineups right around noon, I think. But as far as we know, Aaron Judge did say he wants to play.
He did.
Now, there's a streak of he's played in 55 straight games. And so somebody would say, hey, give him the day off. Here's the issue and the problem with the Yankees. And I want to talk about this in general because Friday we're not going to have baseball nuggets because Friday we pretty much do football talk because we're going into a football weekend. This will be the first time in the history of baseball there's buys. Now, buys sound great in football, and we even discuss buys in football going, hey, is it beneficial to have the buy? Because at times we can see, yes, it's very beneficial. At other times we go, gosh, that team created momentum in the wild card round, took that momentum in the wild card round because they didn't have a week off and played a team that kind of maybe lost their momentum. Yes, they got the rest, but they had that week off. Baseball is not meant to have a week off.
Yeah.
You lose everything. And I can think of 2007, my last year in the major leagues, the Colorado Rockies swept baseball. As in, they'd won, I believe, 21 of 22 games to finish the season. They play in a do-or-die game against the Rockies. Or sorry, not against the Rockies. Is in Colorado. I can't remember who they played. They win that game. I remember Jamie Carroll scoring a run at home plate, which was big. And then they go on and they sweep Philadelphia, and then they sweep another team in the NLCS. And then because they won so quickly and Boston was working on the other side and there were dates that were already specific to the World Series that you don't change, they had 9 days off. And then they got swept.
Smoked, yeah.
So I'm wondering this, with Houston, the Yankees, LA, and Atlanta, this will be the first time ever we see buys. And I wonder how beneficial or devastating it could be to kind of, I haven't hit in 6 or 7 days in a major league game.
So what is your initial take on how you think it's going? I know you said it'll be interesting, but like if you had to guess right now, how do you think it's going to play out?
I think for Houston, it will play out just fine because I just think they're that much more talented than everybody in the American League. But I just wonder for the Dodgers, which I'll get to in a second, if they have to play the Mets and if you get to Atlanta, who possibly have to play St. Louis, I just wonder if they're going to be like, dang, Atlanta's been arguably the best team in the second half of baseball. And as great as the Dodgers have played, like it's tough to take away the Dodgers. I didn't see if they won or lost last night, but they got really close to the all-time record.
Yes.
And so I just wonder, having this many days off, if all of a sudden, for pitchers, I think you're fine because you're so worn out at the end of the year that having an extra start off for the most part, if you're missing a rotation start, you're fine. But for a hitter to not face major league pitching for about a week is very tough to possibly get right back into the rhythm. One of the best I ever seen was Adrian Beltre at the end of his career. He could go on the injured list, and I was like, God almighty, how are you coming off the injured list and you look like you never missed a day, type of deal.
Can your own pitchers maybe bring it a little harder in practice or whatever to try to keep their rhythm going?
So what you're going to try to do is you're going to try to have 1 or 2 inter-squad days.
Okay.
And you have to watch, like for Garrett Cole, who pitched last night, who I'm assuming is going to pitch the first game of the Yankees series versus the winner of Tampa Bay at Cleveland, and I'll get into that in a second, is he probably will just throw a bullpen session and not face live batters because literally he pitched on Tuesday. He will probably start on Tuesday of next week. So he's not even really going to miss much. So if that makes sense at all. But for your relief pitchers, you're probably going to want them to get in 1 inning of work. For your number 4 and 5 starters who aren't going to pitch again for a while because you'll play Tuesday, Wednesday, day off. Play on Friday, Saturday, day off, pitch on Sunday. Like they probably will want to throw like 2 or 3 innings of inter squad to kind of keep things going.
And I know it's inter squad, but do you feel like you're getting their best-ish?
You have to watch how hard you come inside.
Okay.
So we had to do this in 2001 with Cleveland, which I threw in inter squad games because of September 11th. So if people don't remember that or they're too young to remember, so September 11th, obviously I think everybody knows what happened 2001 September 11th. But for baseball, we didn't play baseball from, I believe, the 11th through the 18th or 19th. So there was a week to 8 days off where we didn't play baseball. Well, we had to do something to keep everybody kind of in that frame of mind, especially for us, Cleveland. We were in a battle with Minnesota to win the division, ended up winning the division. But so we had 2 days of inter squad days, and other days we had practice. After we kind of got back to Cleveland, we had to take buses from Kansas City back to Cleveland. Obviously, we couldn't fly. So for a major league team, very different.
That's a good point.
We were kind of lucky in that Kansas City to Cleveland, if I remember right, is about a 9-hour bus ride. Which, can you imagine?
No,
and it didn't happen, but if you were the Texas Rangers and you were in Seattle.
Oh, my God.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean.
No, I can't. Oh,
that makes it a little bit difficult to be like, we're going to take a bus from Seattle to Texas.
No, absolutely.
During this time. But so you got to watch how hard you throw inside because the last thing you want is me facing Juan Gonzalez in an inter squad game and me accidentally hitting him in the elbow or the wrist or hand, and then I take him out for the rest of the season. So your throwing is as good as you can.
Yeah.
At the same time, you got to watch how hard you come inside because you don't want to accidentally hit somebody and then take them out when you do come back from the break. All right, so, man, I ran out of time quickly on this. All right, real quick.
It was such a good discussion.
I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow because I'll have time as the season comes to an end. But just remember, there's no road games for the team that is the division winner or the number 1 wild card. So Toronto, Cleveland, New York Mets, and St. Louis are all hosting a 3-game series starting Friday.
Okay.
And those winners take on, already set in stone, who they're taking on, which we'll talk about that more tomorrow. I got to get to Kumar Rocker. Kumar Rocker made his debut for the Texas Rangers yesterday. He threw 9 strikes, 19 balls, 28 pitches, walked 3 guys, struck out 1, did not give up a hit, and did not give up a run. It's going to take him a while. He's thrown 34 innings in 2 years. So that was his 35th inning pitched in approximately a 2-year period. Since he pitched for, obviously, in the World Series, College World Series, for Vanderbilt, then hadn't pitched except for 30-plus innings for his independent team that Pete Incaviglia managed. So he has no feel for pitching at all right now.
So if I tell you my hope and dream is that by 2024, both Leiter and Rocker could pitch up here at the start of the season, do you think that's even possible?
No. I do think for Jack Leiter possibly, because he just threw 90-plus innings of AA ball.
Yeah.
But Jack Leiter needs a whole nother season of minor league baseball at least. And I would say Kumar Rocker is going to need at least a season and a half. So you give him all of 2023, which we already know the Rangers' philosophy. He's not even going to pitch every 5th day. He's going to pitch every 7th day, which isn't preparing him at all for Major League Baseball.
Super weird.
So then the next year they're going to, I assume this upcoming season, they're going to pitch Jack Leiter every 5th day. If they don't, I have no clue what's happening.
Okay.
Because that is one of the, Chris Young knows this, he's the general manager. One of the biggest adjustments you have to make from high school or college is to learn how to pitch every 5th day.
Yeah.
It's very different than every Friday night in college or in high school. So that has to be an adjustment that Jack Leiter hasn't made at all. Kumar Rocker hasn't made at all. And I don't think they're going to put Kumar Rocker in a situation to pitch every 5th day next year. So they're going to give him a whole full season of, I'm going to assume in AA, which we saw how difficult that was for Jack Leiter and that adjustment, which will probably be just as difficult as Kumar Rocker is going to have. And then Kumar Rocker is going to need at least half a season in 2024 of pitching every 5th day at AA or AAA to then have the opportunity to pitch in the major league. So to your point, question, I'll answer. In 2024, could both be on the major league team in the rotation? Yes, but not at the start of the year, if that makes sense.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent insight right there from Mike. Coming up next, we will talk with our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola.
Our Mickey Spagnola.
Right here on 105. He is our Mickey Spagnola. Ours. We'll talk with him next right here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day.
you're like, why in the heck is Corey finally getting to finally friending me on Facebook after all these months? It's because I did not know that I did not do this at the time. So that is the news that Kevin wanted me to get to, I believe.
Okay, can you also give us the J-Ron Curse news?
I think
shouldn't we get that from Mickey?
Okay.
Yeah, he's our insider.
All right. Well, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is time for our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Now, Mickey, I thought I was going to get J-Ron Curse news from Corey, but then he told me about his friend requests on Facebook. Do you, by chance...
From J-Ron?
Yeah. Do you have J-Ron Curse information for us?
I think we got some in the press conference. He said that he's slated for a full practice today, and they'll see how the week goes. So that's good news, and, they... just add somebody to a defense that's playing awfully well right now.
Yeah.
And he did point out that Lewis would be limited. They'll kind of be with the rehab guys and see how it goes. And I think they're going to give Donovan Wilson a little bit of a break. He's played a heck of a lot of snaps these last few games, like 100% of them. And I think from a workload standpoint, they were going to kind of give him a little bit of a break today.
I never got to ask Broadus about this. Maybe I can ask Broadus about this a little more. The more passing down situations, Dan Quinn loves to just throw safeties out there. And I'm kind of curious how many safeties you think he can get on the field at one time with this game, because it feels like Curse sometimes came down into the box and was an extra linebacker. Would there be opportunities for him to continue doing that while having Wilson and Hooker on the field at the same time?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been doing it. If they had Wilson and Hooker when they went to their, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it big nickel or whatever. It's more of a dime package. They had Jordan, well, it was Deron Bland in the slot, and they were playing Marquise Bell kind of close to the line of scrimmage. So they actually had 6 defensive backs in the game, 4 down linemen and a linebacker. Does that add up right?
Seems right.
I think so. Yeah, and if it wasn't Bell, it was Mukwamu out there. So, yeah, they were playing with 3 safeties and a nickel corner in a lot of the passing downs in that game against Washington, and the week before, by the way.
Now, we've wasted a lot of time already without getting to long snapper and who all of our candidates are. I need to know about the long snapper. You know Dak's not playing.
We need a daily Dak update.
Oh, do we really?
Daily Dak. That should be a segment title, right?
Okay.
Have we shaken Dak's hand? These are the things we need to do. Get him to grip a tennis ball yet? Like, what are the things? Actually, let's go to long snapper first, then we'll get to Dak.
Daily Dak.
That, yeah.
Yeah, that's that one. It kind of goes maybe unnoticed, but that's pretty significant, especially the operation that's been going so well with Jake McQuaid snapping for not only punts but the field goals and extra points. I mean, if you go ask Brett Maher, 10 of 11, the miss from 59. He'll tell you that a lot of his success has to do with the operation. The fact that McQuaid's snaps have been, and I think they've been better than they were last year, and then Angers holds. So, yeah, losing him looks like for the season, that's something you've got to overcome. So what they've done is they will add 2 guys to the practice squad, Matt Overton and Tucker Addington. They had a 4-snapper workout yesterday, and those were the 2 guys they chose to put on the practice squad, and they're going to let them work during the week. And so it's kind of can we call it a snap-off?
Yes.
And may the best man win, and he'll snap in the game on Sunday. Not a lot of experience. Overton had last been on the Rams practice squad, and Addington had played in the USFL this spring with the Houston Gamblers. So, yeah, you got to see, what happens here. This is the second time let's see if I can add the years up right. 17 years that they've had to do a mid-season change at the deep snapper position. In 2005, the Cowboys had started the season off with a rookie, John Kondo, and he had a couple miscues and wore out the patience of Bill Parcells, and he was like, "No, we can't do this." And that's when they found LP Ladouceur, brought him in. We were in California. The Cowboys were playing the Niners and then the Raiders back to back, and Bill kept the team out there on the West Coast, and they were practicing after the Niner game at San Jose State. And they brought in some guy that went to Cal that was just right up the road, and it happened to be LP Ladouceur. They signed him on the spot, and he went on to play 253 straight games over 16 seasons with the Cowboys. So they can only hope to get that lucky this year, as good as LP was. If one of these two guys can excel, at least on extra points and field goals.
All right, Corey. Now you can get your Dak update.
Hey, Mickey, have we talked about Clark yet? I wanted to see.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
And he's coming off. He's going to practice. They once they start him practicing, they get a couple weeks to do that before they have to put him on the 53-man roster. So this will start his first week of practice. Sound like he's ready to go fully. After the neck surgery that he had, it was back in March.
What's the significance of him being available?
Have you seen him?
I have. I wanted you to explain it, because I know what I saw in camp, and I know what he was doing on the special teams as well.
Right, and so he's got to have a ramp up, right? I mean, he didn't have an off season. He didn't have OTAs, mini camp, and obviously no training camp. So they can use it, get him ready for 2 or 3 weeks before they have to make a decision on putting him on the 53 or not. So, but getting him going, getting him into practice, working him in, I would think if nothing else, and they put him on the 53 eventually, special teams, I bet this guy's really good on special teams, and then see where it goes from there at the linebacker position. But if he plays as well as he looks, boy, he looks like a linebacker to me in the NFL. That would be another, mid-season addition, and you start getting some of these guys back, right? You get Michael Gallup back. Now it looks like Curse is close to returning, You listen to Jerry, at some point he's hoping Tyron Smith is back on this team, and then eventually Dak Prescott. So, they're 3-1, and they've done this with a lot of key guys not playing. So you would hope that you just kind of improve as the season goes along.
I know Kevin wants me to get to Dak, so I would like to know, Mickey, your thoughts on the running game and whether or not it was effective enough for you this week. Like they were committed to it, but you didn't get any huge plays, and it wasn't for huge yardage.
No, and give Washington some credit. Those big boys in the middle are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
They make life tough on you running the football. But you're right, they were persistent. Which meant, Washington couldn't just sit there and go, okay, well, we don't have to worry about the run. We're just going to go after Cooper Rush. But they still had to concentrate on the run. So, and a lot of what happened is they had far too many runs for minus yards, especially Pollard, right? He had, what did he have, 8 carries for 6 yards?
Mm-hmm.
But they kept pounding it, and, that's a good thing. Now you got to be successful doing it, and I would imagine running against the Rams, will not be any easier. They're pretty good against the run. They kind of held San Francisco to a reasonable amount. I think it was, what was it, like 80 yards maybe, something like that. They've got to improve. They got to improve. You heard, I don't know if you guys were able to listen to the press conference, but he was asked about third down, which the Cowboys have not been very good at so far. But as McCarthy pointed out, we got to be better on first and second downs to make sure third down is not always 3rd and 7 or longer. And that has to do with running the football if you're going to be persistent about it. So, yeah, just better execution. And I would imagine, with Michael Gallup back on the field and maybe playing more snaps in this game than he did in his first game back, that helps out the passing game, and that might loosen up the fronts for them to have better, odds running the football against how many people are in the box.
Now, dare we talk Dak? He's not playing this week. I know the news came out as the day went on, but you flat out told us last week, what are we even doing? He's not playing
right
this week. I know it will depend, but have you trended away at all from him playing against Philly based on some of the information we've heard? Or you're like, we still have to wait and see how that can play out?
I still think we got to wait and see,
okay.
But I don't think it's a slam dunk, right?
Because he can't hold the ball.
Philly.
I gotcha.
Yeah, 4 weeks, if it was 4 to 6, 4 weeks is Monday.
Yeah.
So now, when he says he's working with the rehab group, it doesn't mean he's out there doing hand exercises, right? He's working on his conditioning. You don't need your hand to run. And he keeps doing all his little, resistant cord steps and all that stuff. And so he'll continue doing that. And then I would think, if we're looking at this reasonably, he first gets back and starts throwing lightly. Right?
Yeah.
Just, let's see what happens. Let's see after you throw the ball, say, 30 times on a day, how does the hand feel the next day? Did it swell up? And if that goes well, then I think the next week you get into practice and potentially play a game. I think there's just a process that they have to go through. And, if he's not throwing the ball lightly this week, maybe he's doing it next week, and then he's ready for the next game. And, pretty soon you're getting close to the bye, right?
Yeah.
And you might say, well, we can give it now 2 weeks if he's ready for, I think is it 7 games before, if I got my math right? I think it's 7 games before the bye. So maybe you sit there and go, well, let's give it 2 more weeks. And then we know for sure when he comes out of the bye, he's absolutely ready to go. So I think that's kind of way they're looking at it. But again, it has nothing to do with him or the coaches. It has to do with the medical team on when they say he's good to go once they see that fracture is healed and the swelling is out of his hand. Because as I think I said yesterday, it's one thing throwing the ball, but it's another thing taking a snap under center. And that could be pretty painful.
Absolutely.
If it's totally not healed. So that would be, I would think he's got to show him he could take a snap under center without wincing.
And Mickey, if you can, I don't know if it's Britt Brown or whoever, but just try and find out some of these hand exercises that they're going to put him through.
Right.
What do you think the hand? You're gonna do the ones that I think Cooper Rush said he did after he had gone to the combine. Like they measured his hand and it was too small by NFL quarterback standards, and he started doing some hand stretching exercise.
Okay.
And he improved the length of, I think they measure from your little finger to your thumb.
Mm-hmm.
And he increased his hand size by like a half inch.
But we do hand strengthening stuff in baseball.
Yeah?
Yeah, because of,
Is it to make your hand bigger?
No, not to make your hand bigger, but, just so much of obviously hitting a baseball is forearm, wrist and hand.
Yeah.
It's not, that's why people are like, oh, you never heard of a torn pec in your whole life in baseball because, hey, having big pecs in football is very important. When you're tackling a guy who he tore his pec, you never heard, man, he swung the bat too hard, he tore his pec. Because, kind of your chest, it has a little bit to do with your strength in hitting a baseball, but not nearly as much as kind of your grip and kind of your forearm strength.
And, and having a decent sized hand helps too, especially when you're pitching, right?
For sure.
I figured out later after my baseball career was over why I couldn't throw a curveball. My hand was too small.
Makes sense.
I had a roommate once when I was living in Columbia, Missouri, and he had played high school ball and had a pretty good scholarship to go to college until he blew out his arm. But we went out and he wanted to throw, and I said, okay, I'll catch for you. And his fingers wrapped around the ball, right?
Oh.
And I said, well, no wonder he can throw a curveball, right?
Yeah.
He can snap that with those big fingers. He said, he had a catcher's mitt. He goes, you want a mask? And I said, no, I don't think I need one. I've caught before.
Okay.
And he threw the first pitch, and it moved, and I said, I think I'll take that mask.
Yep.
So Mickey now on record as once being anti-mask and now being pro-mask.
Come on.
I'm just kidding.
Come on, Kevin.
I'm just kidding, Mickey. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Absolutely. See you guys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs season starts in 2 weeks. Since it's football time, did you even know that? And are you excited? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night.
point, it's pretty low for me just because we are in the midst of hopefully what will be a positive football season. But I know, Mike, for you, it's super high.
Right, I care about the Mavericks. That's my team.
Yeah.
Cowboys, I've kind of honestly disconnected with. I think there's a song in the Lumineers that I really love, and one of it kind of explains my Cowboys fandom at this point. And it says, the opposite of love is indifference.
Yeah.
And
that's a great song.
That's where I'm at with the Cowboys. I don't love them anymore, and it's not hate. The opposite of love is indifference, and I love that line because it really does explain love and the opposite of it. And so that's where I'm at with the Cowboys. If they win, great for Cowboy fans. I'm not like a fan. I do like Jacksonville and stuff, but I don't love Jacksonville. It's just kind of following another quarterback I like. But for the Mavericks, I love them. And I know that I got somebody told me up here that they have somebody who works for the Mavericks, not like Mark Cuban or a coach or anything, but they're like, oh, I don't like that Mike guy. He talks too bad about the Mavericks. It's like, no. So you don't get it. I'm not an employee of the Mavs, so I don't have to say everything positive about them all the time, no matter what. I have opinions about the Mavs, and I love the Mavericks. That's the team that I hope wins the most out of all the teams in the Metroplex. So for me, I'm very excited about the season. I pretty much watch every game. And I'm going to be doing, afterwards, I'm probably going to get on Twitch at times this year with Derek Holland, and we're going to talk about the game and what we saw from it, what we liked from it. So I'm very excited about this upcoming season.
And just for somebody who goes, hey, the Stars start next week, you know what? As soon as they decide they want to sign their best player, I think that will definitely help with my excitement level.
What?
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you're probably right about that. When they say, hey, Robertson,
I'm glad they got Ottinger, but
we know you didn't win Rookie of the Year. And that's our fault because we didn't go out there and push hard enough like the KNC masterpiece was.
We tried.
Me, you, Mike, Reggie, and Marty were out there pushing for it.
Yeah.
Guess what happened? I am a Mavericks fan, and I am excited about this season. But no, I don't really know a lot of times when the season starts. I just know, oh crap, Mavs play tonight, and I'm excited about it. So
now we start.
Team that made the Western Conference Finals.
Okay,
Kevin.
Now I'm really glad that you said that. I'm so glad that you said that because John Hollinger put out his preview for the Mavs. I believe it was yesterday. This is a great opening line. You'll rarely see a successful season end with more questions. And that's a great point by Corey right there is, does it feel like this team made the Western Conference Finals last year the way everyone is projecting the season to go? Because if you're talking about the teams that are likely to make the Western Conference Finals, the Mavericks are not in that conversation.
They are mine.
Okay, except for Corey. They are not in that conversation. And that would normally seem odd. And that leads into what a great season it was for the Mavs, a season of overachievement, specifically in the playoffs. But you go into this season and people are like, I'm kind of back to thinking they're first round out. Doesn't that feel like the consensus? Not to say it'll play out that way at all.
Yeah, and I mean, especially if you listen to certain kind of national, NBA talkers, it's not even necessarily, well, you did point out one of those things, which is I think people did look at last season as somewhat of an overachievement. Not like a drastic one, because I do think that a lot of people did think that they could make some strides into the playoffs, maybe the second round. That run to the Western Conference Finals was an overachievement. I think we all understood that. There was a lot of Mavs fans that were happy because it was almost found money to be in that place. But the tough thing about it is, the rest of the West, there's a lot of teams that were strong and got stronger throughout this offseason. And I don't know if there's a lot of people, Mavs fans included, that would say that about this Mavs team.
Do you think, let me ask y'all this then. Do you think the Mavericks are even as opposed to when they ended the year? Or do you think they got worse because of the loss of Brunson versus the gain of Christian Wood? I know there's some smaller components that go into it, but it feels largely about what do you think about Wood versus what you thought about Brunson?
Yeah, I think this is going to be, in a way, a similar team record-wise, but a different team the way that they're going to play a little bit because of not having Brunson and now having Christian Wood. And obviously, I know you said smaller things like JaVale McGee taking kind of the 15 minutes. So now you're looking at, honestly, I don't think Dwight Powell's going to play, which I think is a great thing.
At all, or you're saying 10 minutes a game?
No, at all. I'm sure in the regular season, yes, you have to get minutes here and there, but I think for the most part, you could see games where Dwight Powell doesn't play. If I give JaVale McGee 15 to 20 minutes, and I give Christian Wood 30-plus minutes, and I give Maxi Kleber 20 minutes, and then at times I'm going to play a little bit small where only one of those guys is going to be on the court, you tell me where Dwight Powell gets his minutes.
My concern is that I'm not saying these things have to be linked, but I think when they elevated him to the leadership council, they're letting you know that he's still part of their play.
Well, I'm sure he'll start the year like coming off the bench a little bit here and there, but all right, let's get specific into this because honestly, I'm going to be honest, I hate general topics as in I like getting way more specific into things than just being surface level. I think that's what makes us different than other stations and other things is, all right, so against Phoenix, I don't know if Dwight Powell's going to play opening night Wednesday, October 19th, because if I look at JaVale McGee, he really understands their system, what they're doing. We saw Dwight Powell can't play against DeAndre Ayton. He has no skill that can play against a guy that big. So JaVale McGee plays, let's say, for the first 6 minutes, and then he's going to get taken out of the game.
For Christian Wood.
Yes, most likely for Christian Wood. And then let's just say
Can I ask you about that then?
Yeah.
Do you not think there will be times then that they'll run those two on the court at the same time?
Wood and McGee, not much.
Okay.
Because let's go back to the LA Lakers and when they won the championship and when Jason Kidd kind of fell in love with JaVale McGee and saw him as a really good fit for his Dallas Maverick team after the playoff run of no rebounding type of situation and at times struggling on defense to protect the rim. JaVale McGee started for the LA Lakers and they won the bubble championship. What did JaVale McGee do? How did his minutes break down? Well, his minutes broke down this. He played the first 5 minutes of the game. Then Dwight Howard came into the game.
Yeah.
Okay. And then they would play Dwight Howard with Anthony Davis a little bit. And so now the game would progress. JaVale McGee might not even play at all the rest of the first half. He would just play the first 5 minutes. Now, I do think JaVale McGee will come back into the game for like a 3 to 5 minute stretch in the second quarter.
Okay.
And then he's going to start the third quarter. And then as the LA Laker games progressed in the third and fourth quarter, what would happen? Dwight Powell would come in for JaVale McGee after 5 minutes. And then as the game progressed, Anthony Davis would move to the 5. And if you wanted to say a guy like LeBron James would move to the 4, you could say that. But what they would do is they would go to Anthony Davis as their main big guy and then go with 4 wings. Well, the Mavericks are starting the game off with 4 guards.
They do have wings, yeah.
And then they're going to play the big JaVale McGee.
Yeah.
I can see where Maxi Kleber's not I don't know what you want to consider him. I consider him more of a big, even though he plays kind of like a wing.
Okay.
But then all of a sudden, if I'm going to use Maxi Kleber as my third big guy, there's going to be times where you saw Jason Kidd in LA. I know he wasn't the head coach, but with JaVale McGee, JaVale McGee wouldn't come back into the game after playing the first 5 or 6 minutes of the third quarter. There's a possibility he comes back in, matchups, how he's playing, how other guys are playing. But I think you're going to go late into games. Your closing 5 are going to be Luka Dinwiddie, Reggie Bullock, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Christian Wood. I think that's your closing team. And so I think
also that it depends situationally. The tough thing is talking about a regular season. Depending on different situations, you might be in a situation where you want to play 2 bigs. You might be in a situation where you want to play a more defensive-minded big in a 4-out system. I think the point ultimately comes down to, I don't think that Dwight Powell factors in much of that outside of spot minutes or outside of injuries.
He can't play with JaVale McGee. You can't have JaVale McGee and Dwight Powell on the court at the same time.
And then would you say the same thing? And I have a question about spot minutes in just 1 second. Would you say the same thing about Powell and Wood then?
Probably, because one thing you also have to consider with Christian Wood, the offense is going to be there and he can kind of play outside. Defensively is the question. And I don't know that you want Christian Wood playing straight up with a true 5.
Yeah.
Now that gets tough because I don't think you love him with the 4, especially one that can do things on the outside because of foot speed. But that works a lot better being paired with JaVale or more better, I guess, Maxi Kleber. I don't know that works great with Powell.
Okay, so I just want to go across the board regular season. Y'all think, question mark, that Dwight Powell averages how many minutes? Because I know when you're saying spot minutes, clearly that can vary on a variety of factors. We get to the end of the season. Are we talking 8? Are we talking 14?
6.3.
I was actually going to say 6 minutes a game because I think
Brian Cardinal played whenever he was with the Mavericks in 2011. He would be your Brian Cardinal, a guy that everybody likes.
Wow.
But you don't necessarily need him, but you need him to draw a charge.
Now, when a guy gets hurt, it's going to happen. Christian Wood's going to miss games.
Yeah.
You know, we know Maxi's probably going to miss 10 to 30 games.
Right.
Maxi can't play an 82-game season. His body can't hold up to that. And I do like that now we can limit Maxi's minutes. I think the last couple of years we've put way too much on Maxi because he's just an injury guy.
And now this is a way, especially if you classify him as a big, to ease those up
15
naturally.
to 20 minutes a night is perfect for Maxi Kleba in the NBA on any type of championship contending team. So I look at it and go, well, Dwight Powell's going to get games where he plays 15 to 20 minutes because of injuries, but there's also going to be games where he doesn't play at all. He doesn't even get on the court. So now those games don't average things out. That's why I remember my KP thing that people can't understand. They're too dumb to understand, I guess.
I did think that was kind of funny.
Like when he doesn't play, he gives you 0 points and 0 rebounds. I know it doesn't count as a game played. I get all that and stat-wise, but there's going to be games where I think Dwight Powell just comes in for the last 1 or 2 minutes in a blowout situation.
Reggie, where do you fall on end of the day? How many minutes for the regular season? Because I get the playoffs a whole
For Dwight?
Yeah.
I'm right in that same. Like 5 came to mind, but that feels too small. But
Okay.
I in your kind of what you laid out there.
Yeah.
Significantly closer to 8 than 14 in my personal opinion.
How much will the push then be to try to figure out something to unload him then? Because
I've talked to a whole bunch of Mavericks people that are connected with the Mavericks. And they said they don't even see Dwight Powell as a player anymore for the most part. They understand he's a great backup,
He's an
great
idea.
teammate.
Which might be why they put him on the council, because then they're like, hey, you get this, but not this.
He's an expiring contract.
Okay.
Teams don't even see him in the NBA as a good basketball player. I mean, it's now known. Everybody knows after that playoff run of 3 points and 2 rebounds for like 40 playoff games, everybody knows he can't play in this league when the minutes become restricted and the games become tougher. But he is an expiring contract, which helps you out.
All right, so you think the push is going to be on? It is on,
yes,
for sure. Okay.
I think in a perfect world, and it probably won't work out this way. In a perfect world, you could take Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dwight Powell, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is non-expiring contract, and move them for an asset that you feel like can be part of your top 7 guys.
Okay, well, that might be the next thing that we have to chop up, because multiple people were texting in and saying, don't discount the return of Tim Hardaway Jr. And I don't want to discount that all the way, but I do want to know how that is going to fit into the system as well. So perhaps that is something that we chop up on another day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where there's history everywhere. Dicker the Kicker is back, and a Giants player is doing good things. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
My husband struggled with
with a little bit of dip.
And we start with some retirements more well-known than others. Blake Bortles said he quietly retired and didn't tell anybody. So it's kind of a tree falling in the forest. Like, if nobody wanted you, do you really have to retire?
What do you mean by quietly retired?
That's what he said.
Like
he just disappeared.
So Romo never turned in his retirement papers.
That's right.
I never turned in mine.
See, which is a weird
thing. Is it because
thing.
you're lazy or because you didn't want to officially retire?
He did not want to get divorced.
I feel like this. Wait.
What?
Oh,
What?
wait.
He's trying to segue.
I guess he should have turned in his
we'll get to
retirement
that
papers.
in just a minute.
Actually, we
I was like-
probably won't, but
Well, for me, I was like, who gives a crap if I turn in those papers?
yes, see, he was like Blake Bortles. Now, on the flip side, you might care just because of how much of a tie he had here. Cole Beasley has retired from football.
Effective immediately.
Yes.
No, not really.
You
I'm
think
not sitting here going, oh my gosh, we have to go relive the Cole Beasley era right now.
It's probably because it's the State Fair of Texas. I remember like 5 years when he came on the Fan, he talked about the State Fair of Texas. So he's probably like, I don't want to miss the State
He's
Fair.
like, they said I couldn't go back during the week, so
Yeah.
I'm out. I respect that stance. All right, let's get to a bit of news that in 1 second is going to be very humbling. The AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Patrick Mahomes.
What?
Most underrated player this offseason.
The NFC Offensive Player of the Week is also a quarterback.
Cooper Rush.
Nope, he plays more in the Pacific Northwest area.
Jimmy G.
No, a little bit
Geno's.
more north.
Reggie, would you like to say it?
It is in fact.
What? Is it something about the fact that this is the year?
Damn it.
That Geno Smith
Uh-huh.
puts it all together.
Oh my gosh, you finished with that too.
And you know what the thing that sucks about it is? Geno Smith was legitimately named the NFC Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Week. His counterpart in the AFC is Patrick Mahomes. Like, what the hell am I supposed to say
that's a fair counterpart.
when the NFC contemporary for the award that Patrick Mahomes won is Geno Smith?
Reggie,
I can't dump on that opinion today.
I know, Reggie, I'm going to give you a chance to victory lap this son of a gun.
Why would I do that?
Well, because it's fun.
Okay.
I know you knew he was going to put it all together, but did you ever foresee that he would have Player of the Week?
Honestly or no?
Be honest.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah, this is very much like Jerry Jones going, look, 1 + 1 is 3, but I never saw us getting 3 wins in a row.
That's a good point.
Although his last game in 2015, 20 for 25, 362 yards, and a few touchdowns. Like he has that high level possibility.
Okay,
within him.
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to figure out a segment, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. Which of these unlikely NFL narratives will continue? Like, we'll draw in Smith.
Oh, I love this. I
Hurts,
love it. Yeah.
Cooper
I'm
Rush.
excited. I'm excited for this.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, we'll bring them all.
It'll be great.
We'll bring them all.
Can't wait
and
to participate.
We'll figure this out.
Kevin, I think there's some breaking news from the 702. Did y'all see that Cole Beasley retired?
Yes. Yes, we already
Fascinating.
said that. Yes, I did
Just
see
wanted
that
to point
Cole
out that I'm
Beasley
not sure that's been discussed
retired.
yet in this segment.
We also didn't discuss why he said he's retiring, which is, quote, he is ready to be with his family after playing 11 seasons and it's time to be a full-time dad and husband.
That does kind of lead credence to the state fair thing. Like, that's what families do. They go to the state fair.
Fair, and he's going to start his own rap label.
What?
Thing.
Okay, we will see
He raps.
Oh, yeah, that's
about
good. He raps.
the rest of that.
I was like, hold on.
The Giants are optimistic that Daniel Jones can play on Sunday. However, Kenny Golladay will not. He suffered an MCL sprain in Sunday's win over the Bears. He is not expected to make their trip to London, so they got even more shorthanded at the receiver position. Let's go from that to, well, let's stick with the Giants and talk about another player doing good things. I thought this was super cool. I know we don't like teams in the NFC East and everything like that, but see what Kayvon Thibodeau did on his day off.
Worked out?
Probably. But also,
Ate lunch?
Figured out a better way to spell Thibodeau.
not that I'm aware. He also packed boxes of food for hunger relief. And
Nice.
yeah, and so that is super cool. He even brought his mom along with him to do work and everything. And like,
Would you say that he sacked them up?
no, they put him in boxes.
so
Sorry,
close.
I wanted to go along with you on that, but they did in fact put them in boxes. And I just think it's really cool. Like, whenever you donate money, I think that's very, very awesome as well. But to see him like, I'm also going to take the time and do the work.
Mm-hmm.
So props to Kayvon Thibodeau for that.
Who do you think packed more boxes, him or his mom? Like, if you were to go do some work today, who do you think's going to work harder?
See, okay.
You or your mom?
Here's why I think it's Thibodeau.
My mom would crush
She's
me.
so much better.
But see,
They're both Thibodeaus.
Oh yeah, that's
maybe.
You know what? We'll
go back to the question.
I'm gonna say me, because I remember at that time in my life, I feel like my mom would have been diverted by asking me questions about if I've met a nice lady or anything like that, and I feel like that would have distracted her to a certain extent. Also, props to Joe Burrow. He has announced the launch of the Joe Burrow Foundation, which is a nonprofit that I think that this is going to be very cool, is to meet the needs of underprivileged and underserved families in Ohio and Louisiana, while also working to help with food insecurity and childhood mental health issues.
Yep.
If there is a space that is maybe most neglected, it's childhood mental health. Like, we talk about NAMI all the time.
And that hits close to home for you personally.
Yes, absolutely. Because when I got diagnosed with depression, I was in middle school. And I understood kind of the concept, but I didn't understand why I needed to start taking this medicine or going to the talking doctor. And I didn't want anybody to know about it. And I hate thinking about, Brandon or Noah or any of our kids or any kids having to go through that.
Yeah, it's tough.
One thing about Joe Burrow that I've always respected is, like, I know a lot of players have their foundations and things, and that's awesome. He's been about this particular cause for a long time. If you remember back to his Heisman speech, he took time out to talk about that Southeast Ohio area and where he grew up and the food insecurity and mental health. So these things are clearly near and dear to his heart.
Now, let's go to some astonishing bits of history, and one of them is about Tom Brady. I know I talk a lot of crap about Tom Brady, but this is truly incredible, is if they lose against the Falcons, which I don't feel like is what people believe will happen.
Oh, Falcons are playing.
That is true, this would be the third straight loss of Tom Brady's career, which would be the second time that's ever happened.
Is that good?
That is crazy good.
Okay.
3 losses in a row is not inconceivable. It's happened to him one time before, ever.
Yeah, especially considering, I'm betting he had a couple of times in his schedule where he had 3 very difficult teams and was able to overcome it for whatever reason. It's a great streak. Was it the Mavericks last year? Very, very rarely did they lose 2 in a row.
Yeah.
And that's a really good thing. How you bounce back, how you respond, whether you let it stick with you. That's a dude that definitely lets it stick a little too much sometimes.
Yeah, very Last Dance Jordan-esque. Now, here's my other incredible fact. I could not believe that this was the case. Did you know since the merger in 1970, there's only one NFL team that has not been at least a 14-point underdog in a game in the last 52 years. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right, okay.
The closest they ever came to it. Can you guess?
It's going to be after Terry Bradshaw, before Cordell Stewart.
Cowboys Super Bowl.
That is correct.
I don't know which one it was.
Super Bowl 30. The Pittsburgh Steelers were 13.5-point underdogs against the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh,
however,
that's Neil O'Donnell.
That's right. However, they are currently 14-point underdogs to the Buffalo Bills this weekend. They would be the last team since the merger in 1970 to face a 2-touchdown deficit as underdogs.
Man, that's insane.
Crazy.
That is insane. Was Ben Roethlisberger a first-round pick?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going back and trying to look and see.
Right around 10,
11?
because 1 and 4 were Eli
and Phillip. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, that's a completely different story that I was thinking about.
All right, let's go from that to the NFL and the NFL Players Association. They interviewed Tua yesterday. We will see what comes from that. And honestly, what level of punishment Miami might face probably hinges a lot in the balance on what Tua says. I'm willing to bet that he's like, I thought I was good to go. I told them I was good to go. We passed all the tests. I was ready. And I still don't particularly think that he's going to get the Dolphins are going to get a hefty punishment or anything like that. let's go from that.
And that would be very weird if he came out and was like, yeah, the team really threw me under the bus on this.
I will say this, though. If it happens, they are screwed.
Isn't he if he said that?
I don't think they're gonna take it out on the player anywhere near as much.
Which team do you think is gonna give him the big time contract in the future, though?
Yeah, that is an interesting point because that's a really good point. Because then you'd be like, I don't want that guy. He flipped on his team.
Yeah, I just have some thoughts on that.
No, you make a great point. Is Dicker the kicker?
Heard of him.
Cameron Dicker from the University of Texas has signed with the Eagles practice squad.
Screw that guy.
Oh, you're done with him?
Quickly.
I'm out on that guy.
As soon as you heard the Eagles.
Well, I also went to UT, so
that's true.
That was a problem, too.
Oh, yeah, especially this week.
Yeah.
I got a topic that's probably going to interest and irritate people tomorrow. All right, let's talk more about the monster that is the NFL. The NFL on CBS just drew their best Week 4 viewership since 1998. They had the Patriots and Packers and the Broncos and Raiders, which is odd on the surface because neither one of those seem like the biggest games in the world.
Where did you find this?
Awful announcing. I haven't seen. I know you were looking.
I wanted to know
Ravens.
This.
I didn't.
If somebody
see
can
that.
help us out, whatever the fan text thing is,
877-881-1053, and I feel like you know that.
Text line.
I don't know it. Did Buffalo versus Baltimore at the same time at noon beat the Cowboys and Washington? Not here. I get that.
Yeah,
you're going to murder
nationally.
it. But nationally, I was wondering Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson and Cooper Rush versus Carson Wentz. I just wanted to see the possible love/hate of the Cowboys when it's not very good quarterbacks versus two MVP candidates on another channel. And I know around the country, you'll get your local game, so it's not like everybody got those two games. But I was just wondering.
Yes, Cowboys won.
And what was the Buffalo Ravens?
15.3 million viewers for the Cowboys, 14.6 for the Buffaloes.
I mean, wow.
So it was an 8 share and a 7.6 share.
Wow.
So people don't even care about good football.
Versus
just the Cowboys.
Everything falls to the Cowboys.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to break that down even more because that was a combo Washington, Dallas, Chicago, New York for some reason. So I'm going to have to. I think Buffalo won.
They always judge it in the windows because not everyone gets 100% of the games.
Right.
It was 48% for the Cowboys versus 63% for Buffalo, Baltimore. You figured that out, Kevin.
Oh, but that's how it was distributed to the country.
Yeah.
So I bet it would have been even higher. I think Corey's right. Had more people gotten Cowboys, I think that number would have been even higher. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, some folks believe the Rams will expose the Cowboys, but is this the perfect matchup for Dallas? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation.
restorative, regenerative options that helps your body heal its own tissue. It's fantastic. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. It's QC Kinetics, Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, and Grapevine locations. 972-972-8610.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, you remember at the beginning of the week when we were all pumped that the Cowboys were victorious, I saw multiple people be like, calm down. You beat a crappy team. Y'all are about to get exposed over the next couple of weeks. And I've seen that same phrasing, exposed, come out again and again about the Cowboys over the next couple of weeks. Well, first of all, Dak's not going to play in at least one of those games, but he might not play in either one of them. So even if they did lose both games and they ended up missing Dak for most of the season, we're 3-3. I'm not totally sure if I agree that that means they would be exposed to start. Then, the flip side, I kind of feel like the Rams might be the perfect matchup for Dallas. All right? So, what are the Cowboys poor at defensively?
Stopping the run.
Stopping the run, indeed. We talked about it yesterday. As of right now, the Cowboys defense has allowed the most explosive running plays in the highest percentage of explosive running plays than any team in the league this season. That's a problem. Mm-hmm. Would we agree that the rest of the defense is badass?
Yeah, I would also say that I feel like you said most explosive running plays. How many did you say there were exactly?
I don't remember the number.
I feel like there are not as many as it feels like there are. Does that make? I don't know if that makes sense.
It's the highest percentage among any team this year. So I hope you're right, but any way you slice it, we're the worst at it.
It's a very specific place that they give those up.
Yes.
And I don't know. I think Dan Quinn's going to figure that out at some point and go, we can keep this from happening. It might be situations, Kevin, where you never see Micah line up and pressuring on the same side as Diggs, because that takes two things away that they're like, oh crap, you may never see. That might be a thing, but that then limits Dan Quinn from doing what he wants defensively, and that's something that I don't want to do either. But they got to be better at it for sure.
All right, agreed. However,
they're also good at bad at running the ball. Did we say that too?
And that's the thing. The Rams, you could make the argument, are the literal worst team in football at running the ball.
Face, Mike.
And if it's not that, and if they're not the worst, they're among the three worst. And this is why I wonder if this matchup is perfect for the Cowboys defense on a variety of fronts. Because we all agree defense is still carrying the day. Like, I know the Cooper Rush story is super cool, and I will love him forever for keeping this season alive. But the defense has been carrying the day. So check this out. The Rams are 30th in the NFL in rushing yards per game. They're 31st in rushing attempts per game. And you might think, well, hold on. They just don't have a lot of yards because they don't run the ball a lot. Ha ha ha, not so fast. The Rams are 29th in the league in rushing yards per attempt. So think about that. They're in the bottom four of rushing yards because they don't run the ball a lot. And when they do run the ball, they're bad at it. And so I think that caters itself perfectly to this defense. Now, on the flip side, what does this defense do incredibly well?
Gets to the quarterback.
So let's take a look.
Can I add before you get there?
Sure.
Because I liked what you're talking about with their run game.
Sure.
My other thing, though, is you don't count short passing game as run game. And we don't have those numbers.
Statistically, they do not, so that is fair.
I would say that with Cooper Kupp, their short passing game is exceptional.
It is.
And they're gonna do everything they can to try to find ways to get him coming on drags and in bubble screens that are very similar to the run game, but if they can do both, then you're screwed. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. I think you're right. I do like the odds of, we agree, Trayvon Diggs has made some incredible tackles this year, but maybe tackling is not the number one thing you would think of. I like his chances to tackle Cooper Kupp better than like a running back, So I'm hopeful that at least there could be good. Now, you talked about how well the Cowboys get to the quarterback. The Rams are currently playing their second right guard, third center, and third or fourth right tackle, depending on how you view Logan Bruss, who was their projected starter in the offseason. So even if you don't count that, they're still on their, second right tackle, third center, and fourth or third right guard. So you're talking about a right side of the center and right side of the line that is very depleted in terms of talent from where they thought they were going to start the season. So one of the things that I love about this matchup, and I get it, the Rams are 5-point favorites. So, and even on the ESPN computer predictor, it's 65% for the Rams.
It was 7 before the Cowboys and Rams played last week, so it's gone down 2 points from
as it should, because the Rams looked terrible last week. Like, we can get into Matthew Stafford and all the potential issues, but yeah, so it's dropped from 7 to 5, and I know there was a minute yesterday where it was at 4.5, so at least it bounced back up. But so I get it's a home game for the Rams, but realistically, is it that much of a home game in that stadium? And I get that the Rams are the favorite. I just think if you look at those two specific things, the Rams are not good, nor do they care about running the ball a lot, which is clearly the only weakness for a Cowboys team that has been phenomenal this year on defense, and they can get to the quarterback. And guess what? The Rams' offensive line is hurting.
The Cowboys, Kevin, in the last 3 weeks, have the average yards per pass has been 4 or less.
Are you saying what they give up?
What they give up.
Holy cow.
And I was trying to figure out the receiving yards before catch per reception via the Rams is somewhere in like the 5 range. So like they're not throwing the ball deep. It seems like right now I'm kind of concerned about Matt Stafford actually.
Now,
because it seems like I don't know if he can't throw the deep ball. I don't know. I didn't see a bunch of really great deep passes, nor did I see him have a lot of time in the last game. But it seems like he's just very I'm throwing underneath though on every chance I get. It's mostly Cooper Kupp.
And I think you're onto something right there because his average yards per attempt is 6.8, which is low. Like if you want to be like among the elite of the elite, you're talking about getting in that 8 yard per attempt kind of range. And he's down at 6.8, which is...
So the Cowboys are already holding their last 3 opponents under 4 on the game.
Yes.
Not just the per attempt. And they're in the 5 range. That means the game's in a small box for the Cowboys to play in front of them.
Exactly. Even comparatively, think about this. What world would you ever have imagined where per attempt, Cooper Rush is higher than Matthew Stafford? I know it's early in the season, but that is not a thing I would have ever fathomed for a variety of reasons. And I think it's fair to start asking some questions about Matthew Stafford. I don't know if you think it's because of the arm issues over the offseason, or if it's just him getting older, or if it's just the Super Bowl victory tour, or, as you guys like to say, there seems to be something up with Stafford because that offense looked horrible against San Francisco, who might just also have their number.
Right. We've seen San Francisco make quarterbacks look horrible.
That is true. Because if it's not the Cowboys, San Francisco's got the best defense in the NFC.
Yeah. And so it'll be interesting with Matthew Stafford and how he plays against his kind of hometown team. I'm assuming that was the team he kind of rooted for growing up here in Highland Park. But one thing that concerns me about this game, and this is, it's not anything that you can kind of say, oh yeah, is when teams get embarrassed on national television, I feel like they come back and have a pretty darn good game the next game. Oh. I'm thinking of Tennessee got embarrassed by Buffalo. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, will you allow me? My counterpoint is, I think you already saw this year, that is not necessarily the Rams' MO. They got embarrassed by the Bills to start off. The next week, they beat the Falcons at home by 4.
Right, and so it's not a perfect thing. That's why I'm...
But I get your point.
Is it seems like a team... Look at the Cowboys got embarrassed by Tampa Bay, and then how they play Cincinnati, 7-point underdog, and they come out and play I think arguably their best game of the year. We'll get into power rankings later at 120, where you'll see where the Bengals are ranked, power ranked wise, and it's a pretty darn good win.
Yeah.
As of right now, when you look at the power rankings on where the Bengals are at, and so I just look at it and go, I just wonder. It's one of those things where I'm looking at it this way because I looked at the Giants game for the Cowboys and go, there's no way Daniel Jones is going to go 3-0 to start a year. He's not a good quarterback. He's one of the 10 worst starting quarterbacks in the NFL. And now I'm starting to go, all right, I think this is going to be a very competitive game Sunday afternoon. But I'm starting to go, is Cooper Rush really going to go 4-0 to start this year off? And so I'm going, in my mind,
because you would think
I'm going to say
not.
no.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm going to pick the Rams is a whole bunch of things where I like what you're saying. I think the Cowboys can win this game. And if they win this game, it's because they make Matthew Stafford a passing quarterback only because they can't run the ball and they can't block. And so you put a lot of pressure on Matthew Stafford. You get turnovers, you get short fields. You're able to make the game as easy as possible on Cooper Rush. Hey, you put up 17 points, we're going to win this game. And I think when you give Cooper Rush that option of, hey, we're going to hold them to kind of under 17, I think Cooper Rush can win a whole bunch of football games. And so I think if for some reason the Rams get going in this game, and let's just say they score 24 points.
Right.
That's not a ton. That's still a nice defensive day. I don't know if Cooper Rush against the Rams on the road is going to put up over 24. And because of that, I just look at it and go, all right, is Cooper Rush really going to go 4-0? The Rams got kind of embarrassed on national TV. Tough loss. They do have a short week instead of the regular rest, so that helps out the Cowboys. But I just going, all right, I lean towards the Rams winning a close game.
It's wild to think about when you were talking about that 24-point, like give or take threshold. The Rams have scored more than 20 points one time, and that was in that Falcons game.
And I think if you hold them under 20, you have a good chance of winning this game. I think if they get over 20, I think it makes it very tough on Cooper Rush to win this game.
Is that your pivot point as well, 20?
20 points?
Yeah. I think if you score more than 20 points, you're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think you have to score more than 20 points to win this game.
Even though the Rams have scored 10 or less twice.
But I'm very just watching Aaron Donald wreck shop. I'm still like, okay,
yeah,
can we do enough to keep him from screwing up that one play that's supposed to be a touchdown or that one play that's supposed to be the big play?
Somehow Connor Williams had Aaron Donald's number. I have no clue how.
He told us how. He said because Connor Williams said my game is built on quickness, and a lot of it is quickness. Yeah. Strength is a big factor, but I'm quick, and that's how he told us whenever we were talking to him when you jinxed him.
Yeah,
Kevin actually jinxed Connor Williams.
That wasn't always going to happen.
In the league.
That wasn't always going to happen. Is this game then? These are the best two defensive players in the league. I'm not putting any caveats on it. Are these the two best?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right, because Watt's injured still. So yes, there are lots of other things that go into it. That being a caveat. But I think that
no caveats.
I think that right now we're getting to watch two of the best, and I hope that they want to one up each other all night. Like I really do. I'm fine with Aaron Donald doing it because I expect it, but I hope that Micah Parsons sees it and goes, okay, I'll go out there and show you. Come on, man, this is crazy. Did you see the Cowboys sounds from the sideline over the weekend?
I did not.
There's a moment where DeMarcus Lawrence is like, get Micah Parsons out of the freaking defensive lineman group. He said, I don't even want him in the room anymore because these teams don't even want to throw now because Mike is always hitting the quarterbacks. He's like, we all want some quarterback hits too. I also wanted to add this, Kevin. This is a small note.
DeMarcus Lawrence was getting it done. Tank.
Bengals coach Zach Taylor has indicated that Lyle Collins will get vet days on Wednesdays as he deals with lingering back issues.
Look.
Got to be tough holding in all that pee all the time.
At some point, and I know you said like it's probably not going to happen because people made up their minds, but Amari Cooper just had a dud game. Randy Gregory's hurt, and Lyle Collins is hurt. Like maybe all of these decisions weren't the worst. And as my son said, yeah, but they didn't do anything with that money. I told you what they did with it. They put it in the bank. Which I know is like,
oh, it's so boring.
I know it is. I definitely.
What are we saving this money for anyway, Kevin?
Well, I hate to be like Mickey, but we'll find out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers interim manager Tony Beasley right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
On 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by BioAdvanced and TXU Energy. It is the Texas Rangers interim manager, Tony Beasley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How y'all doing today?
We're doing excellent. Hope you are excellent as well. I got to know, what kind of emotions come along with the last game of the season?
It's kind of for us, it's been a grind this year. It's been a tough year. It's been a long year. We've endured a lot. So, we welcome today, no doubt about that. And we have a lot to learn, but we'll just take this season and make it just that, a learning experience. But we do welcome this last day for sure.
Tony, I've told a lot of Tolos yesterday and the day before leading into it that if I'd have caught that home run ball last night, I would have thrown it back. Would that have made me the greatest Rangers fan of all time?
Oh, you've been a rock star. You did something like that. I mean, you'd be the only person. Good Lord. I mean, somebody would be happy to see this. That you threw it back to. So either it was a player on the field. I don't know if you threw that back on the field, would the player put it in his pocket, or would he throw it in like they normally do? So that would be interesting to see.
If I was in the last year of my career, I'm scooping that thing up and I'm like, see ya.
Nice little
I believe that.
Man, I tell you what, Bees, you talked about it last week, and your guys really did. Everybody who faced Aaron Judge, and I know there's another game today to, I think, face Aaron Judge. I believe he's in the lineup. Is your guys attacked him? It wasn't throwing the ball down the middle, but your guys attacked him, and obviously gave him pitches that he could put the ball in play, but really made a lot of good pitches against him so far this series.
Yeah, that was our plan going into it. We were not going to pitch around him. We wasn't going to intentionally walk him. We were going to execute a game plan and try to get him out. And for the most part, we've had success doing that. Yesterday, Tinoco just left that one a little bit more, got a little more middle than he'd like for it to get, and Judge did what he's been doing, a lot this year. So, but we definitely attacked. I'm proud of how we went after him, and we didn't back down. We didn't shy away. And, the guy's not just hitting homers. He's hitting for high average, and obviously has a ton of RBIs as well. So he's been complete at the plate. So for us to be able to handle him the way we had in this series, I was pleased with that.
And I know you want to win the game, and y'all did win the game, but do you just kind of watch that whole moment once the home run gets hit and it's playing out? Or are you right back to, hey, we got another batter coming up, we're just starting the game? Or do you give yourself an opportunity to take in that historical moment?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because, it's your opposition. It's the first, it's the leadoff. You led the game off with a homer, so we're down 1-0 right away. And so, it's kind of double-edged sword. You're not happy about that, but at the same time, you have to applaud what he's doing, what he's done this year. And so, it's a bittersweet type moment. But in the midst of competition, it's 1-0. So in the back end of it, we won the ball game. So after the game, you can celebrate that moment, that you were a part of that moment, and that you were able to witness it. But then, be happy that we won the game as well.
Tony Beasley joining us right now on The Fan. Bees, I know the playoffs start on Friday, the first ever 3-game series with byes. We're going to discuss this a lot tomorrow. How tough or difficult is it going to be for the Yankees who you're playing right now, or the Astros, that they're going to have 5 to 7 days off until they start their playoffs?
It depends. Sometimes it depends on the makeup of your ball club. If you have some veterans that know how to stay, ready and stay in tune, and maybe need a day or two to kind of rejuvenate their body a little bit, it can help. It can take you out of rhythm as well. So if you're playing really, really good, I would think that you would probably like to just continue on and then jump right into it. But if you kind of finish the season, you got in early, and maybe you're not playing as well as you'd like to, maybe it can help you. So I think there's no clear-cut answer to that, but I would rather just jump right in and not have those many days off.
Baseball, more than just about any sport that we follow, is so driven by the numbers. So I did kind of want to know, how big of a deal is it to see Adolis Garcia get to and past 100 RBIs for the year?
It's a big deal. It's something that meant a lot to him. And if you achieve things like that, then you're helping your team win. So it's a run scoring situation, and scoring runs is how you win. You score more than the other team. So if he can driving 100, and it was big for Simeon to score 100, and which he achieved that as well. So, I was happy for him that he set that goal and he was able to achieve it.
All right, Bees, I have a random question for you because one of my former teammates has a commercial that I'm pretty interested in, and it's that when virtual reality hitting off of guys. I know him and his son are doing that commercial, and I've been thinking about getting that for my boys for Christmas. I'm wondering, I think we talked to Josh Young right before the pandemic about something like this virtual at-bats or virtual kind of seeing things. How many major league guys are using some sort of VR tool to maybe get, I don't know what to call them, imaginary at-bats in when they can't, hit?
Yeah, we haven't done that as much this year, but last year that was a big part of the training, especially in spring training. We had that set up, and I know a lot of the guys that use it. I even set up myself and just I wanted to see what it looked like and the kind of the simulation process of it. But it's pretty interesting. I mean, as far as tracking the ball and seeing spin and kind of pick up rotation and just getting a feel for the strike zone, things of that. I think it's helpful as far as training your eyes. I think it is helpful.
Do you think it would help, let's say, 12 to 16-year-old kids, or do you feel like when you were seeing it, it would be more for a 18 to 30-year-old person?
It depends on the kid. I mean, if he's advanced and he knows what he's looking for and knows what to get out of it, I think it can help. I mean, guys play video games all the time, and it's kind of similar. I mean, if you play a video game, you actually have the batter that you have to control the swing and all that and the strike zone. So it's kind of similar to that. The simulation that I saw, you actually have a simulated bat in your hand and you actually take the swing. So I think that does help. Even if you're 12 or 13, I think it can help you.
Well, we've enjoyed talking with you all season, or the portion of the season that we've gotten to talk with you. Best of luck today, and hopefully you get to end that season with another victory.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. I've enjoyed you.
There you go. Tony Beasley right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, if you're going out to the game, potentially some bummer news for some fans is they just released the lineup. Aaron Judge not on the lineup for the Yankees. So
thanks a lot, Mike.
That's it. I quit.
He could
I'm going home.
He could still pinch hit, but he is not currently on the lineup, which I would think to a certain extent might make that baseball from yesterday even more valuable.
62 is looking like the finishing number. So that probably, to your point, there won't be a 63 out there, and 60 and 61 are owned by Aaron Judge. So this is really the only ball that matters from, I won't say the only ball, but kind of one of the only balls that matters in Aaron Judge's career, because in a weird way, in 2017, I guess he has the American League rookie record.
Yeah.
But I think Pete Alonso the next year broke that record for most home runs by a rookie. So that ball, 62, is very, very significant now that it's going to be the only ball that possibly goes on to the marketplace for the Aaron Judge season.
I wonder how much he particularly cares about getting it back.
Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
I think he has 60 and 61.
And exactly.
He seemed like he really wanted it. In fact, Josh Donaldson was the most excited person, it seemed like, when that home run was hit from the Yankees dugout. And I know a lot of people don't like Josh Donaldson here, for obvious reasons. And he's not, from what I understand, maybe not the most likable person in the game of baseball. But he's a huge collector of cards. And so I'm assuming if you're a huge collector of cards, you're a huge collector of memorabilia. So I'm just wondering, Josh Donaldson getting to see that moment and be part of that moment, I won't be surprised when that goes out onto the marketplace if Josh Donaldson's one of the bidders. I don't know how much he's willing to bid, but he's made zillions of dollars in his career. So who's to say Josh Donaldson, the teammate of Aaron Judge, isn't the person who ends up buying that ball if it goes to auction?
I bet Derek Jeter would buy it and probably throw it in a gift basket. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
He's married with kids.
What are you doing right now?
Well, then for his wife, a gift basket for his wife.
Because she's the classiest. Yeah. No, I get it. Now, I had a couple of notes about Aaron Judge's trip to 62, and I do apologize. I saw this immediately from the 281. I'm headed to the game right now. So I'm kind of pissed to hear that he's not going to be in the lineup. I definitely get that. He could still pinch hit.
Right.
And I wonder about that scenario. What that excitement level be at? He comes out, he's going to get one at bat. Like, that place would still be electric. Is Did you know that Aaron Judge wasn't even to a 50 home run pace until May 13th?
So he got to a slow start.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that was something that I thought was really interesting. And also, how many, this is your analytic question.
Yeah.
How many fastballs, 95 or higher, do you think he hit a home run off of this year?
62.
Of the 62.
15.
37.
Okay, that is definitely too high. 11.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So the rest of them were off-speed pitches?
Or just a fastball that was not at 95.
Okay. All
I mean,
right.
if you
Yeah,
think
I
about
didn't
the
think about that.
Rangers, let's just take starting pitching, for example. The only person that consistently throws the ball 95 or above is John Gray.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else throws the ball. So as much as we do talk about velocity, and there are teams, obviously, if you're facing the Mets, which I can't wait to see Friday versus the Padres. Like, I mean, I don't know the matchup yet, as in number 1 versus number 1, but I think it's going to be DeGrom, and I think it's going to be Yu Darvish.
Right.
I mean, there's going to be obviously a lot of, well, I shouldn't say that because Darvish probably throws 12 fastballs a game. But there's going to be, you know, when they do throw fastballs, they're going to be 95 to 101 miles an hour.
And we get another person that I'm headed to the game, but I figured he probably wasn't going to play from the 214. We're on our way to the game, and then they put a sad face. I mean, look, I thought
What if you pinch hits?
and that's what I still think could happen, just because they're going to be off for so long. Like when you talk about the playoffs starting on Friday, his playoffs don't start on Friday, and that's why I thought there was a shot he would play, and maybe he'll still pinch hit.
I will say probably not, but because if you wanted to get a net bat, why not just play the first 2 or 3 innings of the game
and just
play
be done
3
with
innings
it.
and be done? Because if you're like, hey, I'm coming in for the 7th through the 9th, you could do it. You could do it as a spring training game, but usually you'll still play your starters to start the game and then take them out as they go. And unfortunately, this game means nothing to the Yankees. They're the number 2 seed, so they can't really improve. In fact, in a weird way, no game matters today in Major League Baseball. That's what they all start at 3 o'clock.
Set.
All the seeds are set. All the buys are set. It's really
tell G-Bag to get in here today.
It's really weird that usually there is something on the line the last day of the season. And you even added an extra playoff spot now, and it's in a long time. It's like, yeah, nothing matters today in baseball.
And how sad was, like, I get Tony Beasley's answer for sure, and he's like, it's been a long season. We're probably good with it being over. You know, like that is sobering, but that is the reality of this season.
They just had such a bad September, October too. It's just, as much as we want to look forward to next year, and I'm sure there'll be off-season moves to help, it's just like, dang it, this was just a tough September, October.
That's the other reason I'm surprised he's not playing. Somebody just texted this in, and I was thinking about this. The Triple Crown.
Yeah.
He needed 3 hits today and needed
3 for 3, a rise.
Yeah, he needed him to go 0 for 4, I believe.
Okay.
To be able to surpass him. So I'm a little surprised about that. The Triple Crown would be incredible. Not that this season
But he already got the home run record.
I know, and this
so he's
season,
like, it's good enough. I don't need all the records.
That's fair. See, we need to work on that because you want to have all the records.
I know Cabrera did it in 2012. Did somebody else do it after 2012? Because it's rare.
Don't believe so.
Because I think the last one before that was Yastrzemski in 67 or something.
And that's why the home run record's amazing. If you set the home run record while you won the Triple Crown, I think you can put that on the table as the greatest offensive season of all time.
I think in our lifetime, there's only been one Triple Crown winner.
Name him.
I mean,
Miguel Cabrera.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why he won the MVP. Even though
there is not another person in our lifetime.
And I know some people were like, I kind of think Mike Trout should have been the MVP that year. But then other people are like, I mean, he just hit the freaking Triple Crown. You're not going to vote against that. Now, got a couple of football notes real quick for you, and then we'll get to Mike Likes It. My question for y'all was going to be, which team do you think got a win in week 4 that most badly needed it? And then I have bad news if you own this guy in fantasy. Jonathan Taylor out for tomorrow.
It's in my notes, Kevin. Jonathan Taylor ruled out for tomorrow.
Okay.
Against Denver.
Which team? I have a couple of candidates, but if y'all have different opinions, like I definitely.
Which team got a win that needed it the most?
Needed it. Because I think the 49ers might have been right at the top of the list, though the Bills intrigue me as well.
It's interesting about the 49ers because, Jimmy's back, and that maybe there's a little bit of settling with that team because of the Trey Lance chaos.
Owns the Rams.
Yeah, but the Trey Lance chaos that comes from, is he good? They still know so little about the guy, and now they won't have until next year to find out even more about him. So, that team right there, that's a very interesting approach to that one. I really think that's a good one from last week, from week 4. I think the Falcons are becoming my new team, Kevin.
What?
Yeah, they needed a win.
Did
they got
you
it against
ditch
the
out
Browns.
on the Lions?
Well, the Lions keep losing, Kevin. They're not winning whenever they need to win the most, and that's all the time.
Okay.
They let Geno Smith go out there and become offensive player of the week. How did that happen?
It makes me wonder. This is a horrible deal here. Is Geno Smith better than Russell Wilson?
Okay.
I think he's better suited for what their offensive coordinator wants to do.
Coming up at 2:00, that's part of a segment that I've got for you guys.
All right.
Some bold questions about that.
The Falcons were a joke because I was scrambling for time. It's either the Chargers.
I could see that.
Or the Cardinals. I mean, it could have been the Titans too, but the Chargers, Cardinals, and Titans are the trio that I'm looking at going, they needed it badly.
That's interesting because, the Raiders got a win over the Broncos in division. Like, is that one that you would consider as just because they started the season 0-3, one that you just don't care about?
No,
makes a lot of sense.
That does make sense because I think I might have just given up on them, but the fact that there's so much parity in that division, maybe you're onto something, and there's still only 2 games out of first place. But I had the list as the Bills, Titans, Chargers, and 49ers as all people who jump to mind. The Bills, just because it wouldn't have been the end of the world if they were 2-2, but they would have gone from 2-0 unquestioned Super Bowl favorites to losing back-to-back games and potentially losing another close game. That could have been really problematic for them. For the KNC Masterpiece, I hope this didn't really happen. From the 469, I just got a ticket for making an immediate U-turn when y'all said Judge was not playing. I hope that you did not get a traffic violation for that, but I do apologize to let you know.
Did you tell the police officer that you were listening to the fan? That probably would have helped out.
That's a good point.
Yeah, we know a lot of Tolos are big-time police officers at Sports Station, especially with the Guns and Hoses Foundation stuff that we do. So, that's probably just drop that one off. Put a Tolo sticker on your car and just let everybody know.
Do you think that's like a diplomatic plate almost? Yeah, they're definitely. Like, you can't pull that guy over. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got Mike Likes It in, let's say, 15 seconds. But
give something away!
Again. Take my time.
877-881-1053, caller number 10. Now will win a pair of tickets to the WWE Royal Rumble. We will do this tomorrow as well. It's going to be January 28th at the Alamo in San Antonio. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, Mike Likes It.
Okay, I have multiple topics here. I have going out on dates.
Oh.
I have a little bit more of that Win Reality VR talk that I would love to maybe talk a little bit more about. I have breakout candidates in the NBA for this upcoming season. And I have the show Cheer, which has been out for a while. It's about Navarro Cheer / Trinity Valley.
I think we should start with that because I know you care about that and have talked about that for a few days.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So let's do Cheer. So I watched season 1 during the pandemic, if you guys remember. So they go to Navarro. It was really cool. I was like, oh my gosh, Netflix is doing a show on Cheer and it's about Navarro. Like, I had no clue Navarro was good at Cheer. And so, in fact, I had like a high school friend of mine, Holly Hauser. I don't know her last name now. She got married. But she went to, I believe, Navarro for cheer, and I didn't know that. And she was a really good cheerleader in high school and did the NCAA competition stuff. So I didn't know like Navarro was such a big time place to go. So I want to say this. Did you guys know this to start this off? That in the competition of Navarro and winning national championships, their competition is Trinity Valley, which is in Athens, Texas, which is 37 miles away.
Okay.
And then I saw on social media this comment about Navarro and Trinity Valley. Do you know who else is in that competition when they're trying to win that national championship?
Yes, I do.
Not. Oh, I do not.
That's it.
That's it.
Just those two?
There's only
Have you
two
not watched
teams.
Cheer?
I have not.
There's not another team.
Me either.
So it's because they're junior college teams. and they're in like, I call it big junior college. I know that because there's intermediate, like you have a middle group, you have a small group. In fact, Trinity Valley, Navarro might do this too, but Trinity Valley also puts together a team where it's some of the same people, but they're also cheering in like small group, if that makes sense. And help me out. Look, if you're a former cheerleader or you went to Navarro and you know more about this, you can help me out here on the fan text, which, I mean, everybody knows the number, even I do. But just in case you don't know, what's that number?
877-881-1053.
Yeah, I knew that one. I just couldn't believe that. So when they've won, they did recently win their 15th national title, Navarro, in 2022. But in the show, I'm giving it away because it's been out for months. I'm sorry if I'm giving it away, but it is interesting to watch. Trinity Valley actually beats Navarro in 2021. And so
you're kidding me.
I'm like, wait a second. How many teams did they beat? And then it goes to, you go to all these, there's like 47 different divisions, but it's Navarro versus Trinity Valley every year. So you do kind of have a 50% chance of winning this.
I had no idea that was all it was. And from the 785, no, I watched Cheers with Ted Danson last night. Does that count? That does not
That's
count.
a great show. I love Cheers. It's one of my favorite shows of all time.
Agreed.
Now, I'm going to explain this season of Cheer, and it is something I would recommend watching if you're, I don't know, if my wife cheered, my sister-in-law cheered, my sister cheered, and they did all these NCAA competitions in downtown Dallas back in the day. I don't know where they're at now.
Is that show right just in this moment best known for the scandal as opposed to, I know it is a popular show.
So the season 2 starts off as in they're getting prepared to go to the 2020 championships.
Okay.
But then after about 3 episodes, then it turns into, hey, there's this COVID thing going on. It's just interesting to relive that.
Okay.
And to be like, because some of the cheerleaders, just like us, I remember when the building was coming down in February. Remember that was our whole deal, January and February.
Yes,
the building.
I do.
And then we're like, oh, this COVID thing. And we're kind of like, oh, is it a big deal? Some days like, it's not a big deal. It's in China. It's not really the big deal here. And then you're like, wait, is this a big deal? And maybe it is a big deal. And then by the time we got to March, it's like, oh my God, it's a huge deal. Rudy Gobert just got it. And now we're stopping all of sports and stopping the NCAA tournament. And obviously the NCAA tournament for cheer got canceled too. So then it's like 3 seasons in one. So that's season 1 of season 2, your first 3 episodes getting ready for the competition, and COVID stops it. Then the next episode or 2 goes into, and I'm sorry I forget his name. I think it's Jesse Harris, I think.
The dude who went to jail.
He's going to jail for 12 years. And it gets
Should have been more.
It should have. What a joke. Like, we got to do more for people that molest little kids.
Against them, yes.
As in, yes, thank you. As in, like, put them in prison for life. Get rid of those people. He's not going to. So, anyways, I won't get too much into my opinion there because I'll maybe get into trouble with people. But
that would be weird if somebody was like, you're too mean about child molesters.
So what this cheer kid did, and I say kid, he was like 20, 21 years old, but he would use his power from this because of Cheer season 1, and he was on Instagram DMing little boys, and what I say by that is like 12 to 15-year-old boys, and then getting them to send him pics of their privates and stuff. He would send them pics of him doing things to himself and his body parts.
Yeah.
And so these 2 twins, they're on this season. The 2 twins that finally were brave enough, and I know this was really tough, they ended up like talking about this on season 2 and what they had to go through, because unfortunately the mom, who then kind of found this out by looking at her son's Instagram and seeing all this stuff, and some of it was deleted but was able to go back. There's a way. If I don't know all this stuff, but you can go and Google, hey, for my kid's Instagram, can I go look at things that have been deleted? And you can. There's certain ways to do it. And so she sees all this stuff and she's like, gosh, the boys aren't ready to come forward with this, but she starts posting on anonymous things to like Navarro cheer and NCAA cheer. This guy, Jesse's a bad person. He is a sexual predator. And they're like, you're a liar. You're just trying to bring down Navarro cheer. So they are protecting this kid because he's Oprah's favorite person. He's talking to President Biden. They show him talking. Him and President Biden are becoming good buddies. Him and Oprah are great buddies. He's covering the Oscars for whatever, TV show that he's covering for. He's become so popular and so famous. Well, I guess it really upset the twins. I don't know. Guess they said when all of a sudden Biden was going to use him for a lot of things to show. Whether it's, and I'm sorry, I forget all the letters, the LGBTQ. Yeah, so, he was going to become the face of a lot of things. And so the boy's like, I just can't. He got so mad. He's like, I can't do this anymore. He's a horrible person. And he tried to have sex with him in a bathroom at an NCAA tournament, like an NCAA cheer thing, and cornered him in a bathroom. And I don't think anything physical went down. Physically went down, but God. He was trying his best to pretty much take this 13, 14-year-old kid and do whatever he wanted to him sexually. And so this guy did get caught, and the FBI came in, and then he threw away his phone, right? He's trying to get rid of all the evidence. And this is what kind of even made it worse. This is why he's a serial predator.
Yes.
He actually went and bought another phone and then started Instagramming other boys to do the same thing. Like, he couldn't stop. And so anyways, he went to prison, and in this summertime, he finally got his sentence of 12 years. But I don't know, like if he serves good time, it might be 6 years or something. But
that's absurd.
He's going to get out of prison and start trying to do this again to other boys.
That's crazy.
And so anyways, that's that part of it. And then they go into, all right, now we have to prepare for 2021. And then they're showing the also Trinity Valley team, and they went and picked up some boys that are, and I say boys, young men, somewhere between ages 18 and kind of 20, junior college kids. And they are unbelievable tumblers, like some of the best tumblers you can find, but they don't like cheer. And then they also talk about how, well, they're not gay. And for the most part, most male cheerleaders in general, the majority, more than 50%, are usually gay. So they're being taught by gay guys, and they want them.
This is what the show is saying.
This is the show, not me. And so these boys who are from the Georgia area, like, look, we're not gay, and we're getting taught by gay men, and they want us to not be gay physically but you got to put on kind of the more moves you can do that are kind of maybe what the boys are talking about on here at Trinity Valley.
Flamboyant kind of
like
moves,
more gay faces, more stuff like that. And I'm not. Look, it is what it is, right? I mean, this
is what the show says.
Right, I'm not right, and so they refuse to do it, and the coach is getting furious. And their coach at Trinity Valley is a man, and he's not. I don't think he's gay, but I'm not 100% sure. They don't really get into his sexual orientation, but it seemed like he really understood these three boys, because he's like, I had to go through the same thing.
Yeah,
I think of like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing these faces or acting like this, because that's not who I am. So he could really, I understand, but you got to do this. This is competition. This is 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And you don't have to act this way the rest of your life. You just have to do it for the show. This is theater, and you got to put on the show. And so anyways, it was a great deal. And Trinity Valley ends up beating Navarro in 2021. So I had to look up the NCAA results for 2022, but I enjoyed watching it with my daughter. She's a cheerleader.
Does she like it? Is she like, that's true, that's right, that's...
Well, at Bishop Dunn, that's where she goes to school, they're gonna cheer for the first time in a little bit of a competition, but they're not when my wife and sister-in-law and then my sister went to Duncanville or Arlington Martin, they were cheering for big time, like, you're going to these cheer athletic places, like these kind of I call them select, but whatever they call them in, club select, they're going to these gyms and learning all of these different things, getting taught by these somewhat professionals who are getting you ready for NCAA cheer. So I'm like, man, I've been through this a lot in my life, from age 16 to 25 with either my future wife, sister-in-law, or my sister doing these things. So I'm very interested in this, and my daughter really liked it, but it's on Netflix. I know I only got to this today, but it's a really interesting show. It's sickening, the guy who uses his power, but I mean, think about it. In a whole bunch of ways in life, people use their power for sexual benefits, and really to sexually R's the tough word, right? I don't want to put that, but I mean but you think of the Fox News people, you think of, unfortunately, Catholic priests in situations, you think of now this cheer situation, you think of a lot of situations people use their power, or Larry Nassar. They talk a lot about Larry Nassar in gymnastics, using his power to sexually predator situation.
No,
I know
got
I'm
it.
horrible with words right now, but I have to watch what I say because I have stronger words that I wish I could say.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things where when do I cross a line that somebody gets upset of a word I said? And maybe I already did, and I apologize for that. But, part of that is the whole situation with the cheer guy who became so popular. And then it's tough on the cheer people and tough on that coach because they're still conflicted because they see him as such a teammate and everything. And it's weird because there's another kid they kick off the team that they don't see, as that good of a person, but that person wasn't sexually, being a predator to little boys.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and some people who work in that area of the criminal system, they're giving us some really, really sad statistics about all of this. Coming up next, we will lighten things up, hopefully, with the Steve Lock starring Corey Majors.
Oh, man, why did the guy that should have caught it not catch it last night? Plus, when have you cheated? Next.
All right, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic. Guys, look, at 35 years old, I noticed that my energy wasn't the same and things were kind of different. I got my numbers checked.
money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed is perfect for Texas lawns. Just one application kills weeds like dandelion, dollarweed, and clover. Unlike most products, it also prevents weeds and crabgrass up to 6 months. Plus, it's ideal for feeding Texas lawns, including Bermuda and St. Augustine. Kill weeds, feed Texas lawns, plus prevent weeds and crabgrass up to 6 months. BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed. Get more from the blue bag.
The Sports Spotlight, delivered by Driveway.com. Philadelphia punched their playoff ticket after beating Houston, claiming the 12th and final postseason spot alongside Atlanta and New York in the East. This marks the first time since 2011 that Philly will keep their season going into October. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf.
Hear from inside the Star, the Cowboys Report, Monday through Friday at 9:20 a.m. and 12:20 p.m. Brought to you by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, right off Highway 75 North.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Good news for you. You get an extra 30 minutes of us today. We'll be going to 2:30 all the way up to the Rangers finale against the Yankees, where Aaron Judge is not in the starting lineup. But now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the C Block, otherwise known as the Corey Majors Show. How do you feel about that, Mike?
I feel good real quick.
Okay.
I know this is a little bit of Mike likes it rather than C-Block. I just went to Topps now because they have Aaron Judge home run number 62 autograph cards out, which should sell out in 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, did you see Micah got an autographed ticket
Yeah,
stub?
he did. That's pretty cool.
Would you like to guess how much the autographed numbered 1-to-1 Aaron Judge card is selling for on Topps now, if you'd like to get that card?
$8,000.
$20,000.
$15,000. If you would like to get his just autographed Topps Now card of 62, how much do you think it would cost? And it's numbered to 62.
I'll go with $9,000.
$1,000.
$1,300.
Okay.
$13,000.
Yeah.
And by the way, that one already sold out in 2 minutes.
All right, so I guess what we just learned there, Kevin, is one of ones, Corey is the cards expert. One of 62's, Kevin is. So it's all about learning.
One of ones are hard to price.
It would be a cool card to have. I just can't pay $1,500 right now for an autograph Aaron Judge card.
Wow. And that would be crazy. All right, well, Mike, you know, I would have thrown it back. I still, as I sit here today, I absolutely would have thrown it back, and I think we all know it. And I'm proud of the Tolos out there that texted me and tweeted me and Facebook messaged me and LinkedIn'd me and said, hey, I do the same thing.
It happens.
They Snapchat you?
Who's on Snapchat, bro? A bunch of thirst traps? Come on, what are we doing here? Thirst traps and 15-year-old boys trying to find those thirst traps. That's all Snapchat is. You know it, and I know it too.
Man, that's the most amazing takedown of Snapchat I've ever heard in my life.
Atolo should have caught the home run ball last night. Okay, Atolo was sitting right there. And by the way, I think I know the guy that did catch it. His name's Corey, and we're all kind of connected. So that's a cool thing.
Mm-hmm. There's a Corey network?
There is a network of Corys out there, and I think all Corys will agree. There's a support chap. There's too many Kevins, right? So it's very difficult for y'all to have your group.
They have regional Kevin.
Yeah, so this is a
like an area scout for baseball. Okay.
But Sean and RJ had the Tolo on that should...
Asheen Rangani?
Yes, that's his name. And
you good?
No, I'm not.
The way Reggie did that was amazing.
Rangani?
Yes, that was his name, and they had him on this morning, and I was like, man, because having a Tolo on, you never know what's going to happen, right? You never know what they're going to say. I thought this dude nailed his interview this morning. Here is his explanation of the whole like experience and why he didn't catch the ball and would this tick you off?
So we got these tickets a couple months ago with the anticipation that one of these could be a big night. We got all 4 tickets to all the Yankees-Rangers games with me and some of my work buddies. And for this night, we specifically got the front row right in section 31 thinking, okay, if he kind of barely makes it over, we've got a shot with nobody in front of us. Not really, you never really think that's actually going to happen to you in your seat.
Right.
So my boss had the seat to the left of us. He was stuck at the top of the top where they wouldn't let him down because Aaron Judge was batting. So it was just me in that whole section. What? Nobody to the left of me. A couple of my guys to the right.
Pause that real quick.
And
I don't know if you heard that. You heard it. I definitely heard it. He said that his boss, who had the seat left of him, was stuck up by the ushers. I'm not trying to blame the Rangers organization on this.
However, oh no, I thought that was
okay. No. Yeah. However, I don't know. He didn't explain if he went to the bathroom or if he went to go get a beer and then was coming back. It was like, I just got to take a quick break just in case. But his boss is stuck up by the ushers, and there's more to that story here too.
And I mean, I'm recording. I record every pitch at this point. I see it coming my way. I throw down my phone. I've got that recording as well. Throw down my phone saying, hey, it's on its way. It's coming right here. Put both my hands out to catch it. And I thought, man, I'm going to cradle this into my chest. At the very least, it'll fall down right in front of me.
I was thinking that too. I was like, if I was in that moment, I stick out my chest and just let the ball drill me in the chest.
Like Ronaldo?
What? And then, yes.
Pause.
And then just go,
Pause.
I've never seen Mike this mad. Hold on.
I was listening to this live.
Uh-huh.
I don't think Sean knows how a baseball works.
You can knock a ball down with your chest.
Yeah, you can.
You can knock a ground ball down with your chest.
Don't you need like a protector, like a catcher or something?
Oh, you can. It's not going to just gently fall into your lap. I mean, it's going to bounce off pretty hard. And if you're in the front row, it's going to bounce off where that guy jumped down, which I'll get to in a second. But like, you can't, it's not like fair catching a football. A football is probably moving at approximately 30 miles an hour when it's coming down from being caught. That baseball was hit 100 miles an hour. It was hit high, and so as it's coming down, it's probably going at, I'm going to guess, about 70 to 75 miles an hour. But you can't just cradle it. You got to use your hands. If you don't catch it with your hands, you're just not going to catch the ball with your chest. And I get he's saying, I'm not going to catch it. It's just going to pop my chest and then fall gently down. I know it's not a tennis ball or a racket ball, but it's still going to pop off of your chest and move forward quite a bit. So you had to use your hands, Sean.
In Sean's mind, it's like when we put our hands underneath ourselves in the shower and collect a pool of water. We've all done it. Don't act like you haven't.
Oh, yeah.
And then let the water go just to see how much water you can let go.
Maybe he's always wearing a hoodie. Maybe he could hoodie it like this, and it fall down.
Yeah, just scoop it in.
But then somebody's going to grab it from your hoodie.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. Like I remember listening to that going, I don't think this is a good idea, and I know it wouldn't have worked out the way that Sean pictures it working out.
I don't know how much we got left in this. Let's hear the rest of it.
We still got like a minute.
Okay, all right. Let's hear the rest of this.
I stick out my chest and just let the ball drill me in the chest.
Like Ronaldo?
And then, yes. And then just go ahead and catch. Did you bring your glove?
No, so my glove was with my boss who was upstairs coming down.
Oh, there you go. That's it. That's the last part of it I wanted to hear.
Come on.
I don't know. Again.
Wait, so you don't want to hear about the dude that ran in, the Corey, your friend?
Oh, yeah. Let's hear that part, too.
Well, no, you go ahead and talk about this part first.
But he didn't have his glove.
How do you let your
glove to the
boss
stadium,
leave and take the glove?
Now, my other question is, I'm wondering if his boss was in a suite and his boss was like, work. I don't know exactly the rest of that, but he didn't have his glove. Listen, if I go to a game and I'm taking my glove, every pitch I act like I'm the catcher. I'm Bam. Come on, hit it right at me. Come on now, yeah, I'm trying. And he let his boss walk off with his glove.
What's that sound like again, Corey?
What is it? Come on now, what did his boss even need the glove for where he was going? What do you do? What is he trying to catch up there?
And that's the all-you-can-eat section, too. He needs his hands to bring down the 42 hot dogs he got from the all-you-can-eat situation.
All right, let's hear the rest from. Do you have the name again?
Sheen Rangani.
All right, and I think he said they call him Shane. So Tolo Shane out there killing it. All right, let's hear the rest of you.
So I thought, get my hands out there, put my hands on it, and get it into my body. I don't care if it craves my chest in, right?
Yes, break a rib.
I don't. Yeah, it's just a floating rib. Like, I don't care. I don't need those, right? So get it in, get it down on the ground, or just cradle it into my chest and hold on to it. I didn't think I had anybody really near me except for my buddy, because the whole section was almost empty. This guy from the right, more power to him, right? He is 7 seats away from me. I had no idea he was coming. I had 2 people on my right that did not box out correctly. We practiced this, right?
Did you practice boxing out?
We talked about this. And let me tell you, one of the guys, he's the owner of the company I work for. One of the guys, you can see him if you watch all of them. He couldn't be bothered. He was sitting down eating his hot dog the whole time, just looking around. So if you see the video, he's all the way to the left, sitting down in the front row.
Yeah.
We gave him a lot of crap. We told him that must have been a business decision so that I wouldn't leave the company. But nobody boxed out. He jumped right in front of me, and I saw it going to my hands. He jumped right in front of me, fair and square, took it. I had 2 seconds of, oh, my gosh, that was my ball and a lot of money. But then I thought real quick, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, that was fair.
So the other guys on the right didn't box out to give him the space to catch the ball. So this Corey guy could just come flying in and scoop in and take the ball out of the sky because his teammates screwed up, man. Kevin, we talked about this very specifically. The group of people you're taking need to be competitive. They need to be committed to the process. That group right there was not.
I just can't believe a $2 million situation.
You're eating a hot dog.
And what in the world, dude? And you didn't get to your seats in time? It's $2 million. You didn't know Aaron Judge was leading off. He's been leading off for a month.
Yeah, like he hits and then you can go. Like that's the only scenario. If the Rangers are up, and
who cares?
Yeah, you can go. But only if Aaron Judge is not imminently coming up in the net. You need to pretend like every at-bat is going to be 2 pitches long at the most.
Yes. And then
I'm angry for him. I know. I'm sorry, Corey. I know he said, I sat with it for a couple seconds and I was like, oh, what can you do? I am angry for him.
All right, there's a lot of people saying, why did the boss take the glove with them as we were discussing?
Yes.
Remember, Aaron Judge starts off the game. This is a leadoff homer. So it's very likely that people just did not get to their seats in time.
Oh, because
inexcusable.
Stupidity. Stupidity if you're in the outfield.
I did want to add, too, that Sean did ask the great follow-up question, as Sean typically does. I want to give him credit since he thinks I just bash his questions all the time. It's very contentious between Sean and I.
It really is. It's a very strange situation.
He asked the great question of, how's your phone look like? What have the messages been like? And I know, Reggie, I didn't ask you to get the cut on this, but he was like, oh, everybody's texting me telling me I'm the biggest loser they know. Everybody, he was like, people I didn't even know from high school are texting me. My high school friends are. He said, I have a big group of friends that I've been friends with since junior high. So you know what your best friends since junior high do. They take you to the top rope, throw you off, and then jump on top of you. There's no way they're going to let this down. But even still, like a great moment, a great opportunity to be part of it, to be around it in the first place, right? To be right there where the balls come in your direction. I'm glad that it was a Tolo that was there that was able to deliver that story. He did an awesome job, man. I really enjoyed the story today.
Great interview. Took a lot of guts to come on and talk about that situation. Great storyteller.
When you have a great story, isn't it worthwhile to tell it?
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Like if I had caught it and thrown it back, I would be telling that story every single day. I would be on news. Mike, I would go on Cold Pizza or whatever it was that you were on. I'd be telling my story all the time. And then, Kevin, I would attach my story to a wine bottle, and I would have the greatest winery ever.
You don't know how many cuss words I would be saying at myself. And I could never forgive my friends. I couldn't.
Oh, that's
I
a good
never
point.
forgive them for not being in their seats. Even if I don't catch it, you're my friend, you catch it, you get $2 million. You farted around before a 7 o'clock pitch. You knew it was a 7 o'clock pitch. You knew he was leading off. You got to be in your seats at like 5 minutes till 7 just to make sure for any unknown reason they start that game a little bit early, which they're not. But what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
For real?
What if they misjudged traffic?
Man, no.
No.
I did have a buddy, Wes Keys. Love him.
Traffic probably was a problem yesterday because of the doubleheader.
He wasn't in the outfield, but his work meeting ran late. There's nothing he could do, and he showed up 30 minutes late, probably because of traffic and parking, but he wasn't in the outfield. He missed the moment. That's one thing to miss the moment if you're in the 100 section.
Can I continue to play devil's advocate here? Our friend here, who is discussing this, has told us that basically they're all work at the same company.
Mm-hmm.
What if somebody had to close up shop?
Oh, yeah, that's possible. That's potential, too. Even
then
still,
you get left behind.
Can you imagine, though, if Mike had been the one standing there and missed it, and then you're like, now we have to question all of his baseball credentials? Like, hold on, you can't even catch a baseball, Mike? You could never live it down.
I would have missed it if my Nimrod boss would have been upstairs with my glove. It's really tough to catch a ball barehanded at 70-something miles an hour. I know it happens at games, and we cheer for that person, say, good job, way to go. But you have to have your glove ready in that situation. This was the moment of you'll never have another chance to get $2 million in 1 second.
We'll get to the cheating scenario later in the week, Kevin. I wanted to end on this. The fan
Rangani?
The fan who was leveled by Bobby Wagner after running onto the field has now filed a police report over the incident. Do you think he's going to try and sue Bobby Wagner in the NFL?
Put him in jail for 100 years.
And this is why...
Fart knocker, you ran onto my field.
And this is why I think the justice system is sometimes confusing, is because when I was a kid, we had like a whole like backyard swing set extravaganza and all that. And people are like, you don't have a fence up. So if somebody came onto your property and injured themselves, my thought was like, their dumbass needs to go to the hospital. And they're like, you could be sued for that. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go. You shouldn't be
able to.
Yeah, you can.
That's why I put locks on my gate so that people can't just get into my backyard and swing.
I hope that judge is a very radical judge and says, not only do you lose the lawsuit, your punishment is Bobby Wagner gets to come out and hit you again
whenever
in this
he
courtroom.
wants.
I would be all about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the power rankings right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about next on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer Foundation Repair. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where it's time to power rank the power rankings.
All right. You want to do quarterbacks first or you want to do teams first?
I think he wants to know where Lamar Jackson is on this list because does Lamar Jackson go higher or lower?
You kind of want to know that.
Quarterbacks?
Okay, let's do quarterbacks first. I have it written down and I also have it pulled up on my computer. Nothing can go wrong.
Oh, my God.
All right. Do you guys want to start with at the top, where you guess at the top, or do you want to guess where Cooper Rush has moved into the quarterbacks of 2022?
Let's go with the Cooper Rush.
Okay, I'm going to remind you guys. Last week, Cooper Rush was 26th.
Makes no sense.
In quarterback rankings.
I believe.
Where are you guessing?
I'm going to say 21.
Higher or lower than Carson Fart Knocker Wentz?
Higher.
They're both redheaded. They both should be backups. One is, and one somehow keeps stealing a job in the NFL.
I'm gonna say he's higher than Wentz.
All right.
Who I kept saying was Cooper Rush. I'm gonna put him in like 20. I'm gonna say 24 though.
Okay. If I told you Carson Wentz is 19, does that change your mind?
I guess he has to be 18 at least.
I don't think he will be.
What do you mean? He's better than. Did you watch Carson Wentz?
No, but these aren't my rankings.
Trash. CBS Sports, by the way.
You know what? I'm not a huge fan of CBS, so.
We used to work for him.
I think that was his.
But I've learned
they sold like radio for $10 billion or something.
When you used to work for somebody.
Oh, yeah, I know. I see what you're doing. Looking at
24, and what number did you have?
21.
You guys are close. Number 21, Teddy Bridgewater.
What?
Number 24.
Hold on.
Theodore's starting this season or this week.
Yeah,
he hasn't done anything yet.
In the league?
It goes into
You know
who's
who Theodore
quarterbacking
is.
the next week.
You know who Teddy Two Gloves is?
He hasn't played this year.
His name rings
Except
out.
for whenever Tua got hurt really bad. He hasn't played.
Number 24, Justin Fields.
Okay.
He has to be.
I think he's better than Justin Fields.
Right now. Has to be.
Number 22, Kenny Pickett.
All right.
He better be higher.
I can't believe Kenny Pickett's at number 22.
It's weird the way he's working. His
Has to be.
His
Okay,
list
I
here.
changed it. 18.
18.
I changed my mind. 18.
You know what? 15.
that feels too high.
Top 12.
Number 19 was Carson Wentz. Number 18 is Matt Ryan. Number 15 is Jimmy Garoppolo.
Ooh, I don't think he's that high.
Yeah, I think Garoppolo is better than Rush.
Number 23 is Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush went from 26 to 23.
Why
he
is
is
it-
better than Justin Fields, Jacoby Brissett, Zach Wilson, Andy Dalton, Baker Mayfield, Marcus Mariota, Davis Mills, Bailey Zappi, and Davis Webb.
Western Kentucky's own Bailey Zappi.
That's right.
But not better than Kenny Pickett. How did Kenny Pickett do in that game?
He threw 3 interceptions and
What?
0
I mean, one of them was
passing
like a Hail
touchdowns.
Mary, wasn't it?
Okay,
Number
but
20
his first pass was an interception.
Number 20
I got
was
another.
the player of the week.
Geno Smith?
Yeah, not Pat Mahomes. All right,
I'll take
Thank you for that clarification.
Where's Pat Mahomes then?
here we go.
Ooh, I say 1.
Okay, he went first. You got it right. He's number 1.
I don't know if that was the order, but I was like, he just won player of the week.
Corey, number 2.
Allen.
Allen, number 2. You guys are 2 for 2. Who's number 3, Kevin?
This is the area I want to start picking Lamar, but I shouldn't, so I'll say Aaron Rodgers.
You guys are 3 for 3. Who's number 4, Corey?
The future divorcee.
Shut up. He's 4? No way.
You guys taking a shot at the marriage of Tom Brady?
No, I was just saying I don't think he
No,
should be
TMZ
4.
and page 6 are. Actually, I
How
don't know
much
TMZ
is he going to get in
page
child
6
support?
is.
Tom Brady's number 4. You guys are 4 for 4.
You mean alimony?
Oh,
Yeah, how much
crap.
alimony is he going to get?
Tom Brady is not playing
And child
better than
support
Lamar
because he's taking the
Jackson.
kids. He wants the kids.
With a banged-up line
No, he
and
does
banged-up
not.
receiving core,
He can't take them to the
Brady
office.
has not folded, but rather stepped up, making all the throws
That's what
to
stepping
keep
up look
Tampa
like?
Bay afloat.
They have literally lost 2 games in a row. What the
Cole Beasley
hell
to retire. You
is
should be
this
happy.
article talking about?
Levante David got to slap whoever wrote this.
But this poise alone ensures the Bucs will stay alive.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point.
And they're really good defense.
Their defense is really
Yeah, okay, whatever. Lamar Jackson better be 5.
Whose
That's
guess
my
is
guess.
it?
That's my guess.
Kevin's guess.
You've guessed wrong, sucker. He's
What?
number 6 with an S.
Herbert-
Lamar Jackson is number 6.
Herbert?
Yeah, you know what, Corey? I've always known you're much better at this than Kevin was.
Well, Kevin lets his
Herbert's
heart get in
number
the way.
5. Jackson is number 6. Who's number 7?
Joey B? If
Get
it's
that one
Hurts, I'm
right.
going to be mad. Okay.
Who's number 8?
Now,
Corey.
Now
Hurts.
You guys are doing great. Besides his hate for Tom Brady,
Yeah,
his hate for
and his
Justin,
love for Lamar,
How much
yeah.
does he hate Herbert? He hates
Oh,
Brady,
man.
hates Herbert, and where is Lamar? Right
do not
behind those
hate
guys.
How many
Justin
elite
Herbert.
quarterbacks do you hate?
I don't hate.
Number
well,
9.
Do you think Justin Herbert's a lead? I don't know.
Number 9. Who's up? You're up, Kevin. You're gonna get it wrong because you hate this guy too. You've already talked about his hate today on the show.
Oh, I did?
Yep.
Oh, man.
You've already said he's a joke. Shouldn't even be in the NFL. You didn't go that far.
I was gonna
but
say.
You're like, this guy stinks, and he's gonna prove it again on Sunday.
That doesn't feel right. Matthew Stafford?
Matthew Stafford, 9 for 9. Now, number 10 is
He
the
wears
most
the number 9.
overrated
Have you seen
quarterback
Matthew
in the
Stafford
history of
play?
2022. That's my hint.
See, because you would have thought that would have been the
Hold
Jalen
on,
Hurts
can I-
spot.
Does overrated also mean is because he craps his pants in big time primetime games?
Oh.
Kind of.
Oh, okay, then.
It's not him.
Oh, Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson.
Because
number
I was
10.
going to say Cousins, but when he said kind of, that's when that
Have they
gave it away.
watched football this year?
I don't know.
Stafford and Wilson are 9 and 10.
Okay,
1 through
who's
10.
better?
Mahomes,
Cooper
Josh Allen, A-Rod, TB12, Herbert number 5, Jackson, Burrow, Hurts, Stafford, and Russell Wilson number 10. Russell Wilson, are you kidding me?
Where is Cousins then? Because
Cousins is number 12.
okay.
Kyler Murray is 11. Derek
Interesting.
Carr 13. Ryan Tannehill 14. What? Jimmy Garoppolo 15. Trevor Lawrence is now number 16.
Okay.
So those are your
I can live with
those
that.
are your QB rankings.
There aren't that many really, like the quarterback list is scaled down again this year. Like Mike, you were just talking about the
Goff
other day.
is 17.
You got some good quarterbacks down to 17, but that really good group that was like being 11 actually wasn't bad.
The year of Geno Smith, he's still only 20.
Yeah,
That is strange.
that's wild.
But we have injury. So think about this. Tua T's off the list now because of injury.
Makes
Dak
sense.
Prescott is off the list now
Yep.
because of injury.
Yeah.
Mac Jones is off the list because of injury.
Okay.
And because of his play.
Because Tua would have been top 10, right?
Yeah, I don't have what he was ranked last week, but just to, And then also, I know that, look, I'm not a fan of his, but at some point in week 12, week 13, Deshaun Watson
yeah.
gets on this list.
Yeah.
So pushing everybody down a little bit. All right, power rankings. Last week, the Cowboys were ranked 13, 16, and 13 by NFL.com, ESPN.com, and CBSSports.com. So I'm just giving you guys what they were ranked last week. Where do the Cowboys move into the power rankings?
I think they're top 10 now. I'll say 10.
I don't move them
At all?
Keep them at 13?
Yeah, I leave them right about where they are because they did win, but again, they beat Washington.
All right. Well, you're right. If you're looking at NFL.com,
Okay.
they stayed at number 13. That's their lowest ranking of the 3 websites I went to this week. They're number 11 on ESPN, and they're all the way up to number 8
Whoa.
on CBS.
That's a huge
now,
jump.
I'm going to name...
But CBS has their quarterback at 23.
Yes.
That is a little confusing.
They're just saying that Mike is that good.
I'm going to name, because we're running out of time, and you just say, are they better or worse than the Cowboys?
Okay.
Ready? Philadelphia.
Better.
Buffalo.
Better.
Kansas City.
Better.
Green Bay.
better.
San Francisco.
Nope.
Okay. Cincinnati.
Nope.
How about that? Cincinnati
We
got ranked
beat
all the way up.
Cincinnati.
They already did it. Yeah, with a
Well,
backup.
San Francisco beat us, and you're not ranking them higher, so can't just go off of that.
San Francisco hasn't beaten us.
Yeah.
Well, they did at the end of last year.
That was last year.
If this year we're better.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Things have changed.
Baltimore.
Baltimore's better.
This guy.
Wow.
You had to know I was going to say that.
You don't even know anybody else on that team other than Lamar.
Tampa Bay.
I mean, using that same logic, I clearly have to say Tampa Bay is better.
Minnesota.
We're better.
I can't wait for that game.
We're better.
Miami.
I would have said Miami was better, but now we're better.
Because of Teddy Bridgewater?
Yes.
We're better with Cooper Rush than they are with Teddy Bridgewater.
Who said that? You said that? I never said that.
LA Rams.
You just said that we're better than the Dolphins.
Oh, no, I did. But you just said we're better with Cooper Rush than we were with what, Dak?
Than they are with Teddy Bridgewater.
Yes.
Listen, we're running out of time.
Oh,
It's
okay.
almost crosstalk, but it's not going to be crosstalk because we have to do 30 extra minutes because we got a little bit of time. LA Rams are ranked number 11 in power rankings from NFL.com.
I think that's fair.
No, wait, are the Cowboys better?
I think we're better than the Rams.
All right, and number 12, Tennessee.
I think we're better than Tennessee.
So in your power rankings, if I take out the teams that were better than
It's Cowboys at like
1,
4.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they move up from 13 to 7.
I think
The Cowboys are the 7th
I
team?
think you could make that argument right now.
Because of the defense?
Yes, the defense is incredible.
It is a Super Bowl defense.
What do you call Kevin?
You have to call me a homer.
I don't know, Mike. Is it Homer?
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Steelers aren't on the top 10.
Yeah.
They stink. That's fine. It doesn't bother me at all.
It does. It hurts your feelings.
How are your feelings?
My daughter bought a Steelers sweater at the Goodwill or whatever.
Why?
I don't know.
You didn't tell her to throw it in the trash?
She was just thrifting.
I know. I tell you what, kids thrift too much.
If you have like a 14 to 17-year-old, I feel like that probably really hit home for you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, no crosstalk. Instead, the moral compass, when to correct a stranger. 877-881-1053. This might be based on a real-life situation happening in our building. We'll do it next right here. Packers 2:30, 3:05 first pitch, final game of the regular season. Aaron Judge not in the starting lineup.
Will G-Bag Nation be back?
They will be on after.
Okay.
The game, probably not. Sorry. As soon as I said that, I was
what
like,
about
yeah,
tomorrow?
no
Will
problem.
the G-Bag Nation be on tomorrow?
They'll be back, and we'll get it going again tomorrow. I promise that.
What about into perpetuity?
That sounds like an old person word.
All right.
Now, in the meantime, it's time for the Moral Compass, 877-881-1053. When do you correct a stranger? Or if you have your own moral compass, we can try to answer that as well. Here's the deal. I find myself in this situation right now. If somebody calls you the wrong name and maybe you don't register it at first, and now they've called you that name multiple times, is it awkward to go correct this person who might be our security guard right now?
No.
Yeah, not now. You got to do about 10 more minutes till a break. And then go downstairs
run down
and
there?
you say, hey, buddy. If I can get that word out.
Oh, if you buddy somebody, though, that is condescending.
And then
You started
say,
off wrong.
My name's Kevin. You call me Mike again. I have to deal with that a-hole for 4 hours, and I have to deal with him for 4.5 hours today.
Which the weird thing is, he calls you Mike.
He does. Well,
Like, if he called you-
he called me Kevin about a month ago, and I
Okay.
immediately corrected him. I said, hey, TJ. But then I said, my name's Mike.
Okay. So it's happened, I think, 3 times now. In the last 2, the second time I was talking to somebody else, and then the third time he kind of shouted it while I was on the elevator, and the doors were closing.
Yeah, he doesn't stop talking until the elevator closes. And maybe he keeps talking, we just don't know.
He is super nice, and he likes to chat. And so I was like, oh, crap, did he just call me Mike again? And so I didn't know if it's too weird now to bring it up. And he's like, I feel like I've been calling you Mike for a while. Why didn't you bring it up earlier? And I'm like, I don't know, because I'm an idiot.
Well, I mean, Mike hasn't corrected Jerry Jones when he called him Matt the other day. Mark.
He doesn't even get his players on his team right.
Yeah,
that have been there
okay,
for 5
all right.
years.
This is Cedric Wilson popping off. And you're like,
Corey,
Kevin, Corey, Mike, Mark. There was a
We have
long
that audio.
time
I wanna hear.
where I would never correct anybody. And I don't know, if it's just because I'm starting to get older and more look, man, it's at this point, my name's been what it is. Get it right. But I think, Kevin, you should have done it then. Here's it's now you just have to go by Mike.
Well,
otherwise, this guy could spiral out of control.
Here's another
And
controversial.
he's the guy that's in charge of security of our building.
Here's another controversial opinion from the 817. Call him the wrong name. So I should be like, see you later, JT.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, actually, it's TJ. And I'm like, you know what?
Maybe that
my
could be
name's
a great-
actually Kevin.
That's wild passive aggressive. Don't be how old are you again?
TJ is a
21-year-old
great
passive aggressive
person.
dude.
He's awesome.
All you got to do is say, that's what I did to him. I just said, hey,
Like,
TJ.
I'm really sorry.
It's all, I'm Mike. Kevin's the other bald-headed guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you just say, please don't call me Mike. He makes me so mad all of the time. And then you calling me that as I leave then has to make me think, am I like Mike?
You know what?
And you're not a person that wants to be like Mike.
Despite the very long, drawn-out commercials,
Yeah.
that whole campaign.
Maybe there's another route to this.
Okay.
Because again, you don't want to just show up and make him feel bad. I know you're
that's a
very
good point.
concerned about his feelings here
I don't want to hurt his feelings.
because he's a good guy. He talks about Cowboy. You know what? He's predicted the 3-game win streak, by the way. I don't know if you know this. Every week he's like, we're going to do it.
He's the Cowboy fan that he's in the Roger Staubach. And Roger's his favorite player.
Yeah.
The Cowboys are winning every game, and even if they lose, he's really not sure if they did lose. But he also is a fan of Cooper Rush, and he would like to keep Dak on the sidelines.
So Kevin, I think maybe a way to approach this is to bring gift with you. Find out what he likes.
breakfast
You need to do
tacos.
some
The
breakfast
biscuits,
search.
like in the Ted Lasso thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, bring a gift and
Wore
show
them
up
down.
and say, and maybe a little note. Here, now you don't even have to say anything to him.
gosh.
You leave a little note
Sounds
that
like
says,
such an elaborate plan.
thanks for everything you're doing for us. Love, Kevin.
Oh,
And then he's like, oh, his name's Kevin.
Or then he's like, man, that guy brought the gift for Kevin. That's very nice of him.
From the 817.
No.
No, you're Mike now. It sucks for you, Kevin, but it's a reality that you're going to have to live with. There's nothing you can do about it.
How much longer can you do it?
Well, this
Than other men.
This segment inspires me to want to like say something about it today, right?
On the way out today?
Does he
Oh
say
my
bye,
gosh.
Mike, when he sees you? Like when you're leaving, because he'll tell me bye, Mike. Like,
do you
today,
ever walk out
like,
with
have
Mike?
a good lunch, Mike. Except now it's not lunch.
I feel like you should just accept that he gives you a name. He just says bye, sir.
Oh, he does say sir to me and Reggie, so you guys both have
Do you
names
call him
at least.
TJ when you see him?
I do call him TJ. Because I know
don't
who he
think
is.
I do. I mean, I
can
know
slow down
his
and talk
name,
to him a little
obviously, but I don't think so. Just like I never called Gwen. I just said hello. Like
Well,
I don't.
that's Miss Gwen.
Yeah, it was Miss Gwen.
Okay, that's
You
fair
never knew
point.
that.
I saw her the other day. She got to see the baby.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
True story. That might be an off-air conversation. I'll have to tell you about that. But yeah, I usually don't use people's names. I'm just like, hello. I don't usually say hello and your name.
Very much how I'm going to call you out here. When you see people that you've already seen, you always say, it's good to see you.
Yes.
Instead of good to see you again.
So I changed that for very practical reasons. And this is like...
Which I do this now too all the time.
By the way, in 2023, get ready, Tolos. If you want to get excited, we're going to start bringing back some of our events, all right? Because of you live in this world. You know why they went away, because of the corona times.
Can't
But when we used to have events more frequently, you would see so many people. And a lot of people you remember, especially if you've seen them like multiple times. But there would be some people who maybe I saw at, Mudbug Bash or whatever for just a second. And I was like, oh, yeah, nice to meet you, or good to see you. And they're like, yeah, we've actually met before. And then I just felt like a jerk. I don't want to hurt their feelings. So now I will always say, good to see you. So if you've never met that person, it's okay. If you've met them multiple times, you're fine. Good to see you. It's the same thing when it's a controversial situation and I say interesting. I think I told you my moral compass.
It's an incredible crush word.
It is, because when Jess and I were just dating, we went to her parents' house in Fort Worth, and her parents bought that house from their parents, so Jess's grandparents, and they made like a radical change in the living room. And they changed like the structure in this wall and all this other stuff. So I'm talking with Jess's grandmother and she goes, yeah, they changed all that up. What do you think about it? And I was like, uh-oh, I could see this tipping a bad way. And I was like, oh, wow, did they really? Interesting. And she goes, interesting. That's a good word for it. And then told me that she didn't really like it. And I was like, okay, good, because now she's revealed her opinion. And I can just, I'm not trying to piss off her grandmother when we, haven't been dating that long. And so, yeah.
You wait longer, and then you piss off her.
I definitely don't want to piss her off now that I know her better for sure.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
From the 214, legally change your name, Kevin, and then it won't be a problem.
Solutions.
What's your middle name? What's your middle name?
That's what I've started to do with my wife,
what's
by the
my
way.
middle name? It's Michael. So I can't change my name. I can't change my name to Michael Hagelin. That can't happen.
The show could be the Mike and Mike.
From the 214, it says the Corey and Mike show, which I'm much more of a fan of.
Somebody said take a wireless mic down and solve this on air. That's actually not a bad idea.
Do we
but
have one of those?
I cannot change my name.
I don't think
first
that
name.
range works.
Do we have a
need
cable
more
long enough to
engineering.
drop out this window and then take it around to the front? Would that
How
work?
would we have that, but not the capability to just go downstairs and do wireless?
Or maybe a cord that would go all the way down the elevator with him.
I feel like it'd be easier to do this with a phone.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good way.
Yeah.
Man, see, Reggie? I always do that with the wife now. Whenever she starts saying that she's upset about something, I say, do you want comfort or solutions?
It's a good question.
And she doesn't get it yet. She's just starting to catch on to what I'm trying to accomplish. Because I will start trying to give you solutions, and you don't want to hear that crap right now.
Oh,
you and I have had this discussion many times.
Absolutely. They just want you to listen and sympathize.
And I'll
with
do
them.
that. I just need to know that's what's expected right now.
From the 469, I lived beside my neighbor for almost 3 years. He told me his name one time. I can't remember. So every time I see him, I say, hey, what's up? And he always says, hey, Chris, which is my name. And I feel like a D-bag every single time.
Dude, I have 4 neighbors named Doug. So I just say, hey, Doug, to just randomly, and I'm probably going to be right on most of them.
That is a bold decision. But we'll find out after the show if he was listening in that instance, because he listens a lot, which I appreciate.
TJ does?
Yes, he does.
So you might have just gotten it over with without even having to do anything.
Better
He's going to start calling Corey Kevin.
And
I'll correct him immediately.
That
I'll say, "My name's
definitely
Corey. I'm
get
not
used
afraid
to.
to say that to you, sir."
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
What?
Wait, what?
Did you say coming up?
Is there an X in that? Or
Next. NFL overreaction or reality, including NFL.com backing me up on this. We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
Two of the Cowboys.
play 17 games, I don't think we're going to look at the NFC East as the best.
Do you think it's fair to say, because I don't think it's an overreaction to say, at the end of the year, the NFC East will have 2 of the top 10 teams in football?
No, I think that's very possible.
Okay.
I think also schedule works out tremendously. I will say this. I'm not trying to demoralize you Cowboy fans. It's awesome how great this season's going with Dak being out. But when you get to the playoffs, it can happen. Jimmy Garoppolo almost went to the Super Bowl again, but I think it could be very tough for Jalen Hurts and for Dak Prescott to advance really far in the playoffs because there probably are better quarterbacks in the playoffs than those two guys.
Yeah, no, I see that point of view. All right, overreaction or not, Lamar Jackson's heroics won't save the Ravens.
I think they're going to win the division.
Okay.
I just think and it's tough for him too because I don't want to say, I will say this, Pat Mahomes is better than him. And I know they're very different, but I think but Josh Allen, who's in the same draft class, they're a little bit different in how they play. Obviously, there's a very physical nature of Josh Allen when he runs, and Lamar Jackson runs like freaking an unbelievable wide receiver when he takes off with the football. He's in the category of best quarterbacks in the NFL. That being said, I just don't know if his team will be enough to beat Kansas City or Buffalo. I know he kind of had Miami beat and they gave up 28 points, which kind of wasn't his fault in the end. You know, 4 straight touchdowns on 4 straight possessions late in the game. But I think that Lamar is going to win 10-plus games this year. It's just going to be tough. All the great quarterbacks, to me, are in the AFC. So it's just going to be tough for him to go on the run that you want him to go on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know how this is going to turn out. He could have an MVP caliber season, but if it doesn't turn out, AFC Championship, Super Bowl, whatever, he will be dubbed a failure yet again.
Yeah, by whom? Right, like I think that's the interesting thing is at that point, it's almost like we're giving those dissenters too much of an outsized voice in this.
You might
because they'd be wrong. Like that's the fact of the matter. They would be wrong in that instance. And to your original question, when it's like overreaction or reality,
I think it's reality.
I think it can be reality depending on what we're like attributing to as like failure or whatever. Because if you are looking for them to be AFC champions and go to the Super Bowl, though the things that are hindering them there are injuries, which they've continually racked up on, especially on the offensive line, and play calling, especially on the offensive coordinator. Like those things have really hampered them more than whatever Lamar has kind of held back or whatever like development has not necessarily been there or from what people want. I think those are the things that you look at more than
I will say at least one playoff win, the Ravens would tell you that season is a failure.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going off of because I think the Ravens themselves would tell you that. And I'm sure, outside of the just everybody wants to win the Super Bowl, like I get that. But I think realistically, the Ravens would tell you at least one playoff win or this season is a failure.
I'm trying to find this real quick just to say, because I get what you're saying, Reggie, and this just goes into the world of everybody who watches football. And I don't think they're right. I've talked to you about this, Kevin. Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. So I know I get into cards here for a second, but follow me on the popularity of these players. This is called a Panini Select field level rookie card.
Okay.
There's 84 in existence of Lamar Jackson that are considered a PSA 10, that were graded a PSA 10. That card goes for $250. Okay. Same year, same draft class, about the same population. They made the exact same amount. That card for Josh Allen goes for $800. So the American public or the public in general that watches football, I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong.
But they're saying
Josh Allen sells for $800. Yeah. Lamar Jackson sells for $250.
Yeah. So he's at least 3 times better than Lamar Jackson, which is crazy.
I think it's crazy and wrong, but the public is telling us that they think Josh Allen is a way better quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
I will let you interpret this question however you like. Overreaction or reality? The Seahawks upgraded at quarterback by trading Russell Wilson.
I don't think they upgraded, but I don't know how much they downgraded.
Wow, which is still a step. Now, Reggie, you kind of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seemed like you suppose that perhaps the situation is what has made this more palatable for Seattle, who is playing significantly better than I clearly ever would have imagined.
Absolutely, right? Like, this is definitely an overreaction, but they got something that fits what they want to do significantly better. I'll answer this question by asking a question, which is typical me, right?
Sure.
When you talk about Russell Wilson, what is like the first thing that you talk about as like one of the negatives that he has?
When you let him cook? Now it has appeared.
The thing that comes to mind for me is that he holds the football too long.
Okay, yeah, no, I could see that.
And that, like, he runs around, and that can be a good thing because he extends play, but he holds the football too long. You know what Geno Smith does?
He gets rid of the ball fast. You know what? And that's an interesting parallel between the way some people feel. This is a smaller scale about Dak and Cooper Rush. Like, I'm not here whatsoever to be like, oh, you need to put Cooper Rush in there for all the time. But Cooper Rush gets rid of the ball quick.
Yeah, and I imagine some of that is because they're protecting him in the way that they play, run the football and play the game, which I don't think is like entirely wrong, or I don't think is like patronizing him, but they're running the football a lot more. And when they do pass the ball, it's play action, it's shortening or, kind of lessening the field, maybe sometimes coming in a boot. And sometimes that's necessary for a quarterback. You want to make it easier on your quarterback, but I think he's also benefiting in some ways from that.
Overreaction to reality, and I kind of might have a guess where y'all might both go on this. Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady have finally, for real this time, run out of gas. And my side question to that is, do you think I'm not going to make fun of if Tom Brady is going to get divorced. I'm seriously not trying to do that. Do you think that could positively or negatively affect him one way or another? Because I was talking about this with Brandon, and he goes, watch him go out there and destroy everybody now. Versus the flip side, I could seeing your family get torn apart is really hard to focus on work.
Yeah, I think it would affect you more in a negative way. So I hear what Brandon's saying. I think sometimes death in a weird way can motivate you.
Right.
Where I'm doing it for my mom, or I'm doing it for my dad, or, but I think that when you're going through a divorce, I think that would probably be very tough to be like, I'm going to do it to get her. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing. But I will say this. I think Tom Brady is not as good, but I still will be scared to death to play him in the playoffs, because somehow, some way, he either makes a big throw or things just work out in his favor, however you want to see it as a Tom Brady fan or not Tom Brady fan.
You're right.
Come playoff time, something always works out for him in some way.
I do not want to see him in the playoffs.
Aaron Rodgers, the opposite, except for against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Against all other teams, he stinks in the playoffs.
Reggie, are you prepared to believe that while you're this is the yearing things, that this is the year that we can be done with elite Tom Brady?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, one of the things with any quarterback, like let's look at their offense. Where are all the weapons that he's had? And I mean, whether you want to talk about injuries or
retirements,
those things have hurt. Their offensive line got weaker as well. Like, these are the things that help prop up a quarterback, particularly one that's, older. Whether or not you think he's quote unquote washed or not, those are the things that help you be great. And let's all face it, your private life always is going to filter into your work in some way, shape, or form. And if like the stories and rumors are true, that's a huge thing to be dealing with. And like, I don't begrudge him not playing at his absolute best when those things and things that are like foundational to your life are happening.
No, not at all. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys and Aaron Judge history, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, headlines at 7 a.m., plus Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg previews the Rams at 8:40. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
Let's talk about our friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions and what they can offer you right now. 20% off the Ultra Slim process. This is so good. Ultra Slim at Absolute Beauty Solutions. This is the only fat loss treatment that works on your first visit, or it's free. You're going to lose at least 2 inches on your first visit. The Ultra Slim process, it's totally awesome and non-invasive. It doesn't hurt and it works. They offer a free consultation, which is important to customize a fat loss treatment plan just for you. And you can target anywhere with the Ultra Slim because you're using a special patented type of light that stimulates and then shrinks the fat cells. AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com, 20% off any treatment packages for you. You're going to love it just like I do because you go in there and it's relaxing. You know, you lay down and they put this light over your body that you want to reduce the fat cells in. You can go to sleep. I have. You can check email, look at videos, whatever it is. Sometimes I do a little bit of show prep. Absolute Beauty Solutions. It is like a secret weapon for getting this extra fat off your body. Look, nothing to be ashamed of. Everybody, well, most people would like a little bit less fat on their body. But until we get there, let's get this fat off at AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com.
With your debts rising and your debt payments rising, now is a great time to call TexasLending.com for a cash-out refinance.
Let's talk with our Texas Rangers insider and knower of all things historic baseball, Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Well, we're coming out to the Ric Flair theme song from 2001. I like it.
That's they're opening up the roof right now.
Oh,
yeah.
I choose to believe that's your intro. All right, walk us through. I mean, because you love the game, love seeing history. What was your feeling when you saw the hit, when you knew it was a home run, and all of that?
So I actually thought off the bat it was a no-doubter, and it wasn't. I mean, it was, I don't want to say it barely got over, but it was not it was certainly not a mid first level or second deck shot. And so right off the bat in my head, I'm thinking this is, he's got it. Let's just watch the ball. And then
was this song playing in your head when the ball was floating?
This is amazing. This should be this is your background music the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think so. I think it should be. But it was really cool. I mean, there was in the first game, He hit a fly ball.
I was listening. Sorry, Jared. I was listening when that happened, and I got excited in the car thinking that was it.
Well, so naturally, any game, when a guy hits a ball in the air, people think could have, home run. And in that situation, it's amplified. And he hadn't hit any balls in the air. He grounded out, hit a couple line drives. And so you can only imagine, if the reaction was that strong in the first game for a routine fly ball, what it was, for that, which off the bat looked like it had a legitimate shot to be a home run. And, the coolest thing was as the ball was being pitched, in every pitch up to that point, it was silent in here because no one was having side conversations. No one was buried in their phone. If anything, people were recording from their phones, but people were hanging on every pitch when he was in the box, and it was really, really neat. And, when he hit the home run, it's such a cool moment. No matter how you view 62 home runs, it is still, an exceptional accomplishment. And just the fact that it was a sold-out crowd and people were here to see that. I mean, Bob in a cubicle, down the street might think it's just another home run, but other people don't feel that way. And, it was made obvious by the coverage and made obvious by the energy and all the emotion that filled up the ballpark.
How do you balance that you were talking about? And I'm curious, Eric Nadell's thoughts about that as well, of you talked about all the people recording on their phone, you want to see it too, right? I know you have the video record, but how did you watch it as opposed to I got to put my phone on Nadell, I got to put my phone here? How did you actually get to watch it?
Yeah, so I with the help of Ken Mendez, who did a tremendous job engineering this year in some tough circumstances. We had a 2-camera setup, one on the field just for us to have, nothing that I think we're actually allowed to post, for rights purposes, but. And then one that was fixated on Matt if he was doing play-by-play, or in the case of last night, Eric, because it was his inning. So my hands were free. I was watching, just like a fan. I was in the booth with a headset on or whatever, but I was able to watch it and take it all in, and it was a lot of fun to watch. And what was really cool was just the reactions from everyone. From Aaron Judge rounding the bases and giving a signal to his mom as he was approaching third, to the way he greeted or was greeted by every one of his teammates, including Garrett Cole, the starting pitcher, who is very, very, very routine oriented, doesn't like when things get thrown off, and he was out there, and just the way the Rangers sort of applauded and honored him, the way the Rangers in-game entertainment had recognized the record, or the American League record, the accomplishment, just taking it all in. It was really, really special.
In the background was the Beatles' Here Comes the Sun, but your answer was so long that song actually just ended.
Thanks,
Kevin,
that's rude.
Kevin hates the Beatles. What are your thoughts on the Beatles?
I do not hate
like the Beatles. I saw Love, the Cirque du Soleil show in Vegas once. It was awesome.
I do not hate the Beatles. They're just maybe not always for me.
Next question. Tony Beasley, we interviewed him earlier on The Fan, and he kind of alluded to this has been a tough season, and kind of, not like I'm ready for it to be over, but kind of, look, this has been a rough season. When you look at it, last game of the year, has this been a disappointing season from your perspective as a Rangers fan?
I think, disappointing in that I think the hope was, even if this team didn't make the playoffs, that when the trade deadline came and went, this team would be playing competitive baseball and maybe on the fringe of a playoff race, and that just obviously wasn't the case. I don't think it'd be fair to say it was a total disappointment, because you got to pitch and you got to hit, you got to score runs and you got to prevent runs. And the scoring runs part, the Rangers made tremendous strides. They have a top 5 lineup in the American League in terms of runs per game, and it should only get better. Adolis Garcia showed that last year wasn't a fluke. Nathaniel Lowe did his thing. I think even in what would be considered down years, we saw what makes Marcus Semien and Corey Seager so special as hitters, and got a lot of these young guys up here. But from a pitching standpoint, this was it's tough to look at the pitching side and think this was a successful year. John Gray, when he was healthy, was good. Martin Perez was really good. The Rangers were better than 500 when those two guys pitched, but it's tough to look at any of the other arms at the major league level, and even some of the minor league level who didn't get to the major league level because of the years they had, and say, let's pump our fists. This was awesome. But I do think the Rangers have a blueprint. They know what they need to do going into the offseason. So all in all, it's tough to look at a team with this record and say, yeah, successful year, but I also don't think you can look at it and say that there weren't successes within this year that will help them moving forward. Ultimately, the record was definitely disappointing.
You mentioned Adolis Garcia. A couple of questions there. How big of a deal was it not only that he replicated last year, but he got rid of the really harsh second half struggles that he had last year to a pretty big extent, and also to get to 100 RBIs for him?
I think the 100 RBIs meant a lot. After he hit the home run yesterday in the first game of the doubleheader, he had an embrace with Martin Perez in the dugout that sort of demonstrated just that. For some guys, these numbers, they mean something. They don't mean a ton. I think it did mean a lot to Adolis. And then, I think playing a full year and not having the a tale of two seasons like last year, that's significant. I thought he had slumps during the year like every player does, and he was able to work his way out of them. Without getting too deep into the weeds, there were parts of his game last year that when you look at what he did this year, there were improvements made. Whether it's swing decisions, his success against certain pitch types, certain locations. And I just think the ability to make adjustments and show that level of growth is really, really important. And it's a big reason why he had the year that he had, and why the Rangers, I think, they got a lot of options with what they can do with him. But if the option that they choose is Adolis Garcia is an everyday player in our lineup next year, you're not going to be upset about it.
So I know this is a little bit off topic from Aaron Judge and the Rangers right now, but Kumar Rocker made his Rangers debut in Arizona Fall League, 28 pitches, 9 strikes, but was able to get out of the inning without giving up a run. How much are you going to follow the Arizona Fall League with Kumar Rocker?
Yeah, I'm going to definitely follow it. And, you and I had this conversation the other day, Mikey, that, how he does in the Fall League might, kind of put him in position to start at a certain level. I guess that can always change. But if he has a really, really good Fall League, then maybe it's more likely he starts at Double-A. If he scuffles in the Fall League, maybe the Rangers start him at High A with the idea that they could fast-track him as long as he graduates quickly. But, yeah, I'm really curious to see how he looks. I'm curious to see, the velocity, the health, all that stuff. And, the Rangers have some other guys in the Fall League I'm curious to follow as well. And that's another exciting thing. This farm system, they got to produce at the major league level, but there are a lot of really intriguing guys in this farm system who I think will either directly or indirectly help the big league club in the next few years.
Well, since this is the last game, I'm kind of curious, you've done this for multiple years now, but what are the emotions that come along with this won't be the same team we see next year? Somehow, some way, what kind of emotions do you carry into the day?
Well, it's exciting. After today, the Rangers are 0-0. It's never fun to look at the standings and see this record. It's you spend so much time with these people, whether it's players or in this case with a managerial change, coaches. That's the last time you're going to see certain guys for a while, or on a daily basis, and it's bittersweet. I don't care what the Rangers' record is. I love what I get to do. I'm so lucky to get to do this. It's so much more fun when the team wins, but when they don't, it's still amazingly fun. And I'll enjoy a little bit of a rest, but I'll miss this very shortly because I love getting to come to the park every day.
If Aaron Judge pinch hits, will you go run down there and push somebody out of the way to try to get a home run ball?
I might have to. That was a really nice job by that guy. Showed some athleticism there for sure.
When it comes to the playoffs, I know that it's all set now.
Playoffs?
Give us maybe your upset special and your World Series teams / World Series pick, since, we're probably not going to talk to you for a while because you're probably going to go to South Africa or something after today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll be walking there after the game. I think Seattle, I would not be surprised to see Seattle make a run. They can get out of this wild card round. That's a team I would not want to face. And I do not think, I'll say this, I don't know how much time we have. I don't think the Dodgers are going to make it to the World Series. Their pitching just seems to be in too much of a weird place. So I think that they will get upset somewhere along the way.
All right. Appreciate it very much, good sir. Enjoy that final game, and we'll talk with you hopefully before you make the, I don't believe, walk to South Africa.
Yeah, I will not be going to South Africa, but I will be talking to you guys, and I'm rooting for anyone who plays the Astros.
Ooh, that's a good answer. Thank you very much, good sir.
See you guys.
Do you take it from that philosophy of I just want to see the best matchups, or are you like, I will actively root against the Yankees, the Astros, the Cardinals, teams of those ilk?
I like the question. My fandom kind of changed after playing professional baseball. Obviously a huge Rangers fan growing up, but once you start getting into the sport, and obviously I only played for the Rangers for a second. So those years that I didn't play for the Rangers, I wasn't like a huge fan of the Rangers. I followed them, but it changes when you play in that sport on how much you love a team. Unless you're like Michael Irvin, I guess you grew up a Cowboy fan, then you play for the Cowboys your whole career. That changes it.
We are trying to give people hope who are going to be at the ballpark. Any chance Aaron Judge would pinch hit today?
I don't think so, just because it's probably a complete day off. They're not playing for anything. So even if it came into the 8th and 9th inning, I just can't imagine that Aaron Boone looks down the way and goes, hey, get loose. You're going to hit now.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers, Yankees pregame at 2:30. First pitch, last game of the season at 3:05. We will be back tomorrow in our regular spot, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Finally get to talk a little Texas OU. We'll do it tomorrow. KNC right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say the get right, Kevin.
Get right tonight.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com or hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app.